Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Caro, welcome to my domain. To my Omnium Academia 741 Chapter 7. Ready? Go. Now I know it's questioning, but who likes it when Mineta gets hurt? Not just me. Glorious. Welcome back to my Omnium Academia. Second part of the Sports Festival arc. Let's talk about what you guys suggested and asked me about first, shall we? I love it when I do this. I've decided to put multiple events into this arc, rather than the race, cavalry battle, and 1v1s like in canon. I feel like it would be a lot more interesting to see in my opinion, since it's pretty obvious Ben has an overwhelming advantage in pretty much any scenario for this. I want to improve the relations between Class 1A and 1B, but like canon, it's shown that many of the students from that class purposely have gotten lower placements in the race due to Monoma's suggestions. Pony and Itsuka are already pretty friendly with Ben, and we all know Tetsu gets along with Kirishima, so how do you think this should all go out? He could just win the race by using XLR8 or Fast Track, but where's the fun in that? Some of you might be wondering why this Ben seems to be smarter than or acts a little more mature. Remember guys, like Gwen said, Ben's a pretty smart guy, but he's just lazy. Give him the right motivation in a good scenario, and all of that begins to show off. In terms of size and height, Weibig actually towers over Mount Lady, that's what she said. According to what I've read, he seems to be well over 67 meters, while Mount Lady is roughly 20.62 meters. Go figure, huh? So, that's it for now, let's get into it. Once again, thanks for all of your continued support. As usual, I own nothing related to the subject of Ben 10 nor Boku no Hero, My Hero Academia. Please support the official releases, and happy reading to you all. I would like to thank you all for waiting for this chapter and my return as a whole. Many thanks for over 250 reviews, over 420 favorites and follows, and over 35,000 views. Chapter 7. Ready? Go. D-Dude, Kirishima gave Ben a slightly scared look. Are you serious? This is getting my blood pumping, Kirishima. The Omnitrix wielder grinned at him, surprising many of his fellow students. Even though we're all classmates and allies, you can't forget that we're also technically rivals as well. Well, I guess, when you put it that way, the redhead scratched his head. He's right. Midoriya added. This event is used for the students to express their abilities out to everyone in the world. It's one of our greatest opportunities to help us become pros. Indeed. Iida smiled as he stood up. Now then, it's time to go, Class 1A. With the uprooting words of his, the frontal speech that Ben gave out, and the little moment that he had with Todoroki and Midoriya, most of the class remained relatively silent, but they all knew that what they said was true. As everyone gave each other a glance and stood up, they began to trout to the exit, following Iida as he led the class out. All of the students started to make their way out of the waiting room and towards the stadium of which they would be able to compete. Most of the students chatted amongst themselves while Ben was seen walking while interacting with the device on his wrist, and Mineta had been preparing with a couple more quick writings of person as he walked. Momo glanced at Ben, and when he looked back, she gave him a look that only he seemed to understand. He rolled his eyes a little as he gave a half smirk in response. Oh fine, I'll follow your orders, milady, he decided. The night before the big day, restrain from using my powers? Ben questioned as he sat in Momo's room. The creation user nodded as she sat down on her desk in her pajamas, pushing her glasses up. Yes. This is a sports festival, after all. Meaning, physical races, or other events that'll most likely be able to be won easily in your case. She first said. With the Omnitrix and how many transformations you have, I have no doubt that you'll be able to take first place if you so desired to. At least don't use forms that can entirely depend on speed and the like. Well, you're not wrong about that, he admitted as he gave her a chuckle. But it depends most likely on what kind of events are going to be held. Precisely. However, I must tell you that the last event will always be that of a tournament, meaning individual fights between students, she explained. True. I read that up on the website for UA, Ben replied. I wonder how many events are going to be held. That's for us to find out, Momo said, but getting back on topic. About my powers, do you not want me to use them then? Ben assumed. Momo shook her head as she crossed her arms. No, not at all. She quickly spoke. After all, your quirk registration labels your power as transformation in their official archives. It would be strange for you not to use them. Then what? What I'm proposing is that you'll try to use your powers sparingly, not for the entire duration of course. You said it yourself, didn't you? That you didn't want to attract that much attention to yourself. Yes, but no doubt that I'm going to have attention attracted to myself regardless since this event is going to be broadcast throughout the entire country. Ben cupped his chin, meaning that you have the correct assumption. Keep at it with the forms that you've already introduced. If you must use a new form, using it for only the moments that you require it is recommended, she smiled. All right. Well, if the situation calls for it I might have to bring out more forms than necessary. From what information I've gathered, from my sources, many of the quirks that the students in the schools possess will eventually pose some problems, he explained. Hee, I love your enthusiasm for, wait, hack. Ben, what did, hey, get back here, young man. Momo was quick to praise him for his diligence in the matter. But hearing that slight mishap quickly drove her to an interrogative instance as she began to chase after him as he quickly ran out of the room. As Ben looked forward after his little scene of remembrance, all of the students gulped. The whole class stepped forward, into the blinding light before they were greeted with a huge crowd that had been cheering loudly at the classes that came into the stadium. Ben's expression turned slightly positive a little when he heard a familiar voice over the speakers just before they stepped outside. Pay attention audience. They heard Yamada Hazashi, otherwise known as Present Mike, say as Aizawa sat next to him, yawning a little as he went on. Swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence you all love, is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? The crowd cheered loudly at this just as Class 1A stepped into the arena. First coming out was Midoriya, with Ben and Iida following through. The rest of the students then started to come out, with most of them noticing first-year students from the other classes, with 1B standing in the shadows from their entrance tunnel. It's time to introduce the students from the first-year stage, Present Mike yelled with enthusiasm from his seat in the commentator's room. These are the students who overcame the enemy attacks with hearts of steel, the hero course, Class 1A. Just as they came into view from the cameras and everyone's eyes, the crowd couldn't help but cheer loudly. Most of Class 1A seemed to praise the cheers, though only one of them seemed nervous, and that was Midoriya as his body shook slightly. All these eyes just staring at us, Midoriya squeaked, with his voice shaking too. Come now, Midoriya-kun. Iida smiled as he placed a hand on his shoulder. Look alive to the crowd. The people don't like it when their competitors are feeling nervous to a pulp. Why yeah, Midoriya chuckled as he slowly waved his hand out. Let's see the competition that we've got. Ben smiled as he and the rest of the class turned to the tunnel next to them. They haven't been getting much airtime, but this class is full of talent, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the hero course, Class 1B. They turned and saw the crowd of students from Class 1B come to where they were standing. There Ben caught a glimpse of a familiar girl with orange hair. Another student from that class looked to Ben in a way of familiarity. She played her long blonde hair and her horns as she simply gave him a bow. Ben gave her a weird look, before widening his eyes in realization. Oh, so she's the one. He smiled. The next set of students from each course came into the stadium, gathering around the stage just as Present Mike had announced them. Next up, from General Studies, Classes C, D, and E, Support Course, Classes F, G and H are here too, and the Business Course as well, Classes I, J, and K. The crowd cheered as the students gathered around. Most of the students started to chatter when they noticed Ben and some of the more memorable students from his class in the crowd. He could swear he started to hear them talk about him. Of course most of them had been comments of confusion or wonder. Despite the crowd being loud with their cheers, he could hear the words being said about him. However, that only proved to motivate him even further. If you're gonna make a debut, either you make it big, or go home, he explained mentally. He's the one who confronted Shinso. I heard that guy has a super unique quirk. That two guys, from the villain incident from a year ago. It's time for the player pledge, another voice suddenly called out. The students were drawn to voice as they looked onto the stage in front of them. Ben noticed that most of the boys started to get nosebleeds when they saw a familiar woman, with long black hair and wearing a skin-tight suit with a black breastless leotard with a translucent black thigh-high stockings and a pair of black knee-high boots. It was none other than Midnight, the 18-plus only hero. "Oh no, the umpire this year is Nomori-san," Toshinori said as he face-palmed at the outfit she had on. Sitting from the seats of staff members, Cementos chuckled a little from his reaction. "What in the world is she wearing?" Kirishima asked as his face was a little red. "Well, that's the R-rated hero for you," Kaminari said as his face was red too. Jiro frowned at the two, and was ready to use her earphone jacks to stab them in the ears at any notice. "Is it really okay for her to be a high school teacher even though she's R-rated?" Tokiyami asked curiously, being one of the few that didn't seem to blush at her appearance. "Fuck yes," Mineta yelled as he had his thumbs up. Ben and Asui quickly slapped the back of his head in a casual manner in response. "Bad Mineta-chan." The frog girl spat out. "Absolutely revolting," Ben agreed. "Quiet now, everyone," Midnight yelled out as she cracked a whip against the stage. Ben noticed with a slightly alarmed look that some people in the crowd jittered in joy as she did so. Representing the students is not one, but two students from Class 1A. Please come up to the stage, Bakugo Katsuki and Ben Tennyson. The class looked to the two of them with surprised looks. Katsuki had a neutral expression on his face while Ben grew a small, but amused smile on his own in return. Well, the two of them did take some of the highest places in the entrance exam. They heard one of the students say from General Studies. "In the hero course, why am I not surprised?" a student said with a bit of harshness in her tone of voice. "Of course they would choose the Ouroboros," another student said, a sneer, "a foreigner and a bastard. It's obvious those guys hate us," Siro said with a low whisper. "And we have Bakugo to thank for that. Don't know why they would go on against Ben though." "Yeah, he just had to go and aggravate them," Mineta said. "It's quite rude to talk about people behind their backs though," Momo dared to say with a voice loud enough for the General Studies students to hear her. She ignored the new insults that they seethed towards her as she smiled at Ben walking up. "Ben Tennyson," Midnight called out with a suggestive smile as she motioned him to step forward. "Won't you start us off? Give us a grand time?" "I need an adult," he gulped. He was actually nervous from the look seductive she gave him. "I am one," she whispered into his ear. He blushed for a moment, before gawking at her while holding his ear. He quickly shook the blood flowing up into his as Bakugo urged him forward. Ben stepped up onto the steps with the explosion user, noticing a single microphone standing before them. Ben let out a small sigh and looked around to the crowd. People seemed to be giving a mix of positive looks and negative ones. Behind his stage smile, he could tell that some people were a little annoyed that a foreigner seemed to be the highlight of the show, while others were concerned with the body of his. Apparently some weren't convinced that a guy like him didn't seem to be capable enough to stand up on the grand stage. Bakugo noticed the facade of his, narrowing his eyes slightly as he stepped back to the microphone. He pressed a button on the Omnitrix as he stood tall and held his head high, beginning to speak into the device a second later. To those here now, and to those watching from home, he started to say with a determined tone, making the crowd go silent. "Today is a new beginning for not only myself, but for my classmates as well. Today's the day that we may hope to take one step closer to our goal, to become the pros that are here in our presence today. And for that case, I have something to prove as well." Ben looked to the crowd sitting in their seats before he set his eyes on the box just above, where he knew the other pros sat. He dropped his fake smile as he grabbed the microphone from its stand. "Some of you may be familiar with me, while a majority of the crowd knows absolutely nothing about myself. And most of you in a sense, look at me differently. I hope that today I'll be able to make you see me as someone else, something that will be different from the initial idea that you had of myself. As who I am, and as who I've always been. I'm not looking to take home the glory of being a student in the hero course, but we will show you all what we're made of. We will reach new limits from here on out and for the next 3 years that will come, and I promise you this. We won't go beyond just plus ultra, we'll go further than that. To go even further beyond that, is what we'll continue to show you." As he finished his speech, he slowly raised his fist high in the air as if the battle had been won. The crowd remained silent for a moment, and clapped and cheered loudly at his words, with Momo and the other hero course students cheering in response. The other students from the other courses had a bit of mixed feelings as some cheered while most stayed silent with disheartened looks. Ben smirked as he turned to walk off the stage, but not before glancing at Midnight. "Think I said too much?" he asked with a tone of confidence. "Benny-chan, my darling, you were perfect," Midnight said with another suggestive smile. "I bet you've riled up quite a few amount of people. Some probably in more ways than one." "I need an adult?" he asked once again. "And I am one." She then smiled with a seemingly innocent face. She then gave him a wink and a smile before she ushered Ben to go back to the crowd. Just before he went back, he turned to Bakugo. He noticed that his expression for the first time was in awe, before turning back to his usual expression. "That was the best speech I've ever heard," Mina grinned as he slapped his back. "You really are good at improvising," Zero said. "You left those guys speechless." "I was a bit worried about you, but you were able to manage after all, huh, Ben-chan?" Asui smiled as she riveted. Ben simply smiled at them, and nodded to Momo. As he returned to the crowd, Midnight cleared her voice as she cracked her whip once more. Next to speak is Katsuki Bakugo. "What do you think he's gonna say?" Kaminari asked. "Probably something like, 'I'll rise to the top and crush you extras,' or, 'You're all stepping stones for my greatness,' like he usually does," Zero joked. "I really hope not," Midoriya chuckled nervously. The whole class turned back to the stage as Bakugo stepped up to the microphone. Everyone had gone silent as they looked to him with a bit of curiousness in their eyes. As they watched Bakugo take a deep breath as they couldn't help but step forward a little. It was going to take a mighty speech to overcome what Ben just did. "I'm going to win." Did he just? Mineta stood still as he turned to everyone, pointing a finger at Bakugo as he froze. The whole class screamed at this, as they yelled in unison. "I knew he'd say something like that." The whole crowd of students started to boo at him, shouting insults at him like, "Sludge boy," or "bastard," or even a bit of both. Several veins popped on Ben's face as he chuckled ominously. "This piece of shit, and after all I went through to make myself sound badass," he muttered. Momo was about to reprehend him for cursing, but Iida quickly interrupted her as he violently started to do his usual arm gesture. "Why are you doing something so disgraceful?" he yelled, and after Tennyson-kun's motivating speech no less. "It's not my fault that you're all just stepping stones to my eventual victory," Bakugo said, pointing downward with his thumb. Several other students popped blood vessels in their eyes in response. "How overconfident can you get?" A student from Class B named Tetsu yelled. He was a young man with long gray hair that never appeared to change shape, no eyebrows and thick pale eyelashes that encompass his eyes. Like Kirishima, he also had razor-sharp teeth. "I'll crush you." Tetsu-kun, the orange-haired girl of 1B, Kendo Itsuka sighed. "Calm down please." Bakugo took his leave on the stage to rejoin his classmates shortly afterwards as the commotion finally started to die down, and Midnight cleared her throat as to get everyone's attention on her. "Well, other than that, let's get the game started right away," she then said to both the students and the audience. "The first game is what you would call the qualifier. Every year, many drink their tears here. Now here is the fateful first game." A screen appeared just behind her showing what looked to be a slot machine that some would see at a casino. It rolled off at blurring speeds until it was shown stopping at a certain word phrase. As the objected word started to slow down, it revealed itself to be none other than obstacle race. "This year's first event will be an obstacle race," she announced. "An obstacle race?" Izuku said with an intrigued look. Several other students narrowed their eyes as she began to explain. "All 11 classes will participate in this race. The course will be the outer circumference of this stadium, which is about 4 kilometers, and you know us, our school's selling point is freedom." She licked her lips, causing some of the students to flinch at this while most of the boys had a nosebleed. "As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do." "Oh." Ben suddenly had a devilish smile growing on his face. Momo shuddered slightly, as some students around himself as he whispered something into the Omnitrix. "This will certainly be an interesting event then." Kare wa chodo nani o ida no desu ka? Sor wa ego desu ka? Mina said in Japanese with shock in her voice. The blonde girl with horns from Class 1B blinked in surprise as she turned to him. You speak English. Cool. I thought you were an American, she called out to him. Many of the students gave the duo some weird looks as Ben gave her a smile. How are you so fluent in Japanese? Trademark secret though. Name's Ben Tennyson, he chuckled. Pony Sunotori. She walked up to him and shook his hands. Oh, it's so good to see another American here. You are speaking English. Yes, Momo joined in on the conversation. Her slight accent was heard, but Ben and Pony smiled in response. I did not know you were fluent in both English and Japanese. Karera wa subite a go o hanashite iru, Kirishima retorted as he sweat dropped. Dono yo ni yoki shanai. Wakuramasu ka, watashi wa sor ni ti sweet kanget iru yuitsu no hatode wa nakata yo ne? Nay? Mina turned to them again. Ben chuckled as he pretended to cough into his arm, muttering something to the Omnitrix. I didn't know he was fluent in both languages. Well, it's a trademark secret. Ben smirked. Nani the frick? The pink girl ruffled her hair as he seemingly responded back in fluent Japanese. Make up your mind if you're gonna speak Japanese or English, sheesh. I should be excited, but why am I scared for some reason? Midoriya said as he squeaked. He suddenly got an eerie feeling coming from Ben as he turned around. Behind all the students, a giant gate appeared from the ground, with several light beacons beginning to shine off with a red glow. What's the matter, Midoriya-chan? Asui asked as she gave him a wink, getting nervous. No, not at all. Su-chan, he quickly blurted out with a slight blush. It's time to depart. Iida quickly hushed them as Midnight cracked her whip once more. Let us listen to her last words. Thank you, Iida Tenya. Now everyone, the hero said pointing to the starting line with her tool. Take your places. The moment those lights turn green, the race will officially start and the gate will open. The students soon crowded over at the red gate. Midoriya and some of the other 1A students stood at very back with their fellow Hero Course classmates, mentally preparing themselves for what was about to come their way. He started to do leg warm-ups and stretched his arms a little with a look of determination, but as he looked forward, he saw Ben with the most fearsome grin he had as he forced himself to the front. Guys? What's Ben planning to do? He stuttered as he pointed to the front. Oh no, Momo sighed. I told him to restrain, but it looks like he's going to. Before the rest of the students near her could fully comprehend the words she was about to say to finish her sentence, just as she was within reach with the end of her speech, she heard the buzzer sound off, causing her to jump. On signal, the red lights shifted to a bright green as the giant metal gate opened itself up. Start, she heard Midnight yell before she was pushed by the ground of students through the red gate. In front of the crowd was Ben, who courageously began to scram through the now bulging crowd of students starting to go through the tight squeeze of the exit. Insert Jet Set Run. It took her and the rest of her classmates all but a minute to regain herself as she quickly went to run along with the crowd out of the stadium and into the open area provided. Though she had a tough time getting there as the space in the tunnel was small, causing everyone to get squished at each other. Move your elbow. Move it. Damn it. WHO the hell just groped my rear? Damn it, Mineta, don't take advantage of this situation. To the hunters go the spoils. I'm in paradise. Everyone could hear the perverted student yell out shamelessly as several female students gasped and made similar noises. It didn't take long for him to get slugged in the face by some passerby though. Midoriya let out a groan as he tried his best to get himself to move forward, though he had difficulty doing so as a couple of times he almost found himself tripping again and again. Damn it! I gotta get ahead of this crowd somehow. But how'd I? Wait, what's? His thoughts were suddenly cut off when he, along with several students, felt a heat wave go through the tunnel and just outside. He felt his body was suddenly trapped in a suffocating vortex of heat, as was the other students around him as the color yellow and orange blasted back towards the entire crowd. Several Class 1A students realized the ferocious flames starting to spew out. Momo saw a familiar figure run past the crowd and went ahead. It was Ben, transformed into Heat Blast. As he ran, he blasted forth spews of flames that propelled him forward. Sorry about that. The fire alien grinned as he landed a fair distance away from the crowd. As he flashed back to Ben, he ran for a little while until he noticed another figure following him shortly. Oh. That was quite the shock. Todoroki muttered with slight annoyance as bits of ice melted off from him. Almost got me. The fire and ice user had protected himself through the initial blast by creating an ice wall around himself, as well as encasing his body in ice. The first fire strike easily melted the wall away and most of his ice armor, but it was enough to leave him in a state well enough to get past most of the crowd that dropped to the ground due to sweating so much. As he ran forth, he also froze the path behind him, causing the rest of the students to now suffer a suffering wave of coldness. That's a bit harsh. Was I too cold to you? He joked. Todoroki merely gave him a semi-glare as they ran off. All the students started to try to pry themselves from the ice, though most couldn't due to the pain. Okay, we're doing this now, Bakugo exclaimed as he quickly broke out with some explosions. Drawing his arms, he gave them a swing, breaking the ice instantly. He kept his momentum as he stepped on the heads of the crowd. Yo, Eraserhead my man, are you ready for our epic live coverage and commentary? Things are starting to heat up, don't you think? Present Mike gallantly yelled out from his microphone as he made a pun. Not voluntarily, but this is our job to do so, unfortunately. Aizawa responded. He was able to get herself ahead of the crowd, though not only had it been him, he saw, Momo, Aoyama, and Kirishima had flown with him, each of them using their own quirks to maneuver out after he started with the initial buildup of ice destruction. If one could see behind them, Tokiyami, Mina, Ojiro, and even Uraraka, Mineta and Midoriya were able to avoid the first wave. What surprised most people though was that Shinso of all people was able to avoid it as well, though the method he proposed was a bit more unique in the matter. Jesus Christ. Mina sighed in relief as she used her acid to melt away the ice on her feet. Talk about rough. Phew, not going to fall for that trick again. Ojiro's sweat dropped as he used his tail to bounce himself into the air. He remembered being able to dodge this attack only due to Ben's quick timing and his hoverboard during the student versus student training. What the hell, Todoroki? Mineta barked as he and Midoriya jumped above the wave. Nice and quick thinking, me. Uraraka growled to herself as she quickly used zero gravity to levitate for a short time, floating up to above the heads of her fellow students. Fire and ice, those two are expert users of their quirks, as expected. Shinso noted as he sat on the raised arms of people he controlled with his quirk. Quickly jumping off from his subordinates, he leapt forward. I'll use this opportunity to get some data. As some of the other students began to crawl out, Mineta quickly grinned as he slapped off some of the sticky spheres from his head, throwing them onto the floor to use as platforms. Guess even you guys can't block out all of us. Well, as expected from my class, but a lot more made it out than I anticipated, not to mention that Tennyson made a bold move at first. Todoroki noted as he glanced back. Watching Mineta bounce from ball to ball, he gave him and Ben a sneering grin. How do y'all like that, Ben? Todoroki. Get ready for my special move now, Grape R. As he prepared to utilize some sort of super move involving his quirk, Ben quickly gave him a wink as a blurring figure came and smacked him right across the side. The sheer force from the strike caused the midget teen to slam down onto the ground and roll a few dozen meters. Midoriya and Todoroki widened their eyes in shock as Ben merely smiled. Mineta-kun. The mop-haired teen cried out in shock, before looking in the direction towards the figure that caused the damage in the first place. He gasped as he and some of the students coming out from the ice trail instantly recognized what they were looking at. Multiple targets acquired. What the hell? The mock villains from the entrance exam. Midoriya's eyes popped out as one of the robots revealed itself to the students. Behind it, dozens upon dozens of other mock villain robots of various sizes began to spawn in through garage ways. Tot's right, folks. Present Mike grinned. Every obstacle course needs obstacles after all. Presenting our very first wave of efficient blockage, we have none other than the first barrier. Robo INFERNOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO A student cried out towards some of the larger robots in the back. This is just bull crap. Wait. The hero course brats had to fight these. A student that wasn't in the general studies or hero course yelled out in shock. There's no way we can handle them then. So, these are the mock villains they used for the test that everyone else took. Todoroki observed the robots as they drew closer. How did they even get the money to pay for these? Momo said. She gave a similar look to them, but she quickly glanced back down to see Ben running forward with nothing but a smile and not a care in the world. Ben, are you crazy? She barked out. Though, her words were ignored, and her thoughts were suddenly brought to new heights as Ben jumped up towards them, his body flashing as he did so. In a flash of emerald light, he was replaced by tall, black and green, blob-like humanoid that appeared to be made of circuitry, which was further emphasized by the green and black, circuitry-like patterns all over his body. On his head was a green circle, and he wore white, gray, and green clothing on his front torso, and amongst them was the Omnitrix dial. Ben wasted no time in marching over to one of the smaller robots, a wave of weirdness flowing to everyone about his visually emotionless expression. Momo stared at the black and green, blob-like alien peculiarly. She had been introduced to yet another transformation she had never seen. Before she could comment, the sounds of the galvanic mechamorph enveloping one of the 0-pointers with a tight hug drew her back. Much to her surprise. All of a sudden, Upgrade's body became more blob-like and began to ooze all over its body. It began to move erratically until something incredible began to happen in front of everyone's eyes. He began to amalgamate with and reshape the robot's body, transforming it into something else entirely. Instead of resembling mechanized monsters with barely any form due to lifeforms on Earth, the swallowed-up low pointer began to build up to a mechanical humanoid shape. It was now a large robotic mech that was several meters high, primarily charcoal gray in color with white, green, and black details. Its legs were noticeably wide at the hips, and it seemed to possess technology progressively more advanced than anything seen on Earth as Ben's circular eye appeared on its cranium. A moment later, the Omnitrix dial appeared on his chest. Did he just merge with one of those things? Momo cried out. Upgrade, complete, Upgrade announced as he landed on the ground, his voice sounding like a robotic version of Ben's. Everyone watched as he looked at a 0-pointer in front of him. As he lifted his arm up, he drew an energy blade from his wrist as one of the robots reached for him. I've beaten these things before, he started to say. And this form's 100 more powerful than them, so, I'll do it again. This time however, I won't be as merciful. Raw egg. The monster robot roared violently while it began to slam its large armament onto his smaller body. Geez, this guy is really annoying, Upgrade remarked. The upgraded robot crouched low and launched himself up, avoiding the attack. Upgrade proceeded to spread out a pair of engine thrusters on his back and activated the jetpack functionality, which shot out green after burn and blasted himself forward. Many of the students were surprised for a second when they realized he could fly, but it immediately passed and was replaced with shock. The Titan roared once more as it summoned a dozen rockets from its ammo reserves, with all of them flurrying around in the air. With amazing speed and aerobatics, Upgrade easily outmaneuvered the heated projectiles. As he concentrated on maneuvering with the enhanced robot's abilities, green lightning began to sizzle around his ebony blade. As he accelerated towards the giant, the 0-pointer shot more projectiles from its hands, but the newly improved robot amazingly dodged in between every projectile that came his way. When he got close enough, Upgrade charged his blade with green electricity and slashed several times toward its main body. Several green energy waves struck the target, ripping into its green metallic hide and causing it a lot of pain. The humongous robot roared violently and fired a stream of lasers from the many red eyes it had located on its head. Upgrade circled around the robotic titan with each of its gigantic arms on his tail. Narrowing his eye, he increased his speed even more to the point where he became a black blur with a green light wake. Fast, Midoriya pointed out. And deadly, Uraraka added. The 0-pointer looked in every direction with its sensors, frantically trying to get a hit, however, its opponent was too fast. Upgrade quickly reappeared in front of the robot's face, opening several slots located on his shoulders and legs,
firing a volley of energy blasts from his cannons at its eyes and head, as well as an optic laser from his eye. Just how many forms does this guy have? A student from General Studies barked out. Is he invincible? Invincible. No, of course not. Upgrade quickly quirked back as he dodged another slap from the zero-pointer. Now then, time to finish you off. As the giant robot roared and shot out another volley of rockets, Upgrade activated his jetpack and flew high to avoid the blast, and hovered in the air for a moment. Shooting forward like a rocket, his short, green sword was cocked back to its zenith as it grew in size and length, morphing to the equivalent of a giant energy broadsword. Emerald lightning began to crackle on the blade as it gathered large amounts of energy. Going in for the kill, he gave the robot a slash across its metal torso, thus, unleashing the energy his sword had gathered. A moment as he flew through the hole he made, he tapped the Omnitrix dial, separating him from the robot he merged. It collapsed into pieces as the zero-pointer exploded behind him. As he landed and rolled, he wasted no time as he ran forward once more. Whoa! Did you all see that? Present Mike was speechless for a moment, but immediately began to commentate. Aizawa was indeed shocked as well, but being used to his bizarre transformations gave him some sort of surprise breakdown. Ben Tennyson had just showed us an amazing show. Better step up your game, everyone. Show off. Todoroki said as he ran forward as well. These things aren't nearly as threatening as they say.
Clenching his right hand, a massive amount of moisture began to circulate around him as another zero-pointer attempted to slam down its giant palm. Swiping his hand up, from his foot and arm, he skimmed the floor and went straight up. And since dear old dad is watching, he grumbled. His eyes widened momentarily as he gave out a short war cry. Giant ice wall. Creating a massive ice ridge in the direction he threw his arm in an instant, the giant zero-pointer and the surrounding area was frozen solid. He gave out a short exhale as he stood back up. Bits of ice melt away from his body temperature as he began to run through the opening between Mock Villain's legs.
He stopped the rest of them. A student called out as the mist began to steam back to the crowd. We can get through there now. Let's go, everyone. Another ordered. I wouldn't attempt to do so if I were you. Todoroki quickly intercepted as he glanced back however. I froze them when they were in unbalanced positions. Oh fu, Kirishima cursed out as the ice-covered mechs began to crumble down towards them. Due to the awkward positioning they had before being frozen, being unable to balance themselves out as they fell meant that they had no control of their movements. Their circuitry and systems were completely shut down as they began to fall towards the crowd. It seemed that some of the students unfortunately managed to get crushed underneath them. And that means they're going to fall, the half-hot and half-cold user finished as he left to follow Ben. As the massive dust clouds began to burst out to the surrounding area, Present Mike grabs his microphone as he grinned once again. And look what we have here, folks. Todoroki Shoto from Class 1A. He proceeded to go in a smooth fashion, attack once, and make that attack end up as a defense mechanism. Check it out. How elegant. He might not be in first place, but he's done some major damage to the corkage of the other students. It might be deemed as unfair to many of you watchers out there, but the actions he performed were logical and strategic. A simple motion that got the results that he needed. And although he could have gone for a flashier approach like Tennyson, it's not exactly necessary to do so. Aizawa further explained. Well, the kid did get into UA through recommendations. It's only expected. Present Mike added as he stood up. He'd never seen them up until today, but he's blowing through his race like a burning ice man. Please, no puns. Aizawa sighed. The robots soon had started to pile around the students as they passed through the wreckage of the zero-pointer that Todoroki had destroyed previously. From beyond the rest of the frozen mechs that didn't crumble to pieces, some of the shocked students noticed that they started to crack at certain parts. Shortly afterwards, two voices were heard roaring out as they popped out like gophers.
Those two guys were crushed. What the hell, wouldn't that kill them? A student pointed out. People might actually die during this damn festival? Another student grabbed his noggin. Wait, take a look at that. A female student from 1B called out. Shiozaki Ibara being her name. She had black eyes, but her green hair seemed to be made out of vines. Those two are.
Like I'd fucking deee. Kirishima and Tetsu both smashed their ways out from the cold metal that they were trapped in. Kirishima's arms, face, and hair were hardened, while Tetsu's body was colored to a metallic gray. Holy crap! Both Kirishima Ajiro and Tetsu from the hero course were trapped underneath. That's crazy. Present Mike actually was quite shocked to what he saw. Damn it, Todoroki. Kirishima growled. He timed it right when they would fall on purpose. Geez man, if it weren't someone like me, they would have gotten seriously injured. You're freaking telling me. Tetsu barked. You guys from Class A must be crazy or something. If someone wasn't made out of steel like me, they'd be toast right now. Oh what the hell. Our quirks are pretty much the same damn thing. The redhead cried out with tears as he and his fellow hero course classmate began to run up the fallen wreckage. Hey, wait just a freaking second. The steel teen barked as he followed him up. Those guys are lucky as crap. Kaminari noted. They don't have to worry about getting hurt in events like these. Yeah, that means we gotta work together to make sure none of us manage to get hurt. Another student from Class 1B, Rin Harayu, yelled out to the students that weren't able to pass by at first as his hand began to form green scales. He had black hair which was tied to a braided ponytail. Oh bullshit. Bakugo cursed in response as he aimed his arms down. Who has time for that? What the, Bakugo? The electric quirk user blinked in surprise. Bakugo took everyone by surprise when he quickly flew over the robot, landing at the top of them. He had been able to evade the punch that the robot threw at him.
I'm not letting you get ahead of Emiyn, he yelled as he landed on top of the robot. He used the force of his explosions to go left and right, zigzagging his way up. And here we have Class 1A's Bakugo Katsuki. Present Mike announced. Since none of them can go through the bottom, he chose to go overhead. How clever. Oh, but what's this? You aren't the only one who can do something like that, Shiro yelled from afar as Bakugo landed. He glanced back to see him firing his tape to the top, using the momentum used to drag himself to climb up. Though I have to admit that you seem like the guy to just blast through whatever's in your way.
The hell did you just say? Bakugo barked. His eyes widened slightly as he witnessed Tokiyami utilizing Dark Shadow to climb his way to the top. He kissed his teeth as he turned to jump off the mock villain, with the other two quickly joining him to the bottom. He's right, you know. Iida suddenly yelled as he blasted forward himself. Going around the wreckage to face a frontal assault squad of lower-tiered mock villains, he drop-kicked one out of the way. We have to use any means we can to get through this. Damn right. Jiro grinned as she slid between two herself. Using her jacks, she stabbed them and broke them from the inside out using her amplified heartbeats. We can't sit here squabbling around. As expected. Most of the students that are proceeding so far belong to the hero courses, namely from Class A. Snipe observed from his seat. Everyone sitting in the stadium could see the action from wherever they sat, thanks to the many monitors being displayed throughout the location. That is true, but 13, who sat next to him. Indeed. Class B and the other courses aren't doing too bad themselves. Toshinori added. The thing about those kids though is just. Compared to every other class, Class A doesn't spend their time just standing around. Those who experienced firsthand, the world above them that they unfortunately learned during their time at the USJ, the incident that drove them through it. Aizawa started. The very beings that were supposed to instill fear into their hearts, they were able to deal and overcome those trials. All of that immediate experience, is what they're now using to drive themselves forward without hesitation. Many of the students from 1A proceeded to go forth using their own methods. It was quite the surprise to the other courses how much they weren't afraid. Ojiro had literally jumped smacked through 3 mock villains without hesitation, and even Uraraka had her moment when she picked up and threw several out from the race's course. As more and more of the mock villains began to drop down like flies, many of the students had begun a cautious journey to the second part. At this point, they knew that the next obstacles had to be something even more severe than the ones that they just escaped from.
From the front, Ben quickly overcame the distance he had from Todoroki, but as he drew closer to another, he did a slide, eventually coming to a halt when he saw what was in front of them. With some of his other classmates joined up with him and gazing at the sight with awe as well. Before his very eyes, There was a canyon with large gaps in between each rock formation, and the only thing that was a bridge was a single white string between each gap and rock. The ground wasn't seen as what had followed was darkness at the bottom of it as Ben peered over the ledge.
Whoa there, he croaked. That's steep. What the hell? Uraraka and Mina growled. If you thought the first barrier was easy, then take a look at the second. Present Mike said to the students and audience, if you fall you're out. If you don't wanna fall, then crawl. It's the fall. Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Asui said aloud. When did they even have time to build this? Uraraka exclaimed. Well, you'd be surprised with the staff UA has in store. Ben replied. That was rhetorical. The zero-gravity user cried out in response. So how do we get across? Easy. Asui riveted. She soon stepped forward, and some were a bit taken back when she jumped a good feet away from the crowd as she landed on the rope. She then started to make her way across as she was on all fours. This is like a glorified tightrope. As expected of Su-chan. She's as calm as ever. Ben chuckled. I never knew she could be so fast. Mina commented. As she gulped, she and Uraraka heard someone giggle behind them, as if it had been out of excitement. They turned to see a girl with pink locks and a pair of yellow eyes and having a pair of goggles, though what really took them back was the fact that she had on some sort of leg devices on her and another around her waist which looked to be rockets. Here it is, she said. Here's my chance to show off. It's time for my support items to be in limelight. Look, all you support companions across the country. All those devices and talk for companies, you must be from the support course. Ben quickly concluded, before narrowing his eyes on the equipment she had on. Wait, are those metallic boots that have turbines implanted inside them? Hover boots. And, a mixture between a grappling hook and an arrow with a firing mechanism.
Oh, you recognize the efficiency of such tools? She suddenly drew her attention to him as she suddenly grabbed his hands. Ben flinched a little as she grinned. It's exactly as you said. Wait, you're the one who took control of that giant mechanical structure. How'd you do that? I must know.
What's with all that equipment? Uraraka said. Well, you know all about the permissions we can get regarding the use of equipment. Like how Aoyama got permission to use his belt so he could use his quirk. Ben explained while being tossed back and forth by the pink-haired girl. Oh, wait, so who are you then? Uraraka turned to the girl. Oh, me. Hatsume Mei, at your service. She gallantly yelled, before looking out to the course. Oh, that's my cue. Say hello to the hover souls and wire arrows. Suddenly the device from her waist fired a grappling hook and attached itself to one of the rock formations. She soon started to hover as she landed on the side of one of the steep rock formations, taking the three of them by surprise before she made her way across. She pulled herself up before they saw her on the side of the rock formation getting herself up. Time to show off my babies. She giggled. Be babies? Uraraka questioned. Wow, Mina said speechless. Let's make some babies together afterwards, techno guy. She yelled off in the distance to Ben. They'll be wonderful. Was that, never mind. The Omnitrix wielder shook his head as he got the otherwise suggestive thought out of his head. She's just asking for machine productions. Cool. Shinso grinned a little himself as he approached the second course. Now then, what shall I? Well, I guess it's time for me to go as well. Ben smiled, making Shinso snap his eyes forward. He noticed that Todoroki and some of the other students had started to travel off towards the other end, so he quickly ran and leapt forward. Just as he did so, Momo happened to arrive and barely had the time to retort against his seemingly suicidal actions. Time to stink it up. He called out as the Omnitrix flashed. The students who witnessed the bright green light soon frowned as the stench of stinkfly soon filled their noses. Some of them also fell off the rope because they tried to cover themselves. A bug now. Momo frowned. This kid keeps on surprising me. Oh, he did not just.
As the Lepidopteran flew across the deep chasm, he chuckled with an obviously evil intent as he spat out slime from his eyes. Each stream managed to dose the tightropes he flew all around, making everyone groan in annoyance as he flew to the other side. What the hell, Ben, you damn bug, Kirishima barked. Class A is full of assholes, Tetsu yelled.
As he flew over, it was then that Bakugo growled as he lifted himself off from the ground with the biggest explosion he could muster. Asui soon saw something fly overhead. She had been quick to realize it had been Him, who had flown above and started catching up to Todoroki. That damn shapeshifter. Don't you dare get in front of me, he ordered. Todoroki seemed to had agreed as he sped up his movements. After struggling to keep balance, many of the others finally managed to get to the end. As Asui got to the end, couldn't help but look back with a bit of worry as she still thought about Midoriya and how he was doing. She wanted to go back to at least see where he was, but she knew she couldn't. She knew he wouldn't want her to do that, and ruin her chance. She didn't think he, or rather herself, wouldn't forgive themselves if that were the case. I hope you at least pass this round, Midoriya-chan. She riveted as she went on. Really? Todoroki grumbled. And now, we've finally come to the third and final barrier. President Mike soon said over the PA. The reality here is, it's a minefield. A minefield. You guys really know how to go big. Ben, now reverted back to human, joked. It's set up so that you can't tell where the mines are if you don't look carefully. The voice hero explained. So you have to exploit your arms and legs. By the way, these landmines are for the games, so they're not that powerful, but they're loud and flashy enough to see stars. Oh. Then there's hope after all then. Ben's expression did a 180 as he smiled. That depends on the person. They heard Aizawa add. Some might do better than others, of course. What does that mean? Asui said questioningly. They soon saw a student from the general studies had caught up with them. HA. Take that class 1A. The student yelled. Though he didn't notice that he stepped on the landmine. The entire field in front of them was littered with the things. A loud explosion was heard, but Ben could have sworn he heard some sort of familiar scream calling out. Some sort of, something scream he remembered. As he found himself flying, some of the arriving students were taken back by this as they saw him fly off the course. Even Bakugo saw this and stopped momentarily.
Oh, that's what they meant, she said with an astonished face, though no one could tell otherwise. It doesn't matter, all I had to do is fly across, Bakugo grinned as he blasted himself forward. Gaining a large distance from him, Ben, and Todoroki, he began to run through. You picked the wrong guys to declare war on, you piece of crap, half and half. You know, this is why I like competition. Ben smiled as his body flashed. Once again, he took on a form that none of the other students recognized. This time, it was that of a canine-like alien. He appeared to be a large orange dog with no eyes, ears, nose, or tail. His posture and movements were somewhat ape-like. His teeth were defined and stick out of his mouth. He had no eyes, instead using his sense of smell and hearing, which were aided by 3 gill-like nostrils located on each side of his neck as he sniffed around. To finish it off, on his left shoulder, he wore a black and green brace that bore the Omnitrix dial. A dog. Todoroki eyed him as he attempted his own run across. He watched as Ben seemingly traversed through the field as though he were a burglar of some sort, swiftly dodging landmines that were placed left and right. Oh. We have competition right near the end of the race, everyone. Get excited, mass media. We have an explosive entrance from Class 1A's Bakugo, and another transformation from Ben Tennyson of the same class. It seems like many of the other students are coming to trial up as well. What's going to be the end result? President Mike announced. A canine-like form with no eyes or ears, and another that seems to be some sort of techno-organic life form that's capable of merging with machinery, Aizawa analyzed. This is actually get more interesting than I thought. As the three caught up to one another, more of the other students began to arrive. Since Midoriya was one of the few that didn't use his quirk to gain an advantage, he was one of the few who arrived lastly into the entrance of the minefield. Looking forward as he watched the three nudge each other around to trigger a mine, he quickly grew desperate to close the distance. Shoot! They're so far away, he thought. A few students noticed that he seemed to be carrying a piece of debris that was left off from a mock villain that Todoroki destroyed previously. Wait, these mines, maybe I can. Looking down, he grabbed his piece and actually began to dig through the ground, unraveling one of the mines. It was white in color, resembling a button of sorts. Gritting his teeth, he quickly shoveled it to a nearby location as he began to dig up more and more of the explosives.
As Jiro managed to come around as well, she gave the one-for-all user a look of confusion as she ran past by. What the heck are you doing, Midoriya?
They're the type of mines that detonate from the slightest of force when stepped on. They appear to only be strong enough to toss around us at the most, but if you manage to cause a chain reaction you could potentially lose a lot of time. I better slow down and concentrate at this spot since this is the entrance, and that means that there'll be a lot more of anti-personnel mines coming into play. Midoriya muttered this to himself both out loud and mentally. As he began to pile up a gargantuan amount of mines, he glanced forward as President Mike began to commentate once more.
It looks like this race is about to come to an end. Tennyson, Todoroki, and Bakugo are at each other's throats as they all come to the end. They're all about to cross the finish line. Who's going to win? Taking a page from your book, Kachan. He finally yelled out as he piled all the mines he gathered together. Taking a few steps back, he dived forward and straight onto the pile. Hitting the mines, it caused an explosion so huge, it actually ignited the mines on the surrounding area as well, causing a chain reaction, making several other explosions. The blast caused him to fly high into the sky, drawing the attention of everyone, especially the troublesome trio who had ceased their fighting that they had been doing earlier. Everyone protected themselves from the shockwave created from the explosion. Holy mackerels. Was it an accident or did he do that on purpose? President Mike yelled over the PA. Class 1A's Midoriya is now in hot pursuit with that huge blast. This had taken everyone back as they flew over them. Eventually they even took the big three by surprise when he just above their heads and a few feet ahead of them. And he even has taken the lead. Midoriya. Ben muttered with his canine-like accent. Shoot. There's too much force. Midoriya yelled through the wind to himself. Have to find a way to land safely. Deku. He soon noticed that Bakugo pushed away both Ben and Todoroki as he rocketed himself forward towards him with his quirk. Don't you dare get ahead of me. He yelled. Piece of, Todoroki growled lowly as he ran forward without hesitation. Creating a constant trail of ice as he went on, he momentarily glanced back to see the transformed Ben flash once again, transforming into Heat Blast. This path will end up being used by everyone else, but right now. Heat Blast quickly narrowed his eyes as a ring of fire circled around him. Channeling fire into the ground, he chunked out a piece of rock to ride on, using it to fly forward and beyond the remains of the minefield. Oh, it's on now, Midoriya.
The three students formerly in the lead have stopped trying to slow down each other and are now chasing Midoriya. President Mike said with excitement in his tone of voice. Now that they have a common enemy, they've stopped fighting. After a few more seconds of flying forward, Midoriya soon noticed that he was beginning to slow down as he began to float slightly. Oh, I'm beginning to stall in the air. The force I had at first is now starting to drain away. If I lose time on landing, I'll be sure to lose. Come on, wait, I see it. Midoriya held onto a loose wire onto the piece as he pulled it over his head. Using Bakugo and Todoroki as stepping stones, he placed both of his feet on their shoulders before he threw the piece onto a mine, purposely setting it off. Thanks to the strong explosion, once more he took the three of them by surprise as they found themselves surrounded with smoke as they sent themselves flying even further down on the track. Luckily Heat Blast absorbed the explosion's chemical heating as Midoriya bounced off his board and landed on his feet. Heat Blast then jumped off his own board and blasted himself forward, morphing back into Ben as he caught up with the green-haired teen. Oh no you don't. He yelled. Well, this is certainly a turn of events. This student from Class 1A has made it across the minefield in an instant despite being almost badly burnt and one touch away from failure. Eraserhead, your class is amazing. What are you teaching them? I didn't do anything. Aizawa replied as they all ran. Midoriya and Ben grinned at each other as they tried to obscure each other from the path, whether it be pushing or anything else. They got each other fired up on their own. With the two still on each other's back they ran at full speed while keeping a handful distance away from the others behind them, the two being followed by Bakugo and Todoroki who had been doing their best to keep up the pace. They all entered the tunnel, each of them neck and neck with each other. Who could have predicted their developments at the beginning of this conclusion? UA Sports Festival, first year stage. The one who has made it back to the stadium first is none other than. You're ignoring me.
Aizawa turned to him with a semi-pissed off look as he exclaimed. Present Mike ignored this as he continued though. No, the men, with one of the two being one of the top students of the entrance exam. With me folks, let's give it up for. Ben and Midoriya were the first to step back into the stadium, and the first thing they were greeted with was confetti. The crowd cheered loudly as the green-haired teen caught his breath, just as the pain of the two fighting inside the tunnel finally coming into play as he rubbed his jaw in soreness. Ben panted a little as he rubbed his cheek, but nonetheless, the two both had the biggest grins on their faces as they stood up together. Midoriya quickly glanced over to the staff's seating. From there, Toshinori and Midoriya gave each other a huge grin and a thumbs up.
Midoriya Izuku and Ben Tennyson. The spirit of a hero that lies in your core. Words of all might started to resurface in Midoriya's mind as tears nearly came out from his eyes. This sports festival is a competition that tests the aspects of what makes the opposite of a hero. The willingness to take down an enemy. Heroes today depend on the positive opinion of the populace. So many seek to selfishly beat their fellow competitors. I thought that might be your weakness, but that's not what you did. You chose another path, and that's why I chose you to inherit my power. Toshinori smiled.
Way to prove me wrong, kid. But, you've got to stop crying, young Midoriya. He then chuckled as he watched the teen nearly cry his head out. He watched with a smirk as Ben tried to calm him down. Other students soon emerged through the tunnel, being followed by Todoroki and Bakugo, and they caught their breath. No one seemed to notice that the explosive blonde had grasped an arm as it shook, clenching it as he let out a hiss. Again, damn it. Racers are crossing the line one after another. We'll make a list of the results later, so take a well-deserved breather for now. Present Mike announced. Midoriya-chan-kun. Midoriya heard Asui and some of Class A yell. Wiping his tears, he and Ben turned to see the rest of the remaining runners coming up. As he went to talk with the frog girl however, Ben noticed a certain mistress coming in with something on her back. Oh hell no. He cursed as gave off a menacing face. Yaoyorozu-san. Yelling out to her, Momo walked apathetically as she struggled to maintain her pride as a student. Because of her quirk usage, she had opened up the front of her uniform, revealing her frontal traits, but what was on her though? This is not how it was supposed to go, she cried out. Slouching slightly, the crowd began to see that Mineta had somehow miraculously managed to snag himself onto her back using his sticky spheres. I killed two birds with one stone. He yelled shamelessly. His face was all battered up, and not just from the strike he first got from that mock villain. I'm a frucking genius. You're dead meat you mean. Ben roared as he ran towards them. Flashing, Momo and Mineta covered their eyes, only for the former to suddenly feel a load lifted off from her back, and Mineta screaming for mercy as wrath drop kicked him off from Momo.
Let me tell you something, Minoru Mineta. Wrath growled in his face. Oh no, the purple-haired teen croaked. Grabbing his arms and twisting them behind his body, the small hero in training let out an agonizing scream, before Wrath went on lifting him up over his head. Never go around acting like a pervert in Wrath's sight, the tiger alien yelled as he threw him into the air. Wrath then followed up with a large jump of his own. He grabs him again and turns the student upside down, wrapping his body with all four of his limbs. Polaris. Wrath started. Mineta screamed. What's this? Present Mike commentated. Do I hear wrestling down there? Ben. Mineta-kun. Midoriya and the others noticed as Wrath started to come crashing down. Oh my. Momo covered her mouth as he neared the floor. Peel Li Dri Vverrr. He finished as he slammed into the floor, taking his grasp off Mineta. Revealing the teen's body to be half buried into the ground through the top up, Wrath growled as he stood up. Damage control. Nursery robots sending off. Present Mike yelled out, half joking and half in worry. Ahaha. Well folks, a little thing just happened. We'll use the opportunity for the students resting to shift into a period before we continue. Adieu until a few more minutes. A wrestling tiger creature with anger issues. Aizawa blinked as Wrath flashed back into Ben. The Omnitrix wielder huffed out some air as he turned back to Momo.
Aizawa and a bunch of the other students watched in shock as robots came with a stretcher, pulling Mineta like a carrot growing in the ground and carrying him off to the nurse's office. Well, don't want to make him angry, that's for sure. After a few minutes passed, the students conversed with one another until their attention was drawn to Midnight as she had tapped on the microphone. "We apologize for the wait," she said to the crowd and students. "I think we can all agree that the first event of the sports festival has certainly been an eventful one, especially to those tying at the top. But don't worry, to those that didn't do well, don't worry, we've prepared other chances for you all to shine." A screen behind her appeared, tallying the first 60 or some people that managed to get into the stadium in chronological order, with Ben and Midoriya's portrait profiles being the largest, as they got first place. After a second or so later, it then blinked, transferring over to the slot machine once more.
"Now then, here's the second game," Namori said. "I already know what it is, but what it could be. What could it be? I just said it, now here it is." Everyone watched as the slots started to roll out. As the wording started to slow down, everyone wondered what other kinds of horrors the school had for them, especially with so many people still in the game for an event like this. Everyone gulped as the next event appeared, but they all knew their skills would further be taken to the test as this continued.
The UA Sports Festival had just begun, after all. I love kicking Mineta. Well, there you have it, folks. The first event, the race, is now completed. You might have noticed the increased amount of students that were allowed to place themselves into the rankings. Previously it was 42, but I bumped it up since I'm going to add more events. Speaking of which, what kinds of events do you feel like I should add to this? More obstacle courses. A relay race. Let me know. For the cavalry battles, I don't think Ben would do well if he were placed on any team. I think some people mentioned that he could go Ditto or Echo Echo and make a team entirely of Bens, but I want to know you guys' word. I've read some pair-ups for the cavalry battle, so let me know what you guys think I should do. Anyways, I've said what I wanted to say. I'll be signing off. Please R&R, and have a good rest of your day. PM me or leave a review for your thoughts and or suggestions. 741 Chapter 8, Wipeout. Blasted school. Taking so much of my time. Ahem, anyhow, welcome back to my Omnium Academia. I had fun making this chapter due to all the challenges, but it was kind of hard to between 4 Bens or just have him join a team. I guess the latter was already too overpowered since it's between the main characters, so I decided to make him team with himself. Anyhow, to the reviews and PMs. 1. I've been wondering about what to do for the main winner. Obviously, if you thought about it, Ben would win in any sort of scenario, even against Shinso since he knows how his quirk works. I wonder if I should make some kind of reward other than a medal, like a secret meeting with some pros or a battle against one of the big 3. I really want to make Ben meet Nijire though. 2. Oh, for the translation, I believe I have them saved as the following. Karera wa subit ego o hanashite iru. Dono yo ni yoki shinai, which is translated as, they're all speaking English. How unexpected.
Kare wa chodo nani o ida no desu ka? Sor wa ego desu ka? Means, what did he just say? Was that English? Wakuramasu ka? Watashi wa sor ni ti sweet kanget iru yuitsu no hatode wa nakata yone? Is translated into, you see, I wasn't the only one thinking about that, right? 3. I'm still looking for a way to introduce the Andromeda Galaxy aliens. How do you think I should introduce them?
4. I've been getting questions about how Ben seems to know a wide list of vocabulary. Well, let's put it this way. Just as how feedback influenced Ben on what aliens he preferred, the constant usage of his smarter aliens prematurely added their intelligence to their own. Not to say that he isn't smart on his own, but we even see in cases that when he turns into aliens like gray matter, he sometimes is surprised by the knowledge that comes with the form. Perhaps the knowledge is passed on to his human form from overusage. You know he had to make that vortex generator, right? Alright, that was a rant. So, onto the actual chapter. Once again, I apologize for the late as fuck upload, so enjoy this chapter as a token of patience. And as always, I own nothing related to the subject of Ben 10 nor Boku no My Hero Academia. Please support the official releases, and a happy reading to you all. A big thanks for over 500 follows and favorites, over 300 reviews, and over 50,000 views. Chapter 8. Wipeout. The second is going to be. As the digital slot machine behind Midnight began to slow down, the remaining students began to see the blurring images slowing down and beginning to become visible. Many of them were wondering what kind of tragic event will be playing out this time. If the obstacle race was designed to eliminate a large amount of students from the get-go, then how dangerous was this one going to be? Please don't be something bad. Please don't be something bad. Midoriya repeated in his mind as the final results began to comply. As it did so, many of the students narrowed their eyes on this unfamiliar image. Ben, however. Wipeout. He uttered. Students from Class 1A turned to him as a marble of sweat rolled down his cheek. Sheesh, they're really going to have us to that. Wipeout. Iida questioned. What is that? You'll see. Ben glanced back at him. And you won't like it. Ah crap, Kirishima grumbled. If he says it's bad, then it's going to be bad. Soon enough their attention was drawn to Midnight as she had tapped on the microphone.
We apologize for the wait, she said to the crowd and students. I think we can all agree that the first event of the sports festival has certainly been an eventful one, especially to those tying at the top. But don't worry, to those that didn't do well, don't worry. We've prepared other chances for you all to shine. Now then, here's the second game, Nomori said as the image did a dramatic blow-up, showing off glowy particle effects. It seems to be an individual event, so I wonder how it'll work, Asui said. Ben-chan, do you have experience with something like this?
Not this event specifically, but if you mean things like that. Yeah, I probably have too much experience. He admitted. Just wait, she'll explain. Allow me to explain how this event will work. Midnight said, before the screen changed to what looked to be examples of what exactly they would be doing. She started her explanation. The participants will be taking part in what is basically a hardcore parkour course. Parkour. Momo stuttered. What kind of obstacles are we having in this? Good question, young lady. Midnight pointed down at her. The staff and I will know what kinds of obstacles will be placed, but you all won't. And here's the thing, you remember back in middle school when you couldn't use your quirks for physical fitness tests? Wait, she doesn't mean, Ojiro gulped. Yep. For this event, this will be all skill and strength. The usage of quirks, except for those whose are classified as mutant types, is neen. She grinned sadistically as she cracked her whip. After every student is timed for their completion, the next 45 or so students will the ones advancing to the next round. Oh thank Kami, Midoriya sighed. At least I'll still have a fighting chance in this. Well, you could say that, but I think this event will probably be frustrating for the people whose quirks aren't mutant types. Ben quirked back. Why do you say that? Uraraka asked. Well, typically these types of obstacles tend to be pushy, let's go with that. He vaguely explained. So it's a time-based system, huh? Itsuka said, a bit amazed that they would take that route. But that's if everyone can even complete the course. You guys don't hold back when I'm talking, huh? They heard Midnight shout as they froze up when they saw her giving them a demonic look that would even send a monster heading for the hills. Ben even flinched a little. That's right, Nomori-san hates it when she's interrupted by someone. Toshinori thought awkwardly as his body shook slightly as well. Now then, I will explain the rules for our Wipeout event, Midnight said. Just as the leaderboard disappeared, and it showed an image of All Might going through several obstacle courses. The time limit is 3 minutes. Each student's placement will be determined based on their time after everyone is accounted for. And because of the nature of this course, we'll be supplying each student with a lifebelt vest, in case they can't swim, as well as helmets for protection. That makes me even more worried. Mina jittered. Every student will be ordered in random and will be scheduled to wait inside the waiting aisle until their turn is selected. This is so none of the students can know what obstacles we'll be placing inside the course. She then ended. That's all. So, an unknown obstacle course where we don't know what's going to happen, Kaminari started. And we're judged by how fast we can complete it, and we know it might even be dangerous because they're giving us helmets and life jackets. Jiro concluded. Exactly. With that being said, Midnight said, before showing a clock just behind her. Quote. You all have 10 minutes to prepare. Better get those stretches ready. Well, better get ready. Shoji said. Looks like this is going to be a tough one. This is not going to be good. Hagakure mumbled. I can't do parkour. 10 minutes had passed, and it was time for the next event to get underway as the students had lined up in the waiting aisle opposite of the field. As planned for the group, students were selected in random order, and thus the selection was basically evened out. As expected, many of them felt nervous, but not as much as before for Class 1A thanks to Ben. He pretty much gave them the rough ideas to come before, and speaking of which. Now then, it's about time we get started. Midnight said to the crowd, making them cheer loudly. She then gestured to present Mike and Aizawa. The duo presented in their seats and displayed across the entire revenue. After 10 minutes to prepare and talk strategy, the students have formed up a line. The voice hero announced. Now raise those battle cries, because it's time for UA's total wipeout.
Midoriya looked over on the other side from his point and caught a glimpse of some of his classmates. He saw Sato was behind him, and his other friends, the likes of Iida and Uraraka, were more up front. But to Class 1A's surprise, Ben was the first in line. That meant that he would be the first to witness what kind of surprises they had in store for the rest of them. This should be an interesting time, Ben thought in his head as he smiled. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Our first contestant is going to make their debut. You may have already recognized him from the first round, but say hello again to one of our two first placers from the obstacle race. Ben Tennyson, he announced.
Here we go, Ben muttered to himself as he ran out. Putting on a small smile, the loud cheers of the audience soon filled his ears as he politely waved out to them. As he drew closer to Midnight and her platform, already he could see the course designed for him. He narrowed his eyes as he studied each section as he climbed up the metal platform. Alright, we have our first contestant. So Ben, how do you feel about this event? Midnight asked, placing her mic next to him. Well, this event is based off the Wipeout and Total Wipeout game shows originating from the United States and Britain, right? I'm actually quite familiar with that kind of stuff. He answered. Midnight blinked in surprise, not expecting an enthusiastic response. Is that so? Then I suppose you know the overall rules. Are you ready to go? She cleared her throat. As Ben nodded and strapped on his helmet and jacket, he got into a running stance as Midnight gave Present Mike the go. Alright. We're ready to begin the first round. On your marks, he started. Counting down to the brutal obstacle course. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Midnight had soon shouted. Dashing off from the start, immediately he noticed what kind of terrain and footing he was on. The course was designed not to be actually lethal, but it'd still hurt pretty damn bad if you got off track. The first obstacle was that of soft, narrow platforms on a body of water, the platforms being placed in zigzag or otherwise random locations. They floated, meaning that they needed to be quickly stepped on, but quickly lifted off into order not to sink. Easy enough so far. It's like that time I ran away from those Null Guardians when I was hopping from falling asteroid to falling asteroid. He casually said as he quickly zipped along. Well, look at this. Our Ben 10 is quick and light on his feet as he makes it through the floating islands. Present Mike yelled out.
He has to have the maneuverability to quickly step off multiple locations without putting too much force on them. Light on his feet, literally, Aizawa explained. As he landed lightly onto the end, around 15 seconds had passed. Taking a mental note of this, Ben proceeded to go through the second course as he went up a small hill way. As he reached the top, what awaited him made him raise an eyebrow in curiosity.
Oh, here we have the second section, a punch-out field. Present Mike shouted. Better raise your fisticuffs, cuz it's going to be a sucker. That's a lame pun, Ben eyed him. Brushing off the words he said, he took a closer look at the next obstacle. Standing on a narrow platform, on each side were rows of holes in which punching machines were located at. They randomly launched out, making it seem unpredictable to the average person. They don't move that fast, they're designed just to knock someone off the platform. He observed as he began to slowly traverse through the narrow waypoint. It wasn't about trying to dodge an individual sucker punch, but rather to try and understand the rate in which they were going. The machines punched out and returned out at a certain rate, they all did. And since they were all being activated at different intervals, it randomized the slots essentially. The first wave of punches nearly knocked Ben off, who had to duck and lean in directions that he didn't think he had to do for a while. As he began to understand the timing, eventually the crowd watched as he began to easily slip past the obstacle, reaching the end after several more seconds. Though he did get slapped once in his rib at the last step due to slipping on the water that he got on his shoes from the last course. It doesn't hurt that badly, but it does make you annoyed. Ben muttered to himself as he exited out. Looking forward, the rest of the courses stood in front of him as he sighed a little. And here I was thinking this would be fun. After dodging and completing the last few obstacles, as he reached the finish line, a loud beep indicated the finisher. As Midnight cracked her whip once more, a data monitor showed up on top of her platform, showing Ben's time. And there you have it, folks. Our first contestant was able to breeze through most of the obstacles that we placed for him. Let's see what the final time is, she said as she then snapped her fingers. A moment later, the exact time up to milliseconds appeared, causing the crowd to cheer loudly. A staggering 1 minute and 30.95 seconds. Present Mike called out. Someone's quite fast on his feet. Well, we'll just have to see how everyone else will do. Aizawa responded. Let's let the next person get on. Tennyson, your run's over.
I hear you, sensei. Ben shrugged as he took off his helmet. Shaking his hair loose, the Omnitrix flashed, replacing him with XLR8. Before the crowd had any time to react, all they saw was a blue and black blur zooming back into the aisle. Midnight blinked twice, rubbing her eyes to make sure she wasn't going blind. Well, alright then. Let's bring it on to the next contestant. Cheers for the awesome run, audience.
And that's it. All of the students are finished. Midnight grinned as she announced the completion of the final contesting student. That took quite the time. Toshinori sighed a little. At least young Midoriya managed to do well, even if he did get hit accidentally in his low might area at the end. As for the tallying times, take a look up here. Midnight then announced as she cracked her whip once more. All of the students were currently in the field once again. A majority of them were discussing the types of courses that were made for them. Some got the same stages, while others had completely absurd ones that either made it easier or weirder for the most part. The thing that most of the students were surprised about was that they were at least able to complete the event below the 2.5-minute mark at the very least. As another screen popped up behind Midnight, the students currently still within the competition were shown on display until they started to warp all around, switching places until several seconds later. As they started to slow down, underneath each of their portraits, a small box began to decipher their times. Whoa! First place is, Midoriya turned to the winner with a surprised, but expected smile in response. Su-chan. Indeed, folks. Midnight cried out as the crowd started to cheer for the frog girl. The girls from 1A started to congratulate their green-haired classmate as Asui herself ribbited a few times in satisfaction and joy. Our winner for this event is Asui Suyu. Her time was 53.451 seconds. Under a minute. Kaminari gawked. That's like half my time. Really? You got 2 minutes for your time. Jiro snickered. That's laughable. Hey. Our second placer was Shoji Mezzo. His time was 1 minute and 12 seconds flat. Midnight then announced.
Guess all that muscle came into use. Big guy? Kirishima nudged him jokingly. Nice job. Thank you. Shoji nodded. The challenge was quite amusing actually. As Midnight continued to list off the top 10 placements, Ben looked up to see where he was positioned at. He was mildly amused that he was placed in the upper half in the lower tens. He guessed that many of the students here were more athletic than him. Probably because they were older and had stronger bodies as a result.
Looks like some of these guys are more competitive than I thought. Ben surmised as he took a look around. How many people are left now? I'd reckon 42 people have passed out of the previous group. Iida looked around on the board. A shame that the others did not manage to pass. I mean, they probably had an obstacle that sucked then. Jiro guessed. I mean, I had a darn water log to run on for mine, I almost got squished. That's rough, buddy. Ben gave his sympathetic words to her as he dwelled into a memory of his. Ripjaws would have loved that. Alright students. Midnight yelled loudly as the data board vanished. I hope you're ready for what's next. Please don't make me a ridiculous thing, Kaminari pleaded. Well, at least this won't harm your placement. The R-rated hero shrugged. Because this next event will be solely for the entertainment for the crowd and pro heroes watching you all. What does she mean by that? Midoriya wondered as another screen appeared. As the students who lost began to exit the grounds, another image appeared, this time of All Might with 13 and present Mike. Well, you're about to get that answer, Midoriya. Aizawa called out. Midnight nodded as she snapped her whip once more as the name for the event popped up in bright orange letters. You've got to be kidding me. Jiro cringed. The slot machine soon stopped as it had read. Dodgeball. A lot of the other students reacted similarly, whether or not because of how childish it seemed, or something else.
Are there going to be teams? Ojiro asked. Because I doubt they would have us go against each other. Yes, indeed. It would be utter chaos. Iida agreed as he straightened his glasses. Professor Midnight, are we confirming your next thoughts? Correct. Midnight instantly replied. It's just as you said. We're going to be dividing the students into teams. We have 45 students remaining, so each team will consist of 15 individuals, however.
However what? Sato's mood dropped a little as she said that. There will be team leaders. And who they'll be, are the first placers from the previous two events. Midnight then revealed. Immediately, everyone turned to Ben, Midoriya, and Asui, the freckle boy flinching in response. What? He blurted out. Then you mean that everyone's going to be targeting us? You could put it that way. The hero responded as the screen changed to a different image. Here's the rules, people. Take a look. The rules comply with the following. Present Mike started. 1. Each team will be comprised of 15 individual students separated by randomization, meaning that you won't be able to pair up with someone purposely just to help them out like a friend. Reasonable enough, I suppose. Ben replied. This festival is to sell yourself out to the crowd. Even if you wanted to help a friend, you have to designate yourself as the most important of people. Iida added. 2. Quirks are allowed. However, keep in mind that we have staff members ready to intervene in the case that the situation becomes dangerous. You can get hit, but if it knocks you out of the field, you're out. Team leaders will get out regardless of that.
We can still kill them then. Bakugo grinned as a mini explosion went off in his hand. Right next to him. Koda flinched in fear as he huddled behind Shoji. What's the third rule? We're getting to that, Midnight growled a little. Present Mike? I got you. The blonde stood up as he grabbed his microphone. And finally, Rule 3. The time limit will be for 15 minutes. The field will become an area divided in 3 equal parts of land. None of the students can cross their own line, but if they, let's say, manage to fly over and stay above without touching the ground, then it's fine. Also, the goal of this game is to defend your leader and take out the enemies. Wait, what? Midoriya nearly choked. So you're saying, as long as you don't touch the ground, you can go wherever you want? Well, yes. But to make it fair for those who actually have those kinds of abilities, Mr. Tennyson for one, the limit for staying out of bounds is 5 seconds. Midnight then proposed the final rule. Are we clear? Well, I wasn't going to do that anyways, Ben mumbled as he folded his arms in mock annoyance. I mean, it would probably be funny to see everyone running around as a result, but, ow. Be mindful, please. Momo sharply said as she conked him lightly on the head. Please, go on Midnight-san. Thank you. The hero smiled. Now then, please take a moment for our systems to randomize the selections for the teams. Saying that, the screen behind her began to show all of the portraits of the students currently still in the competition. As the image of a spinning clock appeared, the portraits began to timber and wander around the place until a hexagon appeared with 3 differently colored segments. A red, yellow, and blue division. Immediately, Ben, Asui, and Midoriya's names separated into the squares. Yellow for Deku, blue for the Frog Girl, and red for the Omnitrix wielder. Well, at least it's not green. Ben mumbled to himself. From behind him though, Jiro snickered a little in response. Alright, who's on my team? And here we have them, people, students, please disperse and gather into your respective areas. We will be beginning in 5 minutes, Midnight announced. Looks like we'll be working together again, Ojiro said as he approached Ben. Glad to have you aboard. Who else from our class is on our team? The brunette wondered, only to get the back of his head smothered by Mina's assets. Yeah, hello. She grinned. We've got Ojiro-kun, Toru-chan, and Shiro-kun from our class. The rest of us seem to be scattered to the other teams. Is Bakugo with Midoriya? Ben joked. Shiro chuckled as he pointed to the yellow circle. The five of them were a little sympathetic as Midoriya did his usual gesture of being afraid of his childhood friend, while Iida and Kirishima attempted to calm him down. On the red circle, Asui was seen conversing with Momo and the other Class 1A students that happened to be stationed there. It seemed like they were already beginning to create a plan, even with some of the Class 1B members to that. Well, time to get started. Ben sighed, turning to everyone else. Everyone, rally to me. We've got some planning to do. All three of the teams were lined up, ready to play. Oh, but sacred dodgeball is not something you just played, especially not in a world like this. Ben begrudgingly knew that. But thanks to the things that he had, luckily something like this was feasible, even with all the superpowers in today's society.
All right, Midnight yelled. Game starts in 3, 2, 1. We're all gonna die. Midoriya sighed as he eyed a ball. Go. It's time to kill. Bakugo immediately said as he blasted himself towards the center. There was a basket full of balls meant to survive against quirks, and he quickly took one and blasted himself up into the air, aiming it at Ben Tennyson. I knew it. Ben sighed. Everyone, together now. In response as Bakugo threw the ball at him with an explosion, Ojiro quickly dashed in front of him and whacked it away with his tail, slapping it into the face of a member from Blue Team. Dark Shadow. Tokiyami ordered his shadowy projectile. From his position in Blue Team, it quickly flew over to the center and grabbed a couple of balls, flinging them back to his team. Several balls were captured, with the students who got them readying themselves. Suddenly, Kaminari screamed. For the points. He threw his first ball at Ojiro he got as he made a desperate run for a ball from Yellow Team. As someone from Blue Team missed, beginning the war was quite the understatement. Sighing, Midoriya made it his priority to ignore Bakugo's antics and go for the others, relying on the coordination of his teammates that had half a brain for teamwork. Ojiro's tail, however, was a powerhouse, grabbing the ball that almost hit him and returning it quite forcefully to Kaminari. The electric teen was going to have a bruise on his arm in the morning as he flew out of the ring. Kaminari-kun. Midoriya called out to him. Down Watts, Kaminari whimpered, walking over to the sidelines and throwing himself down. Jiro just smiled and shrugged. Since when does he get nervous? Kirishima wondered.
That extra deserved it. Bakugo barked. Keep attacking. Right, the redhead shrugged. After a while, on Red Team Ben, Mina, and a few others were left. On Team Blue, only Asui and Tokiyami remained. It was more of hit and miss. No one tried catching balls anymore, so the rest of the team sat, cheering and yelling attack plans to the ones left. On Yellow Team, surprisingly enough, Bakugo and Todoroki were out of the game, and only 4 of Midoriya's team remained. That stupid shadow thing, he grumbled. Well, that's what you get when you get hit by a shadow being that can knock you away like a wrecking ball. No pun intended for how he actually knocked out though. Uraraka boldly claimed. Shut up. He stuttered, gritting his teeth as he and everyone else sat in the ring outside the hexagon. Well, at least he didn't manage to trip on a pile of goop, Iida shamefully cried out. Sato and Kodo were patting him on the back. Halfway during the match, Ben decided to mess with the crowd and dirty the battlefield. Iida was one of the unfortunate victims that managed to get caught in the mayhem. Alright, let's see what we've got. We currently only have a few more minutes left in this round, and we've only got a handful of students left, several on Team Tennyson, 2 for Team Asui, and 4 on Team Midoriya. Clock's ticking folks. Present Mike rumbled around. Just get it over with already. Aizawa rolled his eyes. What should we do, Asui? Tokiyami asked as dark shadow covered the two of them. The frog girl contemplated about what to do. Currently, there were 3 balls on their side, with the majority of the others being on Ben and Midoriya's bounded areas. Since it's just us 2 left, we have to be cautious about our next movements. Shadow-chan can cover for us by blocking or catching the balls, so we should take things slow before anything else happens. Incoming. Dark Shadow broke her out of her mutter as Tokiyami's shadow called out. Looking forward, a few members from Ben's team began to pick up their balls, aiming them at the crowd. Blocking the first two, Ben quickly leapt up and transformed into 4 arms. Grinning as 2 other teammates toss him some balls, he aimed all 4 of his appendages towards the duo. Sorry about this but, 4, he punned unironically as he blasted the 4 balls at Dark Shadow. Taking each of the thrown spheres of fury at full force, Tokiyami's shadow whimpered as he was slapped down onto the ground. How can rubber balls hurt so much? The dark entity barked in pain. I've taken too much damage, I had to go back inside. Wait, what? The bird-headed team gasped as Dark Shadow returned to his body, only to get slapped aside by another bullseye shot from 4 arms. Asui only had the time to ribbit once in response as she herself dodged a barrage of balls from Ben's other teammates.
And it's good. Ben grinned as he reverted back to his human form. Tokiyami was now outside of the boundaries, with Midoriya shuddering as he watched him fly out. Shoot, I knew he was excellent, but being able to adapt to nearly every situation pretty much makes him invincible. How can anyone hope to, oh shit. The mophead muttered to himself, only to avoid an acid ball from Mina. Acid. Ah, I missed. Mina chuckled wholeheartedly. That was dangerous. I could have lost my hair. Midoriya cried out. Better keep your head in the game then. The pink-haired teen replied as she threw another ball. Let's keep this up, people. The game of dodgeball was simply eventful on its own, but with the added effects of quirks, any daily life activity could be intensified. However, what's that compared to the natural abilities of aliens? Not a very strong competitor for various reasons. Many of the students viewing the match took a good long look to study each of the remaining contestants. They figured that even if they were out of the game, they would use this opportunity to understand and possibly find out any exploitations for the quirks of their fellow students. However, while some were more obvious, some were pretty much undecipherable. Tokiyami's dark shadow quirk was an obvious one. While the entity residing inside his body was powerful, it had its limits. Particularly in terms of range and lasting longevity, Dark Shadow could only stay out of Tokiyami's body for a certain amount of time and could only go so far away from its host body. Not to mention that a lot of them noticed that the time of day affected the performance of Dark Shadow as well. Tokiyami's over-reliance on his quirk made him quite open for attacks when he didn't have his stand-like partner to guard him. A majority of the crowd took a notice to 2 particular members, one that used his quirk as if it were a natural part of his lifestyle, and the other, the one who never revealed his quirk during the entirety of the sports festival. Ben's transformations and Izuku's choice to not use one for all. As the match finally ended with Ben's team winning, it actually started to spawn a bit more controversy as the placings were announced.
And that's the bonus round, Midnight yelled out as the results screen. We have our winner, red team is the winner, followed by yellow and blue team respectively. Why didn't you use your quirk, Midoriya-kun? Iida asked the green head as the students began to get off from the stage. Well, in this kind of competition, my quirk wouldn't really work in such an isolated location. Unlike Ben or some other people's quirks, I can't really stay airborne or move fast enough without hurting myself. He answered. Asui did her usual gesture however in response.
But wasn't there that time in which you got a little faster during that time you went against Bakugo? She thought out loud. For a moment, I think a few of us saw you speed up or something. Ah, that's what I heard as well. Uraraka added on. The others told me of how turned all glowly during that one encounter. Why didn't you do so then? Well, and we're back with our regularly scheduled program. Midnight's sudden calling stopped all from speaking as they all turned around. The stage had already been cleared off and switched to the default background that it was at first. All the while, the crowd was cheering loudly, even more than during the last 2 activities. Assuming that the further the students went into the festival, the more intense the events got in return. Soon enough their attention was drawn to Midnight as she had tapped on the microphone again. We apologize for the wait, thank you. She said to the crowd. Guess this is the real round this time. Kirishima said as she continued. The slot machine activated just behind her once more, and it started it up. Now then, here's the fourth game. She said. I already know what it is, but what it could be. What could it be? I just said it, now here it is. Ben and the others watched as the rolls started to slow down, and eventually it began to show itself to the students. The slot machine soon stopped as it had read, Cavalry Battle, making Ben raise an eyebrow. Cavalry. He wondered. Cavalry Battle. Kaminari said. I'm bad at those. It's not an individual event, so I wonder how it'll work, Asui said. Especially if we have so many people in the lead.
Good to hear, you all. Allow me to explain how this event will work, Midnight said, before the screen changed to what looked to be examples of what exactly they would be doing. Ben still wondered what the event was, so he quietly whispered his question to Momo, who began to explain the activity in turn to Midnight's own version. The participants can form teams of 2 to 4 people as they wish. It's basically the same as a regular cavalry battle, but the only difference is, based on the results of the first game, each person has been assigned a point value, she explained.
So it's a point-based system, huh? Jiro said, a bit amazed that they would take that route. So it's like the entrance exams. Sato guessed. That would make sense. I guess that means each team is worth different points depending who's going to be on the team. Uraraka concluded. Depending on who got higher placements, the more points they would have. Nice explaining, Ura-chan. Mina smiled. You guys still don't hold back when I'm talking. They heard Midnight growl as they froze up when they saw her giving them a demonic look that would even send a monster heading for the hills. Ben chuckled a little as the students began to shut up. Ahem, anyways. Yes, they are correct. She soon said after she cleared her throat, and soon enough the leaderboard appeared just behind her. And these are the points assigned. Go up by 5 from the bottom to the top. So 42nd gets 5 points, and 41st gets 10 points. And the point value assigned to the one in first place has. Holy All Might. Midoriya's jaw dropped. Ben merely smirked as everyone else showed a tad bit of nervousness surprisingly. 10 million points. Every one of the students gasped at this. 10 million points, that's insane. Ben retorted. Yeah, no kidding. Sato said. Wait, he started to scratch his head as he asked. Quote. Who got in first place in the obstacle course race again? Asui thought to herself as she replied. If I remember correctly, I got in first place in the wipeout course, so I guess it was Ben-chan and Izu. Asui's eyes widened in shock as did Sato's as they realized who exactly was lucky enough to get the 10 million points. They both turned to Midoriya and Ben as the former started to sweat up a storm as he realized what he was in for.
Oh. Iida blinked. Hey 10 million points. Izuku exclaimed as his body nearly fell over. Yep, there you have it, Midoriya. Ben grinned as he slapped his back. It hadn't been long before they realized that everyone, even their own classmates, stared daggers at them, making Midoriya jump. The two of them, but mostly Midoriya, had their heads darting around the area as they looked at the many glaring faces that a lot of the students had.
Ben, what do we do? Izuku asked with a whisper, looking to him for support. Don't panic, man. Ben said, before shrugging the situation off like it was nothing. As long as you don't get your points stolen, it'll be all good. Shouldn't we team up then? The mop-head teen was quick to respond. Huh, why should we? It'd make us even bigger targets then. Ben blinked in confusion, making the teen fall to his knees in despair as he tugged on his shirt. But now then, I will explain the rules of the cavalry battle event. Midnight interrupted with a sadistic smile. Just as the leaderboard disappeared, it showed an image of Present Mike and 13 carrying All Might. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total of its members' points. The riders will wear a headband with a number totaling their points on their foreheads. The opposing teams will try to grab each other's headbands until time runs out, and try to keep as many points as they can. The stolen headband, however, must be worn from the neck up. The more you steal, the harder it'll be to manage them. And the most important thing is that even if your headband gets stolen, if your team falls, you're not out. Wait a second, Mina said. Quote. I know math isn't my strongest department, but if there's a total of 45 of us, there might be a certain number of teams at the same time. Are you serious? At the same time. Hagakure exclaimed. Then, the pink-haired girl started to think aloud. Quote. One strategy could be to let someone take your points first so you'll be freer. Though that's hard to say without seeing how all the points end up getting split up, Mina-chan. Asui responded.
Huh. I'm surprised that Mina-san was able to decipher all of that. Ben admitted as midnight had continued on. He and everyone else turned back to listen to her then. Now during the game, it'll be a cruel fight where you can use your quirks, but nonetheless it is still a cavalry battle. You'll get a red card for attacks that are trying to make people fall on purpose. You'll be removed immediately, she further explained.
Most of Class 1A immediately looked to Bakugo and Ben at this, making the two of them flinch. Oh, you're kidding me. Katsuki said after he clicked his tongue in annoyance. I don't do that kind of stuff, okay, not that often though. Ben whistled in a guilty manner, earning himself a paper fan slap from Momo in response. Ow. Admit your mistakes. His mistress scolded him. With that being said, Midnight said, before showing a clock just behind her. You all have 15 minutes to build your teams. Better get started. 15 minutes, Midoriya began to think. Points don't really matter in my case, but the people that I'd want on my team would be, that, and that other person would be good as well. Ben wouldn't want to be on the same team as it would make us too vulnerable too. Alright, who should I, Ben started to say before he had cut himself off. The next thing he knew, as the two 10 million pointers turned around, various members of their class had been dragged off, and the general studies were seen trying desperately to get with the hero course students as they wanted to be paired up with one of them. Hey, be on my team, Bakugo. Sato could be seen with a few other Class 1A members trying to persuade Bakugo. What? No way, choose me, Bakugo. Mina pointed to herself. Don't you want to team up with me? Aoyama struggled to say as he clenched his stomach. It seems he overused naval laser, even during all of the previous events. Come on, choose. Zero persisted. All the while, Midoriya and Ben could see Bakugo with a blank look of annoyance, not even bothering to look at everyone trying to glee him as he growled. I don't even know what quirks you all have. What the hell? He boldly exclaimed.
Huh? I get not knowing Class B's quirks, but Mina's sweat dropped. He really doesn't pay attention to what's around him at all. Hagakure sighed in remorse. From afar, Toshinori began to note the commotion driving down with the students. Students with the more favorable quirks were being targeted by others to be on their team, and even if they were worth the risk of having a large amount of points, the risky moves were to be manageable depending on the person the points belonged to. Bakugo and Todoroki were perfect examples from Class A, just as the students who scored high positions from Class B.
Even though his personality is like that, young Bakugo still managed to come and claim third place, and has a total of 200 points on his belt. The blonde observed. And it's not just that too, sir. 13 added. His quirk is a major playing card. Yeah. Considering the all-purpose use of his quirk, it would make sense that he would be a popular pick for a person's team. Toshinori further explained. But even then, there's still the two outliers. Snipe looked over the two top pointers from above. As I expected, people are teaming up with their classmates. Midoriya observed with a growing tension in his body. Since none of us have a good sense of what quirks we have from the other classes, students are trying to stand with their familiar members. I need to do something quick too or else. So, what you going to do, Midoriya? Ben suddenly asked as he pointed out to the crowd with a nonchalant look. We're being isolated from the crowd. He could see the misery on his face as Midoriya nervous tried to ask his fellow Class A members. Starting with Ojiro, it was quite funny to see them slowly slither away in denial for his invitation. The sheer fact that he was worth 10 million points was more than enough of a reason for most of the cast to stay away from him. Just as I thought, no one wants to try and keep their points for the duration of the match, he cried out. It would be better to try and steal points instead. Plus the fact that he didn't use one for all during the obstacle race, no one would be able to have confidence in him either. Ben noted from back then. However, his face soon turned into a smile as he saw a familiar girl walking over to him. Deku-kun. Uraraka called out to him. He snickered as he watched his face creep towards the teen's seemingly angelic voice.
Ura, Raka-san. He pitifully whimpered. Let's be on a team, she grinned. Suddenly, waves of tears exploded out from his eyes, knocking Ben down and forcing her to cover herself. Ura Raka-san. He cried out in bliss. Is it really okay to team up with you? Everyone's going to be after my 10 million points? What the hell? Ben gasped for air as he sat up. And here I thought he didn't have a friggin' quirk.
Well, if we just run away the entire time, then you'll win, right? She suggested. That's a little overestimation on my part though. Midoriya's waves of tears suddenly dried up upon her suggestion. Come on. And it's better to team up with people that you know anyways. She brushed him off with another seemingly angelic smile in his eyes. Ben shuddered from his sudden reaction to her gleeful aura as he made quite the disturbing face. What the heck kind of face is that? Ben thought out loud. It looked like he was trying to prevent himself from straddling her or something. Oh, it's nothing, Ben. It's just that you looked so bright that you were hard to look at, Uraraka-san, Midoriya admitted as he dried the remaining tears on his face. But actually, I was hoping to team up with you. Thanks. Yeah. Communication is key for things like this, right? She clenched her fists in excitement. Exactly. Actually, with your quirk, and if we. Ben could only smirk at the sight of them getting along. As he looked around, it seemed that the rest of the students were avoiding him, just as he expected. As he folded his arms in a predicament, Momo actually came along to take a look at him. Ben, do you not have a team? She asked. Oh, Yaoyorozu-san. He was snapped from his thoughts as he turned to her. As you perfectly see. I was thinking though. Of what? She tilted her head as he watched him walk towards midnight. She watched as he began to ask her some questions. It seemed as though she was doing her usual antics at first, notified by Ben slightly backing up at first, but after another moment, she seemed to have given him some sort of thumbs up. Niece, he grinned deviously as he walked back to Momo. I have a plan, Yaoyorozu-san. I'm not going to like the looks of it, aren't I? She sighed a little as she smiled. Turning around, she gave him a little wave as she went to join her team, which was actually. I didn't think she'd join up with Mr. Freezer Burn over there. He admitted. Looking back around, he saw that Midoriya and Uraraka were being introduced to Hatsume. Oh? I have a ton of babies that we can use, so I'm sure you'll be able to find one that you'll like, she said in a blur as she opened a large chest full of gadgets. Midoriya and Uraraka flinched as she began to barrage them with a bunch of her products, earning another snicker from Ben. Beep. Asterisk. 15 minutes had passed, and it was time for the next event to get underway as the teams had formed up a line on opposing sides of the field. Now then, it's about time we get started. Midnight said to the crowd, making them cheer. She stretched her arms for a bit as she allowed the commentators to take her place. From Present Mike in Aizawa's room, the voice hero tapped his friend awake as he began to do some pre-event commentary. After 15 minutes to form teams, and talk strategy, the cavalry teams have formed up a line. He announced. Now raise those battle cries, because it's time for UA's bloody bat. Hey, where's our other 10 million pointer? Tisk, he's always making some kind of trouble, isn't he? Aizawa grumbled. Some of the crowd began to make noises of questioning as the students began to look around. After a bit, Midoriya was the first to notice that Ben was missing from the crowd. Midnight adjusted her domino mask as she began to look around for him, frowning at his disappearance. It seems we're missing one of our key participants, she sighed, before breathing in. Ben Tennyson, come on out or else you're. Or else. What? Midnight-san. Am I hearing things in stereo or did I just hear th? Midnight's jaw dropped slightly as she turned towards the sound of the voices calling out to her. QQ qua. Corrid ruled ts. Present Mike, and pretty much the entire audience reacted similarly as they watched as 4 Ben Tennysons all come out from the entranceway. There's 4 of him. Uraraka stuttered. What's up with that?
He's really taking advantage of the rules, I guess. Momo tried to facepalm, but was unable to due to her supporting Todoroki. What do you mean by that? Kaminari, also on her team, asked. I suspected that he might have asked Midnight around the lines of this, she answered. As long as you're in a team of 3 or 4, it doesn't matter who you team up with. So, he's teaming up with himself, Mina explained in a confused manner.
It seems that way, Asui said from her own team. Well, we might have gotten some unexpected news, but we have all of our teams here. Present Mike cleared his throat. Aizawa furrowed his brow as he looked down at the bends. He's utilizing that same move back from the USJ incident. He noted. He remembered when Ben fought Nomu. He appeared as both Diamond Head and XLR8 somehow, so he assumed that he was using the same trick from before. I seriously need to know how many forms he has. Seems like we have quite the competition. Ben Prime first said as the rest of the others began to compile into their horse formation. He tied his team's headband around his forehead, which surprised everyone because since there were 4 of him, the total was now 40 million points. I can't wait to wipe the floor with them. Ben 2 laughed sinisterly. I'm just hoping we can all have fun, Ben 3 whispered in response. Ben 4 scoffed. Please. It's win or lose. He replied. They all have different personalities, Midoriya chuckled nervously. No doubt it's going to affect how they perform then. Uraraka nodded. Let's get hyped up. Alright. Present Mike yelled. Various monitors began to light up with the countdown as the crowd began to go ballistic. It's time to officially start the 4th event. Counting down to the brutal bloody battle. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Midnight had soon shouted. And thus began the event. The roars of the students soon filled the space of the stadium as they began to run towards the middle, but mostly towards. Get those 10 million points. Charge it Deku. Bakugo yelled to his team. We're getting the 10 million points.
But what about the 40, Deku? The explosive blonde ignored Siro's comment as he smacked Kirishima's head. Bakugo's team consisted of himself, Siro in the right wing, Kirishima in the front, and Mina in the back left. Everyone began to move, Ben's group excluded, and as expected most of the teams charged at him and Midoriya's teams first. Ben and his team kept to themselves as half of the students went after his team, the other Midoriya. Ben Prime and the others soon noticed Tetsu's team a bit closer to him. His team had been charging at full speed as well as Hagakuri's team. Everyone noticed that she was lacking a shirt and bra, though it's not like it mattered considering that she was invisible. Her team, which off Jiro, Sato, and Kota seemed to blushing a little though. It's basically a battle for the 40 and 10 million points. The metal man yelled. Come here. Ben. Hagakuri exclaimed. I'll be taking the headband. An attack without delay, huh? Ben Prime said. The fate of the pursued, time to make our move. She's got a nice, tisk. Let's move back. Ben 2 barked just as he was about to make a comment. Hey, I'm going with Wildmutt. Give me a chariot. I'll go blocks then. Ben 3 chirped in response. With the flash of his Omnitrix, Ben 2 had transformed into Wildmutt, the previously shown orange canine-like alien from the first round. As the rest of the Bens jumped into the air, Ben 3 flashed into another alien. What's this? Simultaneous transformations from Team Tennyson are coming up. Present Mike commentated. Ben 3 was now transformed into what seemed to be to that of a green-eyed gorilla made out of building blocks. He had 3 main colors, which were red, blue and yellow, with black lines all over his body. He was mostly red and yellow with some spots of blue. Wearing a black and green uniform above his block-like skin, the Omnitrix was present on his chest. Legos. Nearly everyone thought, only for their eyes to widen as his body began to reconfigure itself into that of a chariot, attaching a flexible rein made of blocks onto Wildmutt, who then began to pull the cart with Ben Prime and Ben 4 on the end. He transformed into a cart. That's so cool. Kaminari yelped as he looked on from afar. Momo sighed in the simplistic impressiveness that was Kaminari's mind. Right. Ben Prime said while grinning. Our choice is to run. This is so lame, Ben 4 grumbled, but nonetheless accepted the decision of his boss. Like we're going to let you, Tetsu yelled as his group stood in his way. Juzo. Got it. The student named Juzo yelled before he activated his quirk. He was a Class 1B student with pale skin, angular eyes, mid-length spiked hair of beige color, and small eyebrows. His most unusual feature was that his teeth sat on the outside of his skin, and thus he had no discernible lips, giving him a skull-like appearance. As Juzo stomped on the ground, Wild Mutt stopped in his tracks when he saw the ground turn to liquid. Just as they were within reach of Ben's team, the team started to sink into the ground. It must be that guy's quirk, softening the ground into quicksand. Huh. How troublesome, Wild Mutt thought in his head as he witnessed this. Sheesh. I got this. Ben4 grunted as his Omnitrix flashed. Revert back, you two. With his command, Blocks proceeded to piston himself and the bends on him into the air by producing blocks underneath him his body. As Wild Mutt reverted back to Ben 2 and Blocks to Ben 3, Ben 4 finally made his debut, as none other than a What? Awase Yosetsu, another member on Tetsu's team, blinked, lowered his jaw in utter shock. A dragon? Rune, Juzo ordered. Bow down to Dragonaut, peasants. Ben 4 boasts as the sounds of his wings flapping fill the air of the stadium. Like a creature of lore, he was a giant creature that had a lizard-like body with bat-like wings and a tail. He had a beak-like face and green eyes, and also had dark green skin with a dark beige underbelly. Wearing a full-body black and white uniform, there seemed to be a reinforced set of covering on his underside. The Omnitrix laid on his chest. And not so fast, Ben 3 whimpered as he struggled to hold on. We're gonna fall. Deal with it, Dragonaut barked as he looked down at the crowd. I feel like this field needs some fire. What did he just say? Jiro squawked. Inku Emiyn, Sato roared loudly as Hagakuri's team turned around. With a loud intake of air, Dragonaut unleashed fiery beam of energy onto the stadium, causing all the teams trying to chase after Ben Prime's team to panic and scatter. What do we do now? Hagakuri whined. We can't get him when he's in the air like that. Wait, your head. It's missing your headband, Koda yelled out, albeit as loud as he even could. That was quite surprising, but even then, the shock of losing their headband was presented over Koda actually speaking. Huh? When did that happen? The invisible girl said with a panicking tone as she tried to look around. From afar though, a smug smile bore itself onto a blonde student as he twirled Hagakuri's headband around his finger. He was Mono Minato, a member of Class B. He had short, slick blonde hair that was parted to the left of his forehead, and had blue eyes with white pupils. Hey! Just taking advantage of the madness. It's time for Class B to rise up, he murmured with a grin as his team began to go off. Wowza! It's barely been 2 minutes since we've started the cavalry battle, but it's already turned into a frenzy free-for-all. The attention is currently turning point to Team Tennyson, who recently has introduced our beloved crowd with 2 new transformations. But a dragon of all things? That reminds me of Ryukyu, don't it, Eraserhead? President Mike said with an exciting tone. It's certainly an opportunity to stand out, Aizawa simply said. The students shouldn't focus all their attention on Midoriya and Tennyson though. It might be just better to focus staying in the game by targeting the others instead of fighting. With Midoriya's team, the mop head was busy directing the other members of his team, Uraraka, Hatsume, and their trump card Tokiyami, when the eerie laughter of a familiar midget began to fill his ears. Mua, ha ha, ah, ha, ha 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 ha. That perverted laugh, Uraraka shuddered. Fighting? We'll be dominating this through a one-sided pillage? Minetta's voice could be heard, but from the depths of Shoji, he seemed to be covering Minetta in a shell made from his body as he ran at Team Midoriya as a one-man army. Shoji-kun? Wait, by himself? Midoriya blinked in confusion. But this is a team battle. Enough of that, Midoriya. Tokiyami brought his voice up to alert the green head. We've got company from the other side, Class B students. Let's make some distance, we can't be caught standing still against multiple opponents. Yeah, let's get, Wait, what the? Uraraka groaned as she tried to move her feet that had boots made from Hatsume. What's wrong, Uraraka-san? Midoriya quickly turned his attention to her. I'm stuck, she retorted in fast response. Oh god, it's Minetta's balls, I mean, not those balls I mean. Wait, where is he? Wait, he's recovered from Ben's back-breaking assault? Midoriya began to look for the purple midget, only to hear the eerie laughter once again. "From here, Midoriya," he called out. Everyone on Midoriya's team's sweat dropped from seeing the small teen practically wrapped in bandages as he was literally hiding inside on Shoji's back, his dupli arms acting as a sort of makeshift tent. "What? Is that even allowed?" The greenhead's eyes nearly popped out. "Yes." Midnight quickly gave the okay. As Mineta shuffled back into Shoji's dark presence, right afterwards, a familiar-looking tongue quickly launched out from the same spot, narrowly getting Midoriya's headband, but instead licking his face. "Tisu-chan as well?" Midoriya flinched, his face blushing a little while also displaying an intense stroke of shock. "That's some back muscle, Shoji-kun." "I didn't get the headband, but I got something just as good," Asui whispered to herself as her tongue returned to her mouth, showing a disappointed, but satisfied tone of voice. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice her subtle change in tone. "Well crap. Everyone, put the pedal to the metal," Midoriya commanded. As Asui dwelled back into Shoji, she and Mineta began to plaster the group with the midget's spheres and Asui's repeated tongue whips, all of which Midoriya managed to dodge. He barely avoided Asui's tongue, but at least he was able to protect his headband by moving his forehead away from her tongue and directly confronting it with the rest of his face. Talk about well-armed, Team Mineta is making full use of their overwhelming difference in size. They're like a tank with Mineta and Asui hiding inside Shoji, Present Mike called out. "Grr, Midoriya, get us out of here," Tokiyami grunted as he looked up. But the boots will. It's fine," Hatsume quickly responded. "I can always repair my babies later, go for it." Nodding, as he avoided another wave of assault from Mineta and Asui, Midoriya pressed the activation switch for Hatsume's jetpack. Despite the initial stick from Mineta's sphere that Uraraka stepped on, the boots managed to blast off into the air. However, the one sole that was stuck was torn apart as a result, leaving them with only one hover boot. "My baby, forgive me," the mechanic cried out. "I'm sorry for that, but at least we got away," Midoriya barked. However, as they laid in the air, the sounds of explosions made everyone else look down. Asterisk boom boom. Asterisk. "Get your green ass back here, Deku. Don't get carried away," Bakugo roared as he blasted himself off from his group. He began to fly up towards Team Midoriya by using the force from his explosions, reaching Midoriya's face in seconds. "Keika-chan?" Midoriya's eyes popped out. "Eep," Uraraka squeaked. "He's getting too close." "Die." Bakugo grinned savagely as he propelled an arm forward, as he was about to unleash another powerful explosion. "Tokiyami-kun," Midoriya called out to his bird-headed classmate. "Dark Shaw. Here's Ben. Wait, what?" "Beep beep everyone," Dragonaut called out from another end. Right as Bakugo and everyone else turned to see what was calling out to them, the humongous dragon alien rammed and smashed Bakugo out of the way like a rag doll. Everyone present to see that stunt nearly dropped their jaws in response as the blonde was sent flying across the stadium. As everyone's eyes continued to follow him, before he could crash into the audience, Zero quickly shot out a long strand of tape and pulled him back. Kirishima and company pretty much had to dive to catch the explosion boy as he came flying back. "Oh, what the hell," Zero barked. "Nice catch," Kirishima complimented him as they all caught him. "Hey, he's separated from his horses," Present Mike called out. "Is that allowed?" "Well, it's a technicality, so it's okay in our books. I mean, take a look at Team Tennyson. He's flying around," Midnight responded in an otherwise excited manner. "Well, what would have happened if he didn't get caught then?" Present Mike then asked. "His team would have lost. Plain and simple," Aizawa answered. While the commentators were busy discussing about the rules and Team Bakugo recovering from Dragonaut's ramming, Team Midoriya landed safely on the stadium grounds once more, though this time with a bit of difficulty due to one of Hatsume's boots being destroyed. "Nice landing, Uraraka-san," Midoriya thanked the floater girl. "Thanks, but I don't think we can keep escaping to the sky at this rate. It's hard to control the landing with just one foot," Uraraka responded. "Yeah, I can see that. Looks like we won't be able to escape into the air so easily anymore, and I don't know if Ben meant to do that, but we got lucky dodging that last attack just then," Midoriya mumbled to himself. Meaning that we'll have to survive this onslaught with Uraraka's zero gravity and dark shadow. Tokiyami summarized. Increased movement and an all-range defense is what we have at the moment. Well, there's our unexpected event of the day, ladies and gents. Ever been rammed by a dragon before? I mean, if you're a villain and had the unfortunate luck to encounter Ryukyu, then pray to All Might for that. Never mind. As we expected of the remaining team. They're all after the second best target. Team Midoriya. Class A is popping off and showing off their skills. President Mike nearly fell off his seat after seeing Dragonauts slam against Bakugo. The cameramen were especially feisty for the situation. Nearly in every available space was a high-quality, picturing-snapping and video recording piece of equipment taking evidence of the spectacular event that was in front of them. Whether or not it was the spotlights of the two 10 million pointers, Class A, the mere mention of the students' accomplishments and the actions involving their quirks caused riots. Alright, let's take a look at their points. It's nearly the second half of the cavalry battle. Aizawa suggested. Complying to his request, President Mike pressed a few buttons on their terminals, and a few moments later, the audience turned towards the various monitors. Now then, let's take a look, President Mike started, at the current rankings. Huh? One audience member blinked as he looked up. Isn't it kind of, another added. It seemed as though the staff members and commentators themselves had now started to notice the strange tallies showing up on screen as President Mike adjusted his sunglasses. Wait a minute. He squinted. Out of the 12 teams, other than Team Tennyson with 40 million points and Team Midoriya with 1,325 points, the other 10 teams seemed to be doing rather bad for some reason. Half of the teams had points, while the others all had. Other than Tennyson and Midoriya, Class A isn't doing so well. Wait, Bakugo's score of all people is. GU. What? Bakugo suddenly gasped as something came by his team and snatched his headband. Turning sharply to his right, it was none other than Class B's Monoma who grabbed and stole their glory prize. Class A, you're all so simple-minded, he taunted. He got us, Mina growled as she turned to them as well. What did you say, you piece of golden banana shit? Bakugo exploded as his usual temper came out. Give that back, I'll freaking kill your skinny blonde ass. HMPH. Monoma responded, placing his headband around his neck. You did realize that Midnight said that the obstacle race was the first event, did you not? Yeah? What are you on about? Zero asked out. That means that it wouldn't make sense for the staff of the school to cut off a ton of people from what was basically the qualifying rounds, Tape Boy. Monoma answered, making sure to taunt the tape user. Then, Kirishima muttered as he started to realize what he was getting at. Assuming that they kept a large amount of people and began to slowly dwindle our numbers down as the events went on towards the further stages. All we had to make sure was that we Class B students managed to stay within those ranks as we moved on. And that gave us the opportunity to observe the quirks and personalities of the people that would come to be our rivals. Monoma further went on as he began to develop a mocking smile. So, being obsessive with the higher placements in the preliminary rounds wasn't your main goal, Mina summarized. You did this as a class? Bakugo growled. Well, not really. But we had a generous consensus about what to do in this kind of situation. It was a good thing to think about, right? Monoma shrugged. As he finished placing Bakugo's headband on, one of his horses, Kaibara-sen, looked up to notify him. Hey, make it quick. We've got some other people coming close, he reminded him. I got it. Monoma nodded before glancing back at Bakugo. Now, where was I? Yes. I believe it's better than going after a temporary top. Like a horse with a carrot in front of its face. Actually, not horse. How about pig? Pie. Why you? Bakugo began to glare at him with a fierce stare. Oh, speaking of people. Why don't I remind you of your famous appearances in the recent times? Monoma lifted a few fingers to count off. The victim of last year's sludge incident, D-dude, don't remind him a boo. And the recent USJ incident, Mina's sweat dropped as she glanced up. Bakugo's face was turning more and more maleficent as Monoma continued to drabble on. Well, as long as he doesn't mention and the fact that he just got bitch slapped by was essentially a wrecking ball. Snap! Aw. His rage broke. Toshinori observed from afar. As Monoma turned around to go somewhere else, several veins popped off from Bakugo's face. Kirishima. Bakugo started with an evil tone, change of plans. Huh? Kirishima blinked, turning around. However, he immediately squeaked in fear of the face that Bakugo was making as the rest of Team Bakugo began to notice the radiation of his fury. Jesus Almighty and Christ. Monoma glanced back. Before we get Deku and Tennyson, we're going to smash these bastards and kill the lot of them. Dude, was that really necessary? Ben Prime rose an eyebrow as he looked down at Dragonaut. Lord knows I'd smash. Ben 2 retorted. Was that a meme? Ben Prime asked back. You've been going on the internet too many times nowadays, haven't you? Well, technically it's you, Ben 3 corrected, since we're all based on your other personalities and… Yeah. I get it B. Ben Prime rolled his eyes as he looked over Dragonaut. So, how's everyone doing? Good so far. Ben 2 nodded. Alright. Ben Prime nodded as well. What's your take on our current situation, B? Well, if we keep this up, we're going to win obviously. Ben 3 answered as he looked down as well. But as for our classmates, Midoriya is currently going to come into a pinch. Oh, let me take a look. Ben Prime looked over as the other Bens joined him. Back down on the floor, Team Midoriya was backing off from the commotion that was Monoma and Bakugo's confrontation. The greenhead managed to hear the blonde's strategy of laying low and basically waiting for their chance to outside their sister class. Class B had a long-term strategy that involved throwing the qualifying rounds. It's a viable method of garnering attention though. They could leave a stronger impression on the audience and the others overturning the mood that favored Class A before the sports festival started. He muttered to himself as he looked over Team Monoma and Bakugo. However, based on their way of thinking, that probably means that they won't go after me, and that they definitely won't go after Ben as well. He concluded as he turned back to his team. So, what's the next plan of action? Uraraka awaited instructions. Right. Everyone, I think it'll be easier to run away in. Scree. The sounds of rollerblades skidding to a halt made everyone else look forward as Tokiyami made an immediate decision to stop. As Midoriya grunted and stood on his horses, as he recovered, his eyes narrowed to see a rival team standing in front of him. "Aw man," he whimpered, "it won't be that easy, just as I thought." "I'm going to have you stop there, Midoriya," Todoroki announced. His team repositioned themselves as the former team tensed up. The Bens whistled a little upon this sudden confrontation as Dragonaut was busy burning up the field. Here you have it, folks. The cavalry battle is now entering its second half. This unexpected rise from Class B and reigning stance of Team Tennyson, WHO will advance to the next round? This took quite a while to develop as well, so I decided to go on the 4 Bens route. I think it was better to make these clones have their own personalities, as I believe that it would better suit the wackiness of BNHA's universe and its diverse cast of members. I wonder if it was alright to make one of them a little eki, let's just say that. So, we all know who continued on in the canon of Boku no Hero Academia, so I plan to keep it a bit similar. Ben's team will take first place, with Team Midoriya barely meeting ends as the 4H place, though I might plan to make more teams pass. Do you suppose there should be some events that should go differently? Let me know. I'll be starting to discuss how the next events will play out, since I want Monoma and a few other characters to advance to the 1v1s. Perhaps I should allot the finals as to a certain number. There were 16 in canon, so with 6 teams, probably 24 students. Anyhow, that's all I have to say for now. Let me know what you guys thought of this chapter. Please R&R, and once again, please have a good rest of your day. Thanks for reading. Until the next chapter. 741 Chapter 9. Ongoing battles. Hey there. I've risen from the pits of college to update this story again. Welcome back to my Omnium Academia. This is the 3rd chapter in the Sports Festival arc. A double upload. Let's see what's been going on since my absence from the community. 1. First and foremost, Ben is going to fight Monoma in the tournament, that's a must. That means I'm going to have to bend the placements of the cavalry battle to a slight degree, But all in all, try to guess the reactions that Monoma will have when he finds out that he can't copy Ben's quirk. Ha ha ha. But in all honesty, I kind of wanted to perhaps make his quirk mutate a little due to contact with the Omnitrix or just Ben in general. What do you guys think of that concept? 2. The whole point in the other events was to remind the students of what competitions used to be like in the past. While the sports festival does in fact challenge them to do their best, they don't really force one another to completely adapt to a situation or practice in one particular category. The dodgeball event though is just a fun little thing that I used to do when I was in elementary, so that's a thing. Shrugs. 3. Again, for the subject of the Andromeda Galaxy aliens, while Azimuth himself at this point in the Ben 10 canon doesn't give a shit about the universe itself, the Volaticus Biopsis are constantly roaming around the galaxy and any free areas while looking around for sentient DNA. There's always a possibility of finding the DNA signatures, because the Andromeda Galaxy is the closest one to the Milky Way. Also, yeah, there's always a possibility of the DNA sources being able to be obtained through the Null Void. Anything's possible inside there. 4. While Ben does prefer older women, Fuyumi is way too much of an age difference for him. She's like double his age, isn't she? 5. I do want to interact with the big three though. Currently, my main idea of a pairing for him might be for him and Najire, as she's a character that I really like. It'd be funny for him to interact with Mirio and Tamaki. Heck, Tamaki himself might be able to become a pseudo Kevin 11 if Ben somehow was able to chunk off parts of himself for him to eat. Now that'd be a cool thing to see. 6. Yes, Dragonaut is based on the dragon alien from Alien Force. Like I've said before, my goal for my stories is to introduce Ben's ability to transform into forms that aren't limited to what he just has available in canon, but rather canon sentient beings that have been introduced into the series. So, that's a little bit of answering done. Why don't we get into the actual chapter first? I have some more discussing to do in the author's notes, so check it out after this. So, let's get started. As always, I own nothing related to the subject of my hero, Boku no Hero Academia nor Ben 10. Please support the official releases, and happy reading to you all. Thank you for over 700 follows, over 650 favorites, over 370 reviews, and over 75,000 views. Chapter 9. Ongoing battles. So, it's going to be like this, great. Midoriya sighed internally as his and Todoroki's teams stood off from one another. I didn't think I'd have to wait long to have a confrontation with him. Seems like I was right in that regard. Tokiyami commentated. He seems to think highly of you, Midoriya. Yeah, but we only have half the time left. We can't stop moving, not now, Midoriya agreed, but said otherwise, prepare for moving. Iida. Forward on, Todoroki immediately retorted as he gripped onto Iida's shoulders. The engines on his calves began to start up and blast his team forward as the ice and fire user turned back to Momo. Yaoyorozu. Yes. The creation user looked up. Please prepare to guard us with some materials that'll knock off the conductivity of electricity, he ordered. Nodding, as she rolled on the skates her feet were on, she began to generate a plethora of objects from her body. Good. Kaminari, no need to explain. I just need to do what I do best. The blonde sweated a little as he responded with a half-nervous, half-excited grin. Let's do this. Midoriya's plans changed as he began to look around. Not only was Todoroki's team now pursuing them from the front, but from the side, Mineta, who managed to lose his headband through the time their teams weren't against each other, began to charge at his team with Shoji's back now open and ready for grabbing as Asui got ready herself. Hagakuri's team was also in the chase as well. Other teams were also beginning to charge at them too. One was Itsuka's team, which consisted of herself and 3 other girls from Class B. Kanoko Komori. Short girl with light brown colored hair styled in a bob cut that reaches slightly below her shoulders, with blunt bangs that completely cover her eyes. Another was Reiko Yanagi, a taller girl that had short gray hair with a side bang that covers her left eye. The final was Setsune Tokage, whose eyes and teeth resembled that of a snake's or reptiles. The other Class B team was a duo of guys which consisted of Awase and Jiroda Shishida, the latter who looked like a humanoid beast. He had shaggy hair that was nearly shoulder length and had fur covering most of his body. He had a big jaw and big canine teeth, with the teeth of his lower jaw sticking out of his mouth. He also wore small rectangular glasses as he ran on all fours. "Oh crap, watch out, guys, it's not just one group that's coming after us," the green head warned. "You better watch out, ya better not cry." Kaminari gritted his teeth as Momo finished constructing her objects. A lightning rod and a protective blanket for repelling electricity. "You better not tell, cuz I'm telling you why." "Wait, what?" Midoriya's eyes zipped back. As it stabbed itself onto the ground and grinded on it, Todoroki quickly swapped the blanket over his team as Kaminari began to charge up. Indiscriminate discharge. 1,300,000 volts. As the name suggested, Kaminari began to let out a large discharge of electrical waves, that of which began to zip and zap around everywhere, regardless and indiscriminate of anyone in his vicinity. Unfortunately, the other 4 teams that were nearby got the worst cases of the shocking. Jiro seemed to be glaring at the blonde as her eyes almost went bloodshot in anger. "Kaminari," she roared out, "I'm sticking my jacks into your balls after this." Right before Midoriya's team got zapped, Dark Shadow managed to absorb all of the damage, leaving their team mostly intact as Todoroki uncovered his team. "Only 6 minutes left in this," he said in a quiet manner. As he began to activate his right side's powers, he took hold of the lightning rod and began to channel his cryokinesis through it, freezing the ground and those around him as well. "I'm sorry everyone, but you'll just have to bear with it."
"Oh come on." Jiro scowled. "Oh, what did he do?" Todoroki took care of some teams behind him in an instant with the help of his team. Present Mike said in a startled manner. He froze them after Kaminari's initial attack caused them to stop. Compared to how people avoided it from the obstacle race, he made sure to make them viable to being frozen. Aizawa explained. "Nice commentary." Present Mike smiled, responding with a thumbs up. "Now if only our ragtag team of Transformers could do something exciting." The Erasure hero said otherwise. As many of the teams began to recover from the electrifying and ice-cold assault, Itsuka and the others gasped at the knowing that Todoroki swooped in and took hold of their headbands. "Sorry, but I might as well take these as well," he shouted from afar. "Really? Like you didn't do enough damage already?" she shouted, pouting in return as Team Todoroki went after Team Midoriya once more. "Alright, we managed to block Kaminari's attack, so let's try to get out here again." Midoriya noted to his team as Todoroki began to construct an ice barricade behind him. He wanted to try and trap his team, it seems, as Uraraka began to speed back with Hatsume's hover boots. As Midoriya reached for the remote for his jetpack though, it was then that Ben Prime narrowed his eyes and noticed that it was beginning to spark and puff out. Looks like it's gonna. *Zeep, spark, puah. Seems like they hit a dud. Ben 3 looked over. The jetpack's acting up. Midoriya yelped as he glanced at his back. My baby. It seems like there's a need for improvements in its durability. Hatsume cried out. Deku-kun. They're going too fast. We can't get away. The gravity user yelled as Team Todoroki drew closer. Then I'll restrain them. Tokiyami replied as Dark Shadow blasted one of its arms out. With quick reaction, Todoroki quickly notified Momo, who then generated a spring-like material to repel Dark Shadow's claw within a moment's passing. How's that? Quick timing. Tokiyami complimented begrudgingly as Dark Shadow's arm returned. As expected, Yaoyorozu's creation can adapt to nearly any situation. Midoriya noted with a tinge of annoyance. It's like Ben, except it applies only to non-living objects. No, I would say that Kaminari was the worst of it. The bird-headed teen replied. If there was any more sunlight in this area, his attack would have been too much for Dark Shadow. Wait, that's right, Dark Shadow loses power during the daytime, Midoriya reminded himself. So, if Kaminari keeps on doing that. Yes. As long as he keeps discharging electricity in our vicinity, attacking will be difficult, even to the point that Dark Shadow becomes timid. Tokiyami actually sweat dropped upon taking a glance at his shadowy entity. It was almost at the point of tearing up. I'm against violence, you know, it sniffled. We're against the border. Uraraka halted, causing everyone to gasp. Oh ho. It seems like Team Midoriya has nowhere left to go off to because of the icy enclosure that Todoroki made. Present Mike commentated as Midoriya quickly glanced behind himself. What'll they do now? Even with our decreased offense, I don't think Todoroki's team knows, right? He then asked Tokiyami. I don't believe so. The bird team confirmed. The only person I've ever told so far about Dark Shadow was Koji, and that was when we were scattered apart during the USJ incident. And even then, he's a man of few words. Then if they don't know about it, we can use it to our advantage and hold them back. Midoriya began to think of an idea. This'll be fine, no matter what, I'll hang on to these 10 million points. Kaminari. Todoroki called out. Why yeah. The blonde teen responded, clearly a bit affected by the previous zap of electricity he released. This time, Kaminari instead charged his electricity, and instead of making it go everywhere in an indiscriminate manner like before, he attempted to blast his energy right towards Team Midoriya, and while it wasn't exactly perfected, it did manage to go in the right direction. And once again, as a result of Tokiyami's intervention, Dark Shadow was able to block the attack. Those bolts are sending shocks down my body, it whimpered. That wasn't even a pun. Tokiyami barked. Focus, Dark Shadow. We have to continue keeping ourselves away from Todoroki's group. Go right, Uraraka-san. Midoriya urged his teammate. Roger. She quickly gritted her teeth as she obliged. Activating Hatsume's hover boots once more, Team Midoriya blasted forward, passing by Team Todoroki as they started to near the ice barricade he created. What are trying to do, Midoriya-kun? Iida yelled as his team turned around. Wait, they're not thinking of. Kaminari was actually the one to answer first as he and the rest of his team began see what Team Midoriya was about to do. What do you mean? Todoroki asked the electric user. As Uraraka and company began to close into the ice, Midoriya quickly yelled what seemed to be indistinguishable words to Team Todoroki, but they soon reacted otherwise when the members of Team Midoriya that didn't wear Hatsume's equipment jumped and allowed the gravity user to skate and swerve back to them with Dark Shadow's assistance. What? Momo blinked, flabbergasted by their stunt. High-speed A drift to U. Hatsume and Kaminari cried out as Team Midoriya began to fly straight at Team Todoroki like a slingshot. Holy all might. Team Midoriya has taken advantage of Team Todoroki's icy trap to plunge themselves straight at their faces. Are they suicidal or something? Present Mike said with a straight face. Oi. Aizawa retorted by slapping his shoulder. Don't say things like that in front of a large audience. But it's true. The voice hero chuckled. Todoroki's initial surprise was enough to actually make be afraid for a second, even enough for him to raise his left arm in defense. As Uraraka continued to use the hover boots, Midoriya for once actually began to activate one for all through his body. Grr, alright, let's test this out. He gritted his teeth as he began to spark with bits of turquoise electricity. Control the spread, imagine the microwave. Toshinori recognized that look on Midoriya's face. Whenever he began to use one for all after deciding not to just utilize 100%, he knew that the green head was starting to feel more comfortable using it, despite the capabilities he was showing then being a mere fraction of the true potential of the quirk. You keep surprising me, young Midoriya. He smirked as Midoriya's knuckles crackled. One for all, full cowling 3%. He called out as he began to glow, his eyes and body showing its heightened effect as he prepared to flick his fingers. Get ready, everyone. Quote comma question mark exclamation mark. That look, it's like before. Iida noticed as Midoriya extended his arm to act on his finger. 3% Delaware smash. The green head uttered in his mind as he released a shockwave. While it wasn't nearly as powerful as compared to the 100% version that he used during the USJ incident, the attack was powerful enough to cause Todoroki's flame-covered left arm to be swatted back by force. What the? My left side. What am I doing using? Todoroki frowned upon looking back at his left arm. Immediately he extinguished the remaining flames. Midoriya, why you little? I know I'm taking a big risk with doing this, but we've just got a little longer. We can do this. Midoriya huffed as he prepped his left arm for another smash. Come on. Comma. Gra. Shoji yelled as he released his team from the ice. Finally. How irritating. Asui pouted, though no one could tell from her facial expression. Not only did we get shocked by Kaminari-chan, frozen by Todoroki-chan, but you managed to lose your headband somehow, Mineta. How'd that even happen? I don't know. The grape color-haired teen wilted away. What do we do now? We're gonna lose at this rate. Perhaps we should focus on the other foes. It seems that both Team Midoriya and Team Todoroki are occupied with one another. Shoji glanced around. Leaving the remaining teams to be, Asui added as Team Mineta turned to face the rest of the remaining competition. Away from Team Midoriya and Team Todoroki's intense ice cage battle, Team Bakugo was beginning combat with Team Monoma. From the taunting expressions that the blonde gave out to the explosion user, Bakugo was basically going full bloody murder against the 1B student as he urged his cavalry to rush in. Gimme that damn headband, you ass. He angrily roared as he tried to snatch Monoma's headband. Your movements are too simplified, bomber boy. Monoma however slapped his arm away, swiping his headband off with a smooth tug. And I think it's safe to say that Class A is too simple-minded. Crap. He got us. Mina cried out. The hell you'd say, ya bastard. Give that back, I'll kill you. Bakugo's expression continued to contort to a livid one as he and his glanced back. From the past few minutes that lead up to this point, Monoma continued to taunt and tease the angry blonde, even pointing out how infamous he got throughout the few years. The sludge incident, the USJ incident, getting owned by a wrecking ball of a dragon. Sheesh, Monoma. Don't provoke him. Kaibara's sweat dropped. Keep that up and you'll be the same as him. Ah, that's right. Monoma smiled. It would be embarrassing for the status of a hero. Besides, don't you often hear about heroes who get done in by villains who want revenge? Gee grr. Kirishima could literally feel Bakugo's internal clock ticking by the second as he turned to face his rider. Kirishima. Be Bakugo, calm down. He tried to calm the ticking time bomb on his shoulders. If you don't, we won't be able to get the points back. Bakugo continued to grit his teeth as his arms were seen twitching. After letting off a rather loud growl, he slapped his palms together to let out some frustration in the form of an explosion. As the smoke cleared out, Kirishima and company flinched upon seeing his grinning, yet bloodthirsty expression. Go forward, Kirishima. Because right now, I'm completely calm. He ordered as explosions began to pop off from his palms. Then we're seriously counting on you, damn it. The redhead gulped as the three-man cavalry began to dash at Team Monoma once more. Oh, here they come again, Monoma smirked. As Team Bakugo came up close once again, this time, instead of just lunging his arm out in an attempt to grasp at Monoma's headband, Bakugo went full on to attack him instead. Die. He yelled out as he tried to force an explosive palm at his face. However, Monoma merely chuckled as he leaned his head back and moved Bakugo's arm ever so slightly away, completely avoiding the point-blank explosion as Team Bakugo passed by. As the red-eyed blonde turned and tried for another attempt, instead of getting ready for another attack his face was smothered by an explosion of the same exact degree, right down to the maneuver and intensity of his own. Gaur. Grunting as his face was blasted, Kirishima shut his eyes and hardened his face reflexively as Team Bakugo began to waver back due to Bakugo's body doing so. Ooh, this is a nice quirk to use. Monoma reacted in interest as he looked at his palm. He then looked down at Kirishima, swiping his hand against his hair as the opposing blonde brushed off the smut from Monoma's attack. What? Oi, that's my fa. Bakugo. That guy has the same quirk as you do. The redhead asked in a confused manner. Growling once more, before Monoma could turn around, Bakugo quickly released another explosive palm attack against him. It seemed to connect as the blonde felt himself touching Monoma's body, but as he touched his skin, it felt rough, literally, and quite familiar as the smoke cleared out. As both teams skidded back to face one another, this time it was Kirishima's turn to react in shock. Really, these are such nice quirks. But I have to say that mine's better though. Monoma admitted as it was revealed that. Wah. My quirk. Kirishima's jaw dropped slightly. Bakugo, does this guy have number? That's not it. Bakugo answered in a rational manner, which surprised his team. This guy, he copied our quirks. Yep. That's correct. The sight of Monoma's face and his arms were hardened just how Kirishima's were, and they reverted back to normal as the teams separated. From back up on Dragonaut, Ben2 rolled his eyes as he remembered the information that he read up on Monoma's profile. Oh right, that annoying guy. Monoma Nito, Class 1B. Birthday, May 13th, blood type, A. His quirk, copy. Ben3 noted. Copy allows Nito to utilize a quirk after coming into contact with its respective user. Records show that he does not need to make contact with much, as a few strands of hair seem to be enough for his quirk to take effect. After doing so, Nito gains full access to the quirk he has copied and can use it however he likes. Though he also seems to instantly know how to activate any quirk that he copies, even if it is his first time seeing or using said quirk. Copying multiple quirks at once is possible as well, although he is still restricted to using only one at a time. However, its drawback is that Nito can only use the quirk he has copied for 5 minutes, losing access to it after that specific time limit is over. Also, Nito cannot simultaneously use 2 or more copied quirks at the same time, being restricted to only one. Ben Prime basically explained every single aspect of Monoma's quirk, though it was quite redundant as there was no one nearby for them to listen in. I wonder what kind of reaction he'd get from trying to copy us. Dragonaut snickered as he bullied some more teams with his breath attack. Well, as long as it isn't like Kevin Levin. Ben Prime rolled his eyes. Definitely. Ben3 nodded furiously. Though I believe it only applies to quirks, so I think we'll be safe. That being said, I kind of want him to advance further on so I can test that theory. Ben Prime said otherwise. Back down on the ground, Monoma's arm fully reverted as he mockingly pointed at his head. Well, even an idiot can figure it out, huh? He joked. Grr, why you little. Go, Bondo-san. Another voice was heard as both teams turned their heads. It was none other than Yui Kodai, a girl from Class B with dark, shoulder-length, bob-shaped hair. She had fair skin and an athletic build, with cerulean eyes and a neutral expression usually on her face. Her teammates included Fukudashi Manga and Bondo Kojira, the former whose face was literally a speech bubble that read out his thoughts in written form. The latter, who Yui called out, was a large straw yellow-skinned Class B student. His head was shaped somewhat like a glue dispenser with a lappet on top along with 7 eye holes on his face as he dispensed a glue-like liquid from said holes. As the liquid was blasted between the two teams, Monoma whistled a little as he turned to his classmate. Whoa, Bondo. Picking a fight huh? Manga's speech bubble replied, damn right. As Team Yui drew closer. Kaibara sighed as his team backed up from Bondo's attack, glancing at his team leader in worry. Come on, Monoma. We just have to avoid getting caught now. At this rate, we'll at least make it to the top 4. He reminded him. Right, Monoma nodded as he glanced at Dragonaut. Too bad we can't get the motherlode though. As Team Monoma began to back off, Bakugo as usual reacted in anger as he tried to usher Kirishima. After them, Kirishima. I can't though. This stuff's solidifying. The redhead cried out as Bakugo looked down. Bondo's substance drenched itself on Kirishima's leg, trapping him place as it began to harden up. Wow. This stuff is hard. Then lemme have a look. Mina said as she brought her foot over his. Her shoes had sockets on the bottom that allowed for her acid to get through, so she began to spray it on his leg in hopes of melting it off. I'll melt this in a jiffy. Hurry though. We don't have much time, and we've got 0 points. Siro warned. Oh, but don't get angry at me, Bomber Boy. You're the one that provoked us. Monoma waved at Team Bakugo with a mocking smile from afar. What did you say at the pledge again? Oh, that's right. That piece of shit. Bakugo popped several veins on his forehead as he was reminded of the very words he spoke at the microphone. Well, you're wrong. I'm going to be number 1, not just first place in this competition, but an indisputable one over everyone else. The clock was ticking. As Present Mike and Aizawa continued to commentate, Midnight then pressed a button, showing up some new footage on the monitors. It was a timer, marked for 1 minute. 1 minute remaining, everyone. How's this going to go off? Time was nearing. From the 6 minutes that Present Mike first shouted out, to the very last minute of the soon-to-end cavalry battle. Naturally, everyone's concern was to stay in the competition for the top 5 placements, but nonetheless, the Bens pretty much took and greedily held onto first place with their 40 million points. Well, this is certainly quite the interesting number of events. Shinso chuckled to himself as his team wandered around, seemingly ignored by the rest of the crowd. From Team Tetsu, the metal shifter was in a panic. Somehow, they managed to lose their headband amidst the last 6 minutes, and were now desperately looking for ways to gain points. I think we're at a standstill. Juzo cried out. What do we do? Wait, what about the 40 million points? Awase then pointed up to Dragonaut. Can we try for that? But how? Tetsu barked. There's no way we can get up there to get those guys. Perhaps, instead of trying to get up there, we'll bring them down. Abara then suggested, earning her a few looks from her teammates. Everyone, stay still for a moment please. Obliging her words, Abara closed her eyes as she began to concentrate. As her vine-like hair began to grow and dig into the ground, Team Tetsu began to feel the ground underneath rumble, the flooring cracking as bundles of hair began to erupt from the ground like giant tentacles. Kraken's hold. She then yelled out as they all began to extend out towards Dragonaut. While they were going straight towards Team Tennyson, it was then that Ben10 yelped upon seeing this incoming attack. Incoming. Oh, someone's actually trying to get us. Let me look. Ben10 grinned as he looked over. Oh, Vine Priestess. What kind of name is that? Ben10 gave his copy a weird look. Hey, I'm based on your personality of naughtiness, don't blame me for giving that chick a good persona. Ben10 shrugged. Ow. Dragonaut hissed as one of Abara's giant vine tentacles wrapped itself around one of his legs. Hey, can that be any spikier? We're caught. Ben10 began to panic. Alright. Abara, reel him down. Tetsu grinned as Dragonaut struggled to get himself free. Back off, Vine Priestess. The dragon alien turned his head towards the vines holding him. As he was going to light them on fire, before he could do so, a couple of more vines wrapped around his neck. Oh come on. Quick, before he snags himself free. Awase cheered. Oi, help me out, you doofuses. Dragonaut barked towards his passengers. Otherwise we're gonna sink. Fine, but don't blame me if I hit her by accident. Ben10 grinned as his Omnitrix flashed. Team Tetsu and the audience narrowed their eyes upon seeing Ben10 take on a new form. Aizawa and Toshinori especially took note as Abara suddenly got the shivers. A plant-like alien emerged as it leapt from Dragonaut's back. He had 5 vine-like legs, 4 long fingers on his hands and a pair of flytrap-shaped flaps covering his head. He had blue-colored bulbs on his shoulders. He had pods on his back, and he had one green eye in the middle of his face. He wore the Omnitrix symbol on his chest and wore a black and green shirt. As his fingers wrapped himself around Abara's vines. Plant form. Abara was surprised to say the least. Hope you're fine with Wildvine taking care of your pretty face. Ben10 snickered as he took off a few pods from his back. Slushing them into the bundles of vines as he stretched his fingers out to both ends, he climbed back onto Dragonaut's back as they suddenly exploded. How wild. Present Mike cheered. We've got 2 plant fighters now. A plant-like form as well. What, plants also count as things to turn into? Aizawa grumbled as Wildvine took some more pods down. Oi, I'm going to spray those guys. Dragonaut announced as his mouth started to heat up. Oh no you don't. I wanna spray them silly. Wildvine yelled back. Ben10 sighed as Ben10 continued to keep watch. Hey, Abara. Look at me, you bye. Keep your focus. We've only got a little bit of time. He slapped Dragonaut's back while yelling at Wildvine. Now come on. Keep still. At this point, Kaminari was almost reduced to his dummified state from using his quirk through the last 5 minutes. Well, it seems as though the Todoroki made it so that he'd have the 10 million points to himself to seize in an instant. At least, that's what I thought, 5 minutes ago. Present Mike cackled. But unbelievably so, Team Midoriya's been able to keep away in that cramped space for 5 minutes. You gotta love your need for personal space. As Team Todoroki attempted to go towards Team Midoriya again, Dark Shadow appeared in front to block them, with the latter team using the fact that Team Todoroki wasn't aware of Tokiyami's quirk's weakness. They also seemed to be leaning toward the half-and-half user's left side. Back off. Midoriya ordered as he gripped his fingers for another Delaware smash. Good, good. You're doing wonderfully. Toshinori nodded in approval. Tisk, he's keeping his distance and staying on the left side. He's paying attention to how my team and quirk works. Todoroki grunted. If I use my right side to freeze them over the shortest distance possible, I'll get Iida. They're persistent. Momo glared at the opposing team as Todoroki began to come up with a solution for this predicament. If he keeps moving around like that, I'll end up freezing indiscriminately and doing myself in. Tokiyami can still defend against Kaminari's attacks, and he's almost burnt out as he is. This guy, Todoroki was observant of his opponent, annoyed yet impressed at his actions. Both teams were inconsistent on how to avoid reach one another. As Todoroki struggled to obtain a sure kill solution, it was then that Iida breathed in, glancing at his team. Everyone. There's less than a minute left. Iida-san. Momo blinked in wonder. After I do this, you won't be able to use me anymore. He suddenly warned as the tone of his voice turned desperate. So, I'm counting on you all to handle the little amount of time afterwards. Iida. What do you mean? Todoroki asked, confused on what he meant. Iida didn't answer with words, but rather with a new stance. Lowering himself for what appeared to be a sprinter's starting stance, he gripped Todoroki's feet tightly. Hang on tight, was all he instructed him to do. And make sure you get that headband, Todoroki-kun. As he said that, the rest of Team Todoroki gulped as the engine extensions on Iida's legs grew out to their fullest. They began to whir loudly, as if he was pumping his torque into an overheated state of sorts. Flames literally started to spew out from his engines, turning from a dim yellow, to a hot red, and then to a searing blue as he grits his teeth. Torque over, recipro burst. To everyone's surprise, Iida's engines jacked up to incredible speeds in an instant as Team Todoroki was sped up to and past Team Midoriya in a flash. While it didn't appear to be as fast as the rate of XLR8's instantaneous speed up, it was pretty damn quick as Kaminari's lips were sent jabbering against his face due to the pressure of the wind plowing against his face. Right as Iida activated this move, the moment that they were about to pass Team Midoriya, Todoroki managed to grab the greenhead's headband the moment that he let his arm out to do so. And it was for an instant, because right afterwards, Iida managed to put off quite the distance between their groups from within their icy barricade. Nani. What happened? That was fast. So fast. Present Mike was befuddled from the feat that Iida performed. Iida, come on. If you could accelerate that fast to begin with, then you should have shown us in the preliminary round. What was that? Todoroki stuttered, surprised and shocked at what just happened as Iida panted heavily from performing this super maneuver. By forcing the torque and rotations in my engines to their absolute max, I can create an intense and explosive power of speed. It lasts around 10 seconds, but after it's done, the recoil that comes afterwards causes my engines to stall for a little bit, Iida explained through intakes of air. Iida's engines were basically pumping out smoke for the time being. He seemed to be satisfied with how it was used though as he stood up and smiled. It's a super move that I hadn't told anyone else in the class yet. He grinned as he turned to Midoriya, whose shocked expression reflected a stern look in his eyes. I told you, didn't I, Midoriya-kun, that I'd challenge you in this competition. Iida-kun. Midoriya uttered. Whoa. The tables have turned. Present Mike yelled as he stood up from his seat. Offense and defense hand in hand, back to back right at the edge of the round. With the bold move from Iida, Team Todoroki gains the 10 million points from Midoriya. Son of A, we need to get back there. The mophead barked. Midoriya. As long as they have Kaminari there on their team, we'll be at a disadvantage if we attack. Tokiyami interrupted him. Wouldn't it be safer to try for other options right now? No. Midoriya replied instantly. We were boxed in here for too long, so we don't know how the other points were split up. This is our only chance to succeed. Alright then. Uraraka gritted her teeth as she began to push the team forward. We'll get it back, Deku-kun. If it's the last thing we'll do. You Uraraka-san. Midoriya's eyes widened. No, that's right. It's not just me. The feelings of the other three on my team who they've placed their trust in. OCCCC rude. Kaminari stuttered as Team Midoriya began to draw near. Even with full cowling on, Midoriya began to get pumped up as he unconsciously charged his right arm with a higher percentage than usual. While it wasn't 100%, it was certainly higher than what he was currently putting out. This feeling again placed Todoroki into shock once more as he instinctively raised his left arm and began to spew flames. I'm winning this. For all of us. Monoma took another look on the scoreboard as they continued to pass out from Team Bakugo. He was mildly surprised at the conflict happening between teams Todoroki and Midoriya as he looked around. At this rate, I guess we're gonna be third. A little too well given the behemoth in first place. Focus on staying in this spot then. He suggested. Wait just a damn second. A grouchy voice barked from behind. I said wait, damn you. Geez, so persistent. As a hero, not to mention as a person in general, that persistence will end up getting you. Come here. Bakugo roared as he leapt from his team again with a couple of explosions. Damn it, Bakugo. Don't act on your own. Kirishima retorted as the blonde got right behind Team Monoma. Saburaba. Guard. Monoma actually panicked for a second as the golden brown-haired classmate of his began to quickly breathe in. Once his cheeks were full, as he exhaled, he began to generate a circular wall of solidified air that Bakugo bashed onto. The blonde as usual reacted negatively as Team Monoma sighed in relief. Hey! Bakugo growled. Alright. Saburaba grinned. How's that for ya? From afar, Ben Prime happened to see this spectacle as Wildvine and Dragonaut were chasing after and basically bullying the other teams that were trying to either escape or steal Team Tennyson's points. Saburaba Kosei. His quirk is called Solid Air, and it allows him to create solid walls or platforms with the air he breathes in. They can stay afloat, and are soundproof as well, but with enough force, anyone could break through them. He rehearsed. Nice. Monoma grinned as his team began to turn around. Oh no you don't. Bakugo reared his fist back. Never keep your back to me. Swinging it forward, Team Monoma nearly popped their eyes out as the red-eyed blonde broke through the air wall through sheer force. Grabbing onto Monoma, he grasped a few of his headbands and leapt off from the shattered air construct as it broke down completely. Son of a. Monoma growled. He took 2 of his headbands. What a bold assault. Present Mike grinned as Zero quickly launched out a string of tape to ring Bakugo back in. Team Bakugo seizes 2 headbands from Team Monoma to move on to 4th place. The rankings are changing left and right. Grr, forget it then. Tsunotori, focus on defense. Monoma ordered his classmate. Obliging his command, as more teams that were on the lower placings attempted to swarm at Team Monoma, Saburaba began to take quick, yet deep breaths of air to create constructs to obscure the path of his team's attackers. Damn it all. Monoma grunted as he also used Saburaba's quirk to block out Team Yui. It's fine. We're in 4th. Tsunotori barked. Kendo's still frozen and can't move, so we're good. Why yeah, Monoma grunted as he clutched his remaining headband. As long as we defend this last one to the death, we'll definitely stay in. As Bakugo plopped back into his team's grasp, Team Bakugo began to chase the fleeing team as he got back into position. Bakugo, while mildly satisfied with the stunt he pulled off, wanted more as he let out a growl. Damn it, Bakugo. I told ya to tell us when you're gonna jump. Zero scolded. But at least we'll definitely get through to the next round. Bullshit, Kirishima. Bakugo growled at his main horse, knocking on his hardened head as he began to look in another direction. We're not done yet. I told you we're going for an indisputable first place. Then that would mean that we'd have to go after Ben then. Mina replied as the team looked up. How are supposed to counter that? Team Tennyson was still in conflict with Team Tetsu, though the former was starting to clear themselves off from Abara's grasp on Dragonaut. Thanks to Wildvine's seed bombs that allowed the Vine Girls' attack to be blasted off, the team, or rather Dragonaut and Wildvine specifically, attempted to get some revenge on the poor team. Faster. Run F faster. Tetsu urged his team as Wildvine and Dragonaut continued to bully them. Why's he so pissed off for? Juzo barked as he dodged a seed bomb. For Christ's sake. Maybe because Abara tried to choke him at first. Awase guessed, also dodging a bomb. Why is that my fault? I had no choice in the matter, as none of your quirks had any chance of reaching their height. Said Vine Girl complained. Laser. Quit running. Both aliens ordered as they persisted in their endeavor. While the team was busy trying to save their lives, Team Bakugo watched over this ridiculous scenario. Shiro, Kirishima, and Mina were pretty much scared and were afraid to even approach the circle between those two teams, but Bakugo seemed to be excited. Interesting. He grinned. Kirishima. Tape. What? Both of them looked up to see his savage expression. Wrap everyone's arms and my legs together with tape. I'm going to fly us up there. He explained. Get ready. Wait, what? Mina frowned. What the hell do you mean by that? Aw, forget it, Mina. Shiro sighed as he quickly did what Bakugo ordered him to do. We've got nothing to lose. And besides, there's barely any time left. At least he isn't flying off on his own, Kirishima said otherwise. But are ya sure you can carry us all on your own, Bakugo? It doesn't matter. I'm getting those 40 million points. The blonde growled as his palms started to crackle. Better harden your ass for this. Ooh no. The redhead gulped as he hardened his whole upper body in response. I think I'm gonna be sick. Mina looked away as Bakugo's hands lit up brightly. Express elevator, going up. With a few powerful explosions, Kirishima squealed as he shut his eyes and turned away. Shiro and Mina screamed loudly as they were forcefully dragged up, hanging only by the tight gripping of the former's tape around their wrists as Team Bakugo began to ascend upwards. Oh my god! Mina cried. Huh. Both Dragonaut and Wildvine, as well as both teams Tennyson and Tetsu twisted their heads to see the newly arriving team skyrocketing towards the large alien. Get down here, Tennyson. Bakugo uttered with relentless anger in his voice. The dragon alien was unable to react in time, unfortunately allowing him and Bakugo to clang each other in the head. It was quite loud and painful, but it seemed like only Dragonaut was in pain as he gave out a cry. Ow! You, dick! He cursed as the flapping of his wings began to halt. The pain was enough for him to even transform back as a result. Oh what? Bakugo just came and gave Team Tennyson's cavalry an explosive headbutt. The large dragons dropping down like Icarus now. Present Mike stood up from his seat. Dropping to near ground levels, Bakugo got rid of the tape restricting his legs. As the rest of the bends began to fall down, Team Tetsu and the rest of Team Bakugo began to plan for their final assault. Get those 40 million points. Both of the team leaders ordered. We're going to get cornered. Ben10 said in a panicking tone. What do we do? Relax, fuzzball. Wildvine lightly smacked his face as his Omnitrix dial flashed. With a quick flash, Ben10 transformed from Wildvine and into 4 arms. Catching each of his teammates, 2 of his arms were occupied with holding him as Ben Prime sat on his shoulders. The red alien watched as Bakugo blasted himself off again, this time in the hopes of stealing the team's headband as Team Tetsu began to pursue them too. Tennyson. The blonde yelled. Damn it, Bakugo. Mina and Shiro called him out. Juzo. Tetsu alerted his teammate. Trap him. On it. Said classmate acknowledged as he slammed his foot down. Activating his quirk, the floor underneath 4 arms' feet began to soften, until it became almost like quicksand as he began to fall into it. Bakugo and Team Tetsu came closer and closer, sealing the distance between the red-headed alien. How annoying, the Tetraman grunted as he struggled to get his feet out. Get that headband. Tetsu ordered. Abara. I'm taking that band, Tennyson. Bakugo scoffed as he began to extend his arm. Hey, I'm kinda jammed here. 4 arms barked to his riders. Do something. Alright. Ben10 reluctantly responded as his own Omnitrix flashed. This time, a werewolf-like alien took his place. He had gray fur, a long flowing mane, and a large bushy tail, with 3 sharp claws on each hand and foot. The inside of his mouth was green. He wore the Omnitrix symbol on his lower stomach, as well as a white, gray, and green jumpsuit. Please go away. He pleaded. Bakugo was going to turn his fist towards Ben10's direction, but before he and Team Tetsu could get any further, everyone who was watching these 3 teams practically had their expressions turned to disgust as they watched Ben10's snout opened up, and not like a usual mouth I should mention. His mouth was quadra-hinged, meaning it opened up in 4 different directions to show his entire throat. What the? The blonde frowned. Ooh, a dog, ew, Mina gagged, only for her eyes to widen as Ben3 howled. Huh. Howl. Asterisk. Now the sound itself resembled a regular wolf's, but the actual howl itself was more like an ultrasonic wave. It was powerful enough to propel Bakugo back into his team, and for Team Tetsu to be forced back as the metal shifter covered his ears. Jesus, All Might. Present Mike scowled as he released his ears. It's a good thing I'm resistant to sound attacks. Grr, I'm not giving up. Bakugo launched himself off for the umpteenth time. While Ben3 was closing his muzzle, he whimpered at the sight of the angry blonde approaching the team. Ben Prime merely grinned as he kept his hands on his headband, which didn't prove to be a nice image to look at from Bakugo's perspective as his hand drew right in front of his face. Tenny's 00000. Re-ee in NG. Asterisk. Time's up. Hey. Ben Prime snickered as the time up caused all of Bakugo's momentum to just collapse. Just as planned. Gee grr. Said blonde was speechless as his aggravated expression fell short of his height in the air. Team Bakugo all sighed as their leader fell, with Team Tetsu collapsing on each other. Bakugo. Hey, you alright man? Kirishima asked his face-planted team leader as the rest of Team Bakugo came up. Sheesh, you gotta stop going all kamikaze and stuff. Zero sighed as he attempted to pick Bakugo off from the ground. Good thing we didn't lose any points from that. Were saved, good thing Blitzwolfer's howl did the trick. Ben3 shivered, flashing away with the other Bens. Alright everyone, that's the end of this round, the cavalry battle. Present Mike announced as the crowd responded with cheers immediately afterwards. Now then, let's take a look at our placements right away. The top 6 teams will advance to the next rounds. In first place, Team Tennyson. That was interesting to say the least. Ben stretched a little as he took off his headband. Oh, and sorry for what the other Mii's did to your team, Tetsu. I hate to say it, but it was a good match, despite our differences. Sorry for being so crazed. The metal man actually grinned as the two exchanged handshakes. All fair. All fair, no harm done. Ben nodded. What about those 2 yous who called me, Vine Priestess? Abara crept up behind the two, causing Ben to flinch as he glanced around. Sorry. He chuckled nervously. Second place, Team Todoroki. Oh. Ben turned towards the ice barricade, with Tetsu struggling to hold Abara back from strangling the Omnitrix wielder's neck. Midoriya lost. Phew, even though we got second place, I felt like we were skating on thin ice. Momo sighed in relief. Fortunately, we got a good placement. I'm sorry. Iida tried to apologize as he bowed. I caused everyone trouble with my sudden stunt move. No. I'm not trying to blame anyone, that's not true. The creation girl tried to plead with him. Without your explosive speed, we wouldn't have been able to get Midoriya-san's headband. Yai. Kaminari was now over his limits, wandering around aimlessly while giving random thumbs up. Kaminari. Jiro growled as she began to chase after the blonde. Even while in his dumbified state, Kaminari reacted with shock instinctively as he began to run away. Third place, Team Bakugo. Well, we got close. Mina shrugged. We almost had Ben though. Third place isn't bad though. Zero smiled. Kirishima glanced between the both of them as he listened to their response. All's well that ends well, right? Well, do you really think that's how he feels? The redhead chuckled lifelessly as they then looked over towards their team leader, who was seen grumbling away while kicking a rock. Percent. Dollar hash. Caret. Asterisk hash. Percent caret percent hash dollar. What Bakugo said was indistinguishable, but everyone could tell it was anything but nice. In fourth place is, whoa, it's Team Shinso. When did you come up? What? Where did, Ojiro blinked rapidly in a confused manner. What was I just doing? I feel violated. Aoyama whimpered. Thanks for your hard work. Was all Shinso said as he smirked. Ojiro glared at the purple-haired teen with a questioning look as he walked away. Fifth place, Team Monoma. That explosive boy, Monoma gave Bakugo a dirty grin. We're not out of the competition yet. Well, he's pissed. The rest of his teammates all said that together. And finally, 6th place. Team Midoriya. Yeah. The mophead roared as loud as he could. Just barely made it. Nice work grabbing that last headband, Dark Shadow. Tokiyami thanked his shadowy projectile as they high-fived each other. I didn't even notice when you did that. Nice job. Uraraka gave Dark Shadow a few head pats, to which it blushed a little in response. It was nothing. It nodded repeatedly. Now then, we'll be taking an hour-long break for lunch before we start off with the activities for this afternoon. Take a chill pill, people. We'll be seeing you in a little bit. Present Mike then closed the microphone, cutting off him and Aizawa from the commentator's room as the teams and audience began to get up and group together. How disappointing. Asui pouted as she and some of the other members of Class 1A gathered up. But I have to congratulate you, Mina-chan. Well, I'm thrilled that I was able to get into the finals, but Bakugo just let me join to use against Todoroki's ice, so I'm not entirely sure that my abilities were reflected during this round, the pink-haired girl responded honestly with a little worry. Uraraka had engaged in a talk with Iida, with the former mostly complaining a little while being surprised in awe. Come on Iida. I didn't know you had a secret move like that. No fairness, Uraraka-kun. It had nothing to do with that. And besides, I wasn't even using it as intended. Iida responded as he waved his arm in his usual back and forth motion. The reason I used that move was so that I could compete with Midoriya-kun. A manly confrontation, huh? The gravity user summarized. But still. Yuawa why? Kaminari nodded. Momo sighed as she looked for Ben, the latter who was seen by his lonesome as he was, counting something with his fingers. This interested the creation user as she approached him after sending a few words to her other classmates. Ben. She called out to him. Nice work you did there. Ah, Yaoyorozu-san. Ben looked up from his trance. You too. What's the counting for? She then asked. Ben smiled as he folded his arms. Well, I was just recalling the number of forms that I utilized during this round, the ones that I didn't introduce up until now more specifically. He explained. I've shown a few, but I was trying to tally up with the number of forms that I, along with the other Miis used. Oh, that makes sense. Using too many forms can bring too much attention. Even if this is the sports festival, you're a pretty special case in terms of quirks. Momo smirked. I don't recall exactly how many forms you used myself though. Well, you probably saw the ones that I used during the first few minutes of the cavalry battle. Blocks, Wildmutt, and Dragonaut. Ben first listed off. I don't think anyone will forget that last form. She admitted. Which brings me to the question though, how did you split yourself into 4? Well, Ben looked around, and after a little bit, sighed a little. It's a form that allows me to create duplicates of myself, in which all of them are sentient but can be based on different parts of my personality should they also turn human. I won't show the form here, but that's one of the general abilities it has. At this point, I can't tell if I'll be able to be amazed, shocked, or outright reacting in disbelief in the near future. Momo then joked as her stomach growled. Hey, let's get something to eat. Sure. After all that moving around, I could eat a horse. Ben then joked himself, which earned himself a not-so-subtle chuckle. Even a buffalo at this rate. With you, I'm worried that's not a figure of speech. Momo's sweat dropped as the two began to walk off. That's a figure of speech. Dude, and I was like, boom and stuff, you know. Kaminari made some exaggerated movements as he chewed some food in his mouth. Half of your time using your quirk was to block out Dark Shadow though, Kaminari. Ben snickered. The blonde nearly choked a second later though. Hey now. Come on man, not cool. A majority of Class 1A, excluding the more lone wolf types and a few others, were eating together with the hero class students from 1B. Monoma was continuing to antagonize them, but 1A quickly learned that he was actually being put into line by Itsuka, in which most of them even dubbed her as the motherly role of their sister class. Now in the cafeteria, Ben and the others were currently reminiscing about the final moments that happened at the end of the cavalry battle, and comparing notes on how those events happened. So, how did you lose your headband to Todoroki? Kirishima asked Team Todoroki and Team Midoriya, minus their leaders for some reason. Thanks to this guy's sudden burst of speed. Kaminari slapped Ida's back in response. You should have seen him. Tell me about it. Uraraka groaned as she gobbled up some food into her mouth. I barely had any time to react to that. And I keep telling you that the move wasn't even used for its intended purpose, Uraraka-kun. Ida boldly repeated as he adjusted his glasses. And besides, I had to do something. Both of our teams were at a stalemate. That was true. Tokiyami nodded. Kaminari kept Dark Shadow at bay, but Dark Shadow kept your team as a whole away from us. How about you guys, Kirishima-chan? Asui them asked the redhead. What were you guys doing at the last few minutes? Going after me. Ben gave the frog girl a smug look. For crying out loud though, Bakugo literally gave one of the Miis an explosive headbutt. I felt like we were going to be ripped apart. Mina sighed deeply as she slouched in her seat. We were literally being held by our wrists as we came up. Right. Zero added. Even if we had to stick together as a team, there could have been alternate plans to bring Ben down to the ground. Given the circumstances, Zero-san could have brought down Team Tennyson using a plethora of tape as a rope or anchor of sorts. Momo suggested. That's one possibility at least. Well, even if he did do that, one of the Miis would have probably reacted accordingly to that. Ben shrugged, earning him a poke to the head. You were just messing around that entire time. Momo scolded him. Talk about being sisterly. A majority of the students around her all thought. The merry talk and gathering continued for a little longer, and even after Midoriya and Todoroki returned to the cafeteria as well, there wasn't really anything eventful that happened, that is, until the end of lunch. Sue, how much are ya hurting? Ben and Midoriya were now walking together to the bathroom as Ben placed a hand on the greenhead's arm. Still hurting a little, though not so much as for you to use that. He honestly admitted. It's about that, what do you call it? Muscle memory. Ben guessed. Exactly. The more I use my abilities, the more that my body will become adapted to it. If you keep reverting my injuries, I won't actually be able to grow stronger. Midoriya gave the rundown. Well, I was only planning to revert your injuries if you did something foolish, like using 100% for example. If it's like what you were just doing, just go to recovery girl. Ben said as they entered said room. What if I used like 50% or something? Midoriya then nervously asked, though that only earned him a sneaky grin from Ben. Only a bit of reversion then. You need to get used to the pain after all. He said with a fake smile, hiding away his sadist nature behind that cheerful expression. Midoriya could fully tell how he was acting though, nearly tripping in response. I'll be in your care, he gulped, hoping to not get on his bad side. After the lunch period ended, people and students alike were starting to gather back around in the stadium. The people were already cheering out for the participants as Present Mike and Aizawa began to give off the introductory speeches for the afternoon events. Cool. Alright people, now that lunch is over, it's finally time to reveal the last game. He yelled. But before that, there's good news for all of you that didn't make it to the finals. I wonder what he means by that. Ben blinked as he looked at the commentator's seat. This may be a competition for future heroes, but this is also just a sports festival. So, we've prepared recreational games for everyone else to enjoy as well. See, we even brought cheerleaders from America to spice things up. Wait, what? Now that got Ben's attention. Looking over to the sidelines, he kind of expected the view to be reminiscent of what a typical cheerleader squad would be, but as he actually took a look at them, his curious face took a downturn. They all have the same face. And those weird eyes and pointed noses. His eye twitched. What the hell is this, Present Mike? Hey, we actually got cheerleaders. Kirishima said with a surprised look. And from America too. Whoa, didn't really expect them to be that pretty. Zero admitted. Right, Ben. Ben was almost speechless, but after a moment, he quickly saw that Class B was fully assembled, and he rushed to Pony as he turned off the Omnitrix's universal translation for a bit. Pony. Oh, Mr. Tennyson. She noticed his call. That was a great match we had last round. Yeah, same here, but I have to ask you something. Ben said as he gestured for her ear. Pony blinked, but nevertheless did as she was told. Yes. Are cheerleaders really like that, back home. He pointed to said cheerleaders. Pony also took a look, and frowned. No, actually they're not. I suspect that they're probably from a specific school and such. Not everyone looks like that back in America. Really? Oh, thank goodness, Ben sighed in relief as he turned the universal translation back on. Now then, what are going to? Present Mike and Aizawa, as well as most of the other students looked over at a group of girls that were the last to come out. What are those girls doing? Ben took a peek at the rising commotion, only for his jaw to drop slightly at what he saw. It was none other than the girls of Class A. Almost dreadfully, all of them were wearing the exact same uniforms as the cheerleaders from before. It didn't seem like they were enthusiastic about it. Heck, it was almost like they were tricked into doing so. Class A. What's with the fan service, yo? Present Mike asked. Fuck yeah. Mineta and Kaminari gave each other high fives while their noses began to bleed. Tsu-chan. Midoriya himself covered his nose as he looked over at the frog-like girl, who actually blushed a little as she hid her face with her yellow pom-poms. Please don't look, Midoriya-chan. She whispered. Mineta. Kaminari-san. You tricked us, didn't you? Momo barked at the two. What did you say? Ben's eyes flickered to the two perverted teens, who both flinched and huddled into each other. Mineta, Kaminari. Ben. See, come on, it was a joke and. Round 2. Ben growled as he transformed into wrath again, grabbing the both of them at the same time. Regulus German suplex. Please forgive us. Hell yeah. Kick their asses, Ben. Jiro ordered. Why do I always get caught up in Mineta's schemes? Momo sighed as she dropped to her knees in defeat, with Uraraka patting her back in sympathy. I even used my quirk to make the costumes. Now, Yao Momo, Mina chuckled. Those guys are dumb as usual though, Jiro growled as she threw her pom-poms to the ground. Come on, Jiro-chan. Hagakure spun around with joy. There's still time before the finals, and it'd be a pain if things got tense. It's fine. Let's cheer with all our might. Girl, what are on about? Jiro blushed. Toru-chan, you actually like this, huh? Asui peeked over. After a few more minutes passed for the rest of the students and audience to gather around into the first year's stadium, Present Mike got ready for his announcements as stood from his seat. Alright, welcome back everyone. Let's have some fun competing in the recreational games. From the monitors placed all around the stadium, once again, they flickered from UA's logo to show this time the arrangement of the next actual event. It appeared to be a tournament for the remaining 6 teams. And once that event is over, the members from the last 6 teams that made it to the final round will duke it out tournament style. One-on-one for the first few matches, and when we get to the finals, well, that'll be a surprise. Present Mike explained to everyone. The last round's gonna be a tournament where we fight one-on-one, huh? Kirishima looked at the screen in interest. I'm actually going to stand on the stage that I've watched every year on TV. Oh. Was it a tournament last year as well? Mina asked the redhead. Well, that's how it is for the last event. The events that are before them are different every year though. Last year, we had Chanbara type of sports tournament. Zero answered. Still, I can't wait. Alright everyone. Before we draw the lots, we have an announcement to make regarding the number of participants we have for this final round. Midnight announced as she carried a lot box. Everyone looked up as she then pressed a button on a remote, which showed a description of all of the teams that participated in the cavalry battle just now. Team Midoriya, Team Bakugo, Team Monoma, Team Shinso, Team Todoroki, and Team Tennyson. What's up, Midnight-san? Uraraka asked. Glad you want to know. The hero answered as Team Tennyson's team was highlighted. Ben blinked, and then chuckled a little while scratching the back of his head. Oh, right. I did do that, after all. As you can see here, all of the teams that were victorious during the last round all consisted of 4 members, earning us a total of 24 total participants. However though, because a certain team was composed of basically just 4 of himself, that doesn't really count towards this, am I right? Midnight then said as 4 Bens appeared on screen, with 3 disappearing. Oh, I forgot about that. Midoriya blinked a few times. Ben can't participate with 3 more of himself. That'd be unfair. Indeed. What do you have in mind for that then, Midnight-san? Iida agreed as he raised his hand. Regarding that, it means that 3 additional spots have opened up for the last event. The team that was below Team Midoriya will be placed in as a result. Midnight grinned, which earned a few curious reactions to this predicament. Then, Itsuka looked to her team. As then. Yeah, seems like it. Setsuna nodded. But, I feel as though I don't deserve it. As do I. Huh. Most of Class A's students looked towards the responding voice, whom was none other than Ojiro. Oh Ojiro-kun. Hagakure questioned him as he rose his hand hesitantly. Excuse me, but before you do so, I'd like to withdraw from this competition. He announced. Pretty much everyone else present on the grounds gasped as Midoriya turned around. Ojiro-kun. Why? He asked with a frantic tone. This a rare chance for the pros to see you in action. Iida added. Yes, I can see that. However, from what I can even tell, I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until almost the end. He admitted as he lowered his arm. Oh, I was wondering what happened to that team. Ben responded. Right. Yes, I think it was his quirk. The tail user responded as Midoriya's eyes began to search for a particular student. Wait, if I remember correctly, Ojiro-kun was with, as his eyes laid on Shinso, said student merely glanced away as Ojiro clenched his fist. I know that this is a great chance for everyone to see what I can do, and that it's foolish to waste this opportunity, but everyone worked hard and competed by giving their all. He started. Ojiro-kun, Midoriya was surprised by his rising tone of voice. I can't be up here with these people without knowing what even happened. He reasoned. Why you're worrying too much about it, Ojiro-kun? Hagakure retorted as she placed a hand on his shoulder. You should just make sure that you produce results during the finals. Why yeah, what she said, Jiro nodded. If you're going with that, I pretty much didn't do anything either, Mina tried to add to it. Ojiro's body began to twitch as he gritted his teeth, face palming as he began to grunt. No. That's not it. Oh Ojiro-kun. Hagakure stepped back. I'm talking about my pride here. Also, why are you guys all wearing cheerleader outfits for? His deep tone responded first, before retorting against the girls' dressing, which made them all flinch in embarrassment. I'd also like to as well. Another student raised his hand. Everyone turned to him as he walked up to Midnight. Midnight glanced down at him as he raised his hand. I'm Narengeki Shota from Class B. I'd like to withdraw from the competition for the same reason as Ojiro-san. He announced. Shota was a chubby person with light, chin-length hair and big black eyes with small pupils. Regardless of ability, don't you think it goes against the goal of this sports festival for those who pretty much didn't do anything to move into the final round? He argued. The tense atmosphere was starting to get to some people, even the people from the general studies who talked behind the hero course's back. Even Kirishima and Tetsu teared up in response, though in their manly ways. Gee god damn. What's with these guys? They're so manly. He exclaimed. Ditto to that, damn it. Tetsu agreed. This is turning into an unusual turn of events. Present Mike actually said with a serious tone. We'll have to leave this issue to the chief umpire. What'll Midnight do about this? Aizawa wondered. Everyone looked up as Midnight took a deep breath. As she took hold of her whip, she gave all the study a stern look as she raised it. Youthful talk like that is something. Please don't humiliate Ojiro-kun for. That I freaking love to see. What? Ben's eyes twitched in response to her change in attitude. If anyone could see Hagakure's eyes, they'd be wide as they could ever be. Shota. Ojiro. I accept your withdrawals from the competition. She decided based on her tastes. But if we're going with that, we're going to have to replace you two with 2 other people from the teams. Midnight hummed as she cupped her chin. Oh, speaking of that, Itsuka raised her hand, knowing that her team was coming into queue. We were thinking that instead of us being the first to fill in the first 3 slots, we'd give those to a team that actually fought to the end, instead of us who barely did anything. Yep. Kanoko nodded. It should be Team Tetsu. Definitely. Setsuna also nodded. Send them up first. Kendo. Tetsu's eyes widened. Come on, man. This isn't collusion or anything. It just makes sense for those who actually tried. Itsuka gave the gray-haired teen a thumbs up. KK Kendo. Tetsu was about to go teary-eyed again. We won't let you down. Midnight and everyone else smiles at Team Itsuka's decision. So, it's decided. The first 3 slots will go to Team Tetsu, however, we still have 2 more to fill in. So, what then? Ben asked. Well, I was thinking that the last member of Team Tetsu can be our 4th contender, and then our last one can be from Team Itsuka. Midnight decided. But we already decided that What are you girls doing? Itsuka tried to protest, but the rest of her teammates all grinned as they pushed her forward. Come on girl, quit being so tense. We all know you wanna try at it too. Setsuna snickered. Go for it. Reiko smiled. Alright then. Itsuka blushed a little, covering her face with her hands. Then it's decided. The members of Team Tetsu and Itsuka have moved up to the top 24. Now then, to the main event selection. Present Mike voiced out. Midnight, if you'd please. Of course. Midnight grinned back as she snapped her whip, carrying the box of lots with her. After going through a randomization process of these new participants from our staff, this the result of the drawing. Pressing a button on her remote again, the screen flickered as all 24 placements were filled with names, earning the change a massive reaction from the crowd. Now then, with that out of the way, let's begin the recreational games. So, how do you think of this chapter? As you can see, I've decided to change the number of fighters in the tournament from 16 to 24, as to include personal matchups that wouldn't have been able otherwise. I suppose that the first 16 canon fighters will be doing their usual duke outs, but for the remaining 8, how should these first matches go? I've already planned for Ben and Monoma to fight, so the matchups between the rest of Team Monoma, Team Tetsu and Itsuka will have to be decided. Let me know what matchups do you think would be interesting. Now regarding a few points that people pointed out. The opness that this Ben has. It's obvious that with the master control, he can win through any scenario that's he aware for. The reason why he's like this now is that he's merely having fun. I mean, if you were suddenly thrusted into a sports festival in an alternate world where you didn't really have anything to win for, you'd probably just play around a little for the sake of being competitive for the others and wanting to have a little fun, as well as making a little mischief. Now it's not to say that Ben doesn't have a serious side, that's the whole point of making this Ben different from the others, it's just that the current scenario makes him want to act this way. No doubt that if you'd throw him into the training camp arc full of villains that he'd turn all bloodthirsty and serious. For the internship arc, Ben will be heading out to seek Yukio, but I wonder what kind of story I should make it. Having Ben meet in the city where Iida, Midoriya and Todoroki fight Stain might be a possibility for the ending of the arc, but in the meanwhile I'd have to make my own story for that. Like for Asui, in which the anime gave her a few episodes dedicated to her own internship, I'll probably do something like that. Hit me up with ideas on what they should do during this. Anyhow, that's all I wanted to say for now. Let me know what you thought of the chapter, and give some feedback, yeah. I'm looking forward to your R&R, so please do so. Anywho, this is Emiyn, checking out. See you in the next chapter. 741 Chapter 10, Tournament of Quirks. Happy New Year's Eve. I blame my lack of internet for not actually uploading this 3 days ago. Sue. Welcome back to my Omnium Academia. Are you all ready for the actual fighting? Let's get started. 1. Regarding some of the battles, you guys must have realized that I've included some of the Class B students. For the sake of those who haven't read the manga for the updated Class 1B quirks, I'm only going to show the ones that have already been shown at this point in the canon crossover, and minor introductions for others. Some of those quirks are quite unique though. 2. Making Ship can probably be done. Granted, he won't exactly be a galvanic mechamorph like his canon counterpart, but probably something similar. He'll have abilities that are similar to that of one, but I'm thinking instead of machinery, he could possibly morph into support gear that automatically adjusts to a person's quirk. Which means, Hatsume is probably gonna have some involvement in this. 3. No. So far, Ben has no current pairing for him. And while the suggestions for one with girls like Mina or Najire are interesting choices, we kind of have to take into account in how they as individuals can even attract Ben. I mean, besides fitting Ben's taste for older girls, but something else as well. What do you think about it? And guys, think about some of the girls you're trying to pair him up with, lol. Some of them are twice his age. 4. Unfortunately, while this chapter does feature most of the first round matches, I'm of course saving the Ben and Monoma one for last, primarily because I'm still debating whether or not Monoma will have an effect on the Omnitrix. Many of you have given me some clear points and facts regarding quirks and mutations as a whole, so I'll be waiting until the next chapter to finalize on that decision. On that note though, give me some more points and try to sway me to either give Monoma a mutation, or to make him outright lose pathetically. The choice is yours. 5. I do plan on doing chapters on the OVAs and swimming pool episodes. I realized that I skipped over the first OVA, Save. Rescue Training. Perhaps I can still place it in. I'll try to make my own attempt at placing 2 heroes into this story, as it takes place right with episode 58 of the anime. 6. I've read a few crossovers between Ben 10 and the Toru series. I've got to catch up on the anime, manga, and light novels if I can even consider making a story on those however. I like the idea of it though. Mikasa is bae. So, with that all said and done, let's get reading. This is a long one. And as always, I own nothing related to the subject of My Hero, Boku no Hero Academia nor Ben 10. Please support the official releases, and happy reading to you all. Much obliged for over 400 reviews, over 700 follows and favorites, and over 85,000 views. Chapter 10. Tournament of Quirks. The 24 combatants from the previous teams were finally lined up on the monitors for everyone to see, and starting from the left as the names were being written out in the 24 placements. The listings were as followed as the students themselves began to look over. Alright, who's the unlucky person who has to fight Tennyson? Aizawa's eyes glazed around lazily towards the screens. For the first round of the tournament, the first match was between Midoriya and Shinso, and then followed up by Shiro vs Todoroki. Iida ended up pairing against Hatsume, the latter who was more interested in her gear despite her opponent trying to get her attention. Between that, the next round was between Aoyama and Mina, with Tokiyami and Momo coming up afterwards. Uraraka nearly choked on her saliva as she saw who she was being placed against, a certain blonde with anger management problems unfortunately. Said explosive user actually rose an eyebrow as he read her name out, as if he didn't even know who that person was. And humorously enough, someone or something caused Kirishima and Tetsu to be bound to one another. To whether they get crushed together underneath Todoroki's ice sculptures, to even being placed to the same placements in the tournaments. Talk about having a clone or person who supposedly has the same traits as you. Going on, after those two were Awase and Subarara, and Kaibara and Juzo immediately afterwards. The second to last match of the first round was between Itsuka and Kuwaro, the last member of Team Monoma. He was a teen with a completely black-colored body and white hair. And last, but not least. Well, this is going to be interesting, just my luck, Monoma glanced at his opponent. Well, here's to a good fight, Mr. Tennyson. Likewise. Ben answered. Just call me Ben. Monoma brought his hand out to exchange a handshake with him, but Ben knew that he was trying an attempt at copying his quirk. Naturally, he denied his gesture, simply raising a hand in recognition as he nodded. The blonde quickly realized his plan went south, and so he merely shrugged as everyone else turned back to midnight. Alright, now that the placements are done and set for the later part of this day, let's leave that alone for a moment for a momentary interlude. Present mic announced as the screens began to shift, this time presenting the word, recreation. Let's have fun with the recreational events. Thank you. Midnight yelled as she gripped her microphone. First up, we have a scavenger hunt. Hit it, ladies. Yes, ma'am. The cheerleaders began to perform a calling as fireworks were launched into the sky, exploding into bright lights as they released cards that contained words on the back side. The students began to run towards the middle, and various objects were placed onto the backsides of the cards for the students to look for as they picked them up. Will anyone let me borrow a bag? Siro yelled into the crowd as he showed his card, revealing the kanji for said word. Does anyone have a cat? Sato asked. A textbook. Hey, can a student throw me a textbook? Kaminari flailed his card around for everyone to see. While some of the cards had objects that were easy to obtain, as tradition, a few of them were a bit obscure to say the least. Speaking of which. Back fat. What the, this is impossible. Mineta shuddered upon grabbing a card from the ground. Where the hell can I get this? Hey, at least you didn't get this one, Ben sighed as he picked up his own card. Alien. Ha. The brunette's eye twitched awkwardly. How ironic. Monoma rolled his eyes as he leaned against the stadium walls, yawning a little as he spun his card on his finger. I can't believe that they're getting so serious about these recreational activities. He grumbled as he watched someone drop down a textbook for Kaminari. Those Class A guys really need to get a clue or something about. Monoma. Itsuka called out to her blonde classmate, jogging towards him. If you're unmotivated, come with me. Huh. He blinked a few times. Why? Itsuka's sweat dropped a little as she revealed her card, which translated to, perverse person. As her hands expanded out with the activation of her quirk, Monoma gave the orange-haired girl a sarcastic chuckle as she began to carry him to the goal posts. Ha, haha, Kei Kendo, don't you think you've got it wrong? He questioned her. It's fine. You fit this category in a literal sense. She responded. The scavenger hunt continued for a little while longer. Ben somehow managed to get the object he was looking for somehow, the alien, in mind being a plush doll given to him by the crowd. Luckily, it was accepted, but as he came back to find another item to look for. Ben Tennyson-kun, san. Several people called out to him. Raising his face up, his eyes caught the attention of multiple students, mainly Midoriya, Tetsu, Kirishima, Iida, Momo, Uraraka, Asui, and Mina. They all revealed their cards to him, which more or less translated to a description related to Ben. Wait, really? Someone you'd want to fight, jack of all trades, handyman, master of adapting, multiple personalities, sarcastic person, colorful fighter, someone you'd want as a butler. Who comes up with these damn personas? He gave each card a stern look, all while showing signs and reactions of shock and surprise. Well, they fit you, don't they? Kirishima asked, glancing at everyone else. You can adapt to pretty much any scenario. And I'd say you're pretty sarcastic. Asui nodded, adding on. And I want to fight him. Tetsu clenched his fist. His personality sometimes changes when he takes on a certain form as well, you can't deny that. Iida noted. Take Wrath for example. All of his forms are unique and colorful as well. Mina grinned. And he is my butler, after all. Momo nodded, though she didn't dare say that out loud. And most of your transformations all take on different appearances and colorations, so that counts as well. Midoriya revealed. We really haven't seen him doing anything bad, so I'd also consider him a jack of all trades at the very least. Uraraka responded lastly. See, you fit all of those parts. You've got to be kidding me. Ben's shoulders drooped as the Omnitrix flashed. Blinding everyone for a moment, as the emerald light died off, everyone's eyes widened as Ben was split into 8 copies of himself, and presumably with the split personalities as well. They all distributed themselves, joining each of the other students to be brought in, some reluctantly, others being joyful for it. Ben Prime went along with Momo, the latter giggling all the while. I didn't think you'd comply. Well, I mean, Ben sighed. I guess just wanted to fill in on the fun. Well, that's very sweet of you then. The creation user nodded as she patted his head. Come, the scavenger hunt is about to end. I feel like I just got played. Ben mused. Right. After the scavenger hunt ended, the event afterwards was that of a ball racing event, or Otama Korogashi. The initial concept of course wasn't familiar to Ben, due to him not really being a denizen of this nation. Otama Korogashi was a relay race where team members take turns, 2 at a time, rolling a huge ball down a field, around a cone and return to pass the ball off to the next pair. The first team to have all members take a turn would win. Naturally, Ben had to be instructed, and although it was briefly mentioned he quickly got the hang of it. He was randomly assigned to a team with some students that he wasn't really familiar with, but the competition didn't really matter. Plus, with Ojiro and Shota's heart-breaking speech just before the recreational events started, that pretty much broke down the awkward walling the students from every department had for the hero courses. In layman's terms, the game was fun. Or it should have been, until Ben accidentally pushed the ball he was assigned to too hard as 4 arms, nearly killing Midnight in the process while it was bouncing back and forth inside the stadium. Luckily, no one was harmed, but Ben had to apologize for the remainder of the recreational period until it ended. After those events ended, the 24 students were given a 30-minute break to prepare themselves for the incoming battles. If someone were to explain these last few events, it would most likely be explained like this. Even if we were told to have fun, those in the tournament couldn't relax. Some would try to polish their strategy ideas against their opponents, some would try to keep their presence of mind, while some simply prepared to fight. Some sharpened their senses, and others would try to relax their nerves. But as we thought about our respective thoughts for the time ahead, it would be time to start before we knew it. Half an hour had now passed. In the middle of the stadium, a large black tube was seen being placed into the middle, with Smintos extracting liquid cement through as indicated by a glow of green on his hand. A concrete platform was seen being completed in the middle of the field, with torches located in each of the platform's corners and a concrete throne from where Smintos would observe the fights during the festival. Smintos smiles as he stands up, giving Present Mike a thumbs up from where he sat. Okay. It's pretty much done. Thank you, Smintos. Present Mike responds with glee as he picks up his microphone. Now then. Hey guys, are you ready? With his obnoxiously loud voice echoing through the stadium as he announced his return in actual English, the audience practically went ballistic with cheers and other responses as Smintos finished the final touches of the tournament platform. Good. Now, a lot's happened, but now it's finally come to this. We're finally having some serious battles. This time around, you'll only be able to rely on yourself, your guts, wits, smarts, and skills. Even if you're not a hero, you'll face lots of situations like that. He said as he continued to drive in the crowd's attention. Use all of those to secure your victory. While Present Mike continued his antics, down in the bottom of the stadium at one of the openings in which the students would come out through, Midoriya stood at the entrance, hand clenched against his chest as he tried to prepare himself. The pressure was building onto the mop head, but as he tried to calm himself down, footsteps behind him drove his attention over from his emotions to what was approaching him. Hey, young Midoriya. Toshinori rose an arm in greeting. Sorry I'm late, but you pretty much figured out one for all, right? All Might, Midoriya exhaled. Well, a bit yeah, but I'm still worried. What do you mean? The blonde asked. Well, I can see it in my head when I imagine some scenarios, imagining the microwave, controlling the spread. I can imagine those and how I hit the villain in front of me, but it still feels like it's unsteady. I can control how much I want to use, but if I don't focus, I feel like it'll immediately break apart. He tried to explain as best he could. I see, Toshinori merely nodded. At this point, I can only roughly transfer about up 7 or 8% worth of One for All's power within my body without it hurting too much. If I go beyond that, the pain will start to overcome and dwindle my senses. He also clarified. I see you've gotten onto the grasp of what you can do. Instead of 0 or 100, you've tried to release the gauge in which you can clearly observe yourself in. At your level in your body, that's a good estimate. Toshinori explained as he cupped his cheek. Oh, then hearing that, it really makes me feel like I've been blessed with friends and luck. Midoriya's head lowered, which made Toshinori rub the back of his awkwardly in an attempt to clear this foggy situation up. So. Hiya. The blonde then yelled as he slapped the top and bottom of Midoriya's head, as if trying to place buns on top and underneath him. Come on, young man. You should just say, I'll do my best, you damn prince of nonsense. Gee ga, the greenhead grunted as he coughed a few times. Is the image of the hero you're trying to be really all that flimsy, young Midoriya? Toshinori asked as he placed his hands on his hips. Midoriya grumbled a little before opening his eyes in his direction. Listen. It's in the times when you're scared or worried that you should deal with the problem with a smile on your face. he proudly explained as he puffed into his hero form with a thumbs up. You've made it this far, so it's fine if it's a bluff. Just stand proud. All Might. Midoriya's eyes widened with a growing sense of confidence. Don't forget that I have high hopes for you. All Might grinned, with Midoriya nodding as he began to turn around. Now get out there. Yes. Audience. The finals that you've all been waiting for are finally about to start. Present Mike announced as the commentator's room appeared on the monitors. So, let's introduce our contesters. Match number 1. Even though he's done so well so far, what's with that goofy look on his face? From the hero course, Midoriya Izuku. Versus. Sorry to say, but he hasn't really done anything to stand out yet. From the general studies, Shinso Hitoshi. As the flames of the stadium platform flared up, the two students began to walk out from their respective entrances. Shinso had a calm demeanor on his person, while Midoriya still looked like a small push could topple him over. At least he wasn't as bad as before though. So, the rules are simple. Force your opponent out of bounds, or immobilize them. You can also win by making your opponent say, "I give up." As well. Present Mike explained the rules long enough for the two to enter the ring. Now, bring on the injuries, because we've got our very own recovery girl waiting on standby. Put aside your morals and ethics, but of course, anything life-threatening is crap. That ain't allowed. Heroes should only use their fists to apprehend villains. He also added as Smintos took his seat. And so, I'll be here to make sure that things don't go too far. He reassured the crowd. Midoriya breathes in, stretching his arms. However, it was then that Shinso repeated the words that Present Mike announced. I give up. Quote, exclamation mark quote. Midoriya answered, but didn't dare to actually respond. This is going to be a fight to test the strength of your spirit. And so, if you know what you want for your future, then you can't worry about appearances. Shinso then uttered as he gritted his teeth. What does he mean by that? Midoriya thought as Present Mike started the countdown. Ready. That monkey was going on about his pride. Start. But don't you think that he was dumb for throwing away the chance he was given? Quote, exclamation mark quote. Midoriya's eyes widened upon realizing that Shinso was pretty much insulting Ojiro for his actions, even so that he was even starting to get angry to the point that he began to grit his teeth aggressively as he began to charge at Shinso. What did you say? And that's hook, line, and sinker. Everyone watched as the aggressive mop head suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ojiro in particular noticed this strange set of movements as he stood up from his seats, flabbergasted by what he just saw as he ruffled his hair. Crap baskets. I went through the trouble of warning him about his quirk too. He said in a self-annoyed manner. Toshinori himself flinched as he watched his prized pupil stop in his own tracks as Present Mike and Aizawa looked over this match's suspicious build-up. Hey, what's the matter? It's the important first match. Liven things up, you two. Midoriya, why are all frozen all of a sudden? He called out to the teen as some of Class A's students began to stand up in confusion. What's going on? Uraraka wondered. Ben squinted down, and merely sighed as he slapped his face. He got caught. What do you mean by that, Ben? Momo asked her butler. He's got a blank look on his face and isn't moving a muscle. Is this Shinso's quirk? He didn't stand out at all, but could he actually be someone amazing? Will the bottom climb to the top? Present Mike was absolutely livid about this growing problem, but Aizawa sighed as he watched. See. This is why I said that the entrance exam wasn't as rational as one would think. He began to say. Mike turned to his friend in question. Whatcha mean, man? See, take a look at this. The erasure hero responded as he brought out two slips of paper, with a portrait of Midoriya on one and Shinso the other. This here is some basic data on the two of them. Since it's individual matches from here on out, I had someone compile them for me. So, what? Mike then asked again, still confused as ever. Shinso failed the practical exam for the hero course, but he applied for general studies probably knowing that this would happen. His quirk is a very powerful one, but the practical exam consisted of the mock villains. That gave an advantage to those whose quirks were those with physical attack power. He revealed. Wait, So what you're saying is, Mike's eyes widened slightly. Shinso wouldn't have been able to rack up any points with his quirk. However, in this kind of scenario, Aizawa summed up the explanation he gave earlier. You're lucky that you've been blessed, Midoriya Izuku. Shinso said as he gave a Midoriya a look towards the out-of-bounds line. But I win. ... Turn around and walk out of bounds. Once again to everyone's surprise, Midoriya began to unconsciously comply to Shinso's orders, and turned around accordingly. Though the movement that Midoriya exhibited was very robotic and slow-looking, it didn't take much to fill some of the Class A students with dread. Fought. Midoriya's being so obedient. Present Mike responded with an alerted tone. Midoriya-chan. Asui looked down with concern. Deku-kun. Why? Uraraka also added. If you go out of bounds, you'll be disqualified from the match. Iida yelled out as he swung his arm in his typical way. That quirk. Don't tell me. Toshinori gulped as he gripped the wall he was leaning out of. Allow me to explain then, Yaoyorozu-san. Ben yawned as he crossed his feet. Several other students that were close to Midoriya turned to him as he cleared his throat. Shinso-san was placed into the General Studies department not because he was a bad student, but because his quirk wasn't the kind that was suitable for the practical exam. He started. Then what kind of quirk does he have? Asui asked, anxious to know. Well, let me assure that my memory is correct. Ben said as he cleared his throat. Shinso Hitoshi, his quirk is known as brainwash. It allows him to assume control of anyone who responds to one of his statements, forcing them to do as he says. It's willingly activated by Shinso, who otherwise can hold normal conversations with other people without having to brainwash them. Records have shown that he can control more than one person at once, but this has to be done individually as brainwashing multiple targets simultaneously is beyond Shinso's capabilities due to him needing to concentrate on his desired target in order to activate the quirk. Wait, brainwashing. Now that's totally something like in a manga. Kirishima expressed with a mild amount of disbelief as Ben began, taking a long intake of air. Yes, but victims will feel dazed when being controlled, and will remain largely aware of their current state of being brainwashed, despite looking completely spaced out. They are rendered essentially caged in their own bodies and feeling helpless all the time, until the quirk effect breaks. Those who end up brainwashed will be forced to follow all of Shinso's commands, however, any orders that require them to think or talk will not work. Brainwash is implied to not work on non-living entities, which can justify his failure in the UA entrance exam. Ben ended, coughing a few times to moisten his throat. I felt like I read off a manual or something, he grumbled. In the fitness test that I proposed on the first day of school, Midoriya scored pretty low for the average hero course student, but even in tests where he didn't use his quirk, he did better than Shinso. Aizawa thought to himself as he took note of the stats the slips revealed. I figure that Midoriya probably has a better body than Shinso, so of course if they were to fight normally, Midoriya would win. Well, if he somehow manages to overcome Shinso's brainwash or not, this fight's gonna end quickly I reckon. Both Ben and Aizawa then stated as Midoriya crept closer and closer to the edge of the arena. Why young Midoriya, what are doing? You can't come over here. Toshinori began to sweat marbles as Midoriya's figure became clearer and clearer as he approached him. Midoriya could only look at his own body as he cursed at himself mentally. Gee god damn it, my body's moving all on its own, it's like my head's filled with fog. No. Damn it, stop. Even though Ojiro-kun warned me. Sheet. Well this isn't looking good, Ben mumbled. Shit. Damn it all. Even though, everyone's counting on me. In a place like this. In a place like this. Right as Midoriya was about to step out of bounds, he looked into the dark entranceway that he came through. While it was filled with nothing but darkness, as his eyes drifted through his foggy vision, it was then that he thought he noticed something. A sparkle. No, not just one, not just two, there were more, around 8 shining sparkles of light that brightened up, as if they were linking themselves with his sight as Midoriya's vision was filled. Blinking once through his tranced state, the sparkles of light that filled his vision soon opened a clear pathway, revealing what appeared to be silhouettes of some sort. Ghost-like apparitions with differently colored eyes seemed to be staring straight at him, with a mixture of lights suddenly invading Midoriya's mind as he felt One for All's power beginning to surge through his entire body without his consent. What is this? His mind was in a complete jungle as his entire body began to glow, the reminiscent coloring of full cowling beginning to curdle around his person as his foot was about to step out. Move. You probably don't understand, but even with a quirk like this, I do have my own dream. Shinso uttered as he gave Midoriya another grim look. Now then, lose 4. Move. With the twitching of his right foot, One for All surged suddenly, and as Midoriya's entire body sparked with full cowl's green coloration, he stomped just millimeters before the white boundary line, sending off a powerful shockwave. Whoosh! Asterisk. Everyone nearby suddenly gasped as they blocked their faces from the incoming dust. Midnight's eyes widened as she looked over towards Midoriya, who was now sweating like crazy as he began to breath in heavily. Whoa there. Midoriya stopped. Present Mike nearly fell off from his seat, making the crowd explode as Midoriya's friends all cheered for his sudden recovery. Midoriya-kun. Iida cried out. I'm so glad. Asui ribbited as she and Uraraka grasped each other's hands. Me too. The zero-gravity user smiled. Ben was genuinely surprised as well as Aizawa, even as much as sitting up from his seat and even looking down. Now that was unexpected. Wait, his foot. The two of them then saw that part of Midoriya's pants, the lower right in particular, was shredded, revealing a bruised marking underneath. Did he remove the brainwash effect by making it explode? As the shockwave finally cleared up, Midoriya finally got his breathing out of control, looking back over his shoulder and giving Shinso a eerie expression. Ojiro nearly fell over as he sat back down, placing a hand on his chest. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. He admitted. Shinso however was shocked beyond belief, gritting his teeth at this truly unexpected result. Huh? What? Why? You shouldn't be able to move freely. What did you do? Immediately, Midoriya covered his mouth as to not answer as he tried to understand what the hell just happened. Alright, somehow, I managed to discharge my foot, but I wasn't the one who moved it. What happened? Wait, those people from before. Those people that I don't know suddenly came into my line of sight all of a sudden, and for a second, that sight suddenly made my mind clear. That was, Midoriya's eyes glared at Shinso as memories started to echo in his mind, Toshinori's words at that. One for all. It was passed on to me like a sacred torch. Wait, so then those people. The presence of the people who've spun together this power, did that save me? Is that even possible? Midoriya mused in disbelief as he looked down at his swollen foot. What did you do? Shinso roared, bringing him out of his trance. No, right now, even if I think about it, I won't find the answer. Midoriya growled as he shook his head. Later, I'll go do the thinking later. Grr, he isn't answering. Did he figure out the weakness behind my quirk? Shinso thought to himself as Midoriya turned to face him. No, he probably heard from that monkey from the beginning. Shinso's only option was to make Midoriya talk. So, you can make that giant shockwave with just your foot. I'm so jealous. However, Midoriya knew better. Activating One for All once more, he began to dash at Shinso despite the pain in his foot. Yes, I felt the same way as you did in the past. Thanks to my quirk, I've been behind from the start. Shinso continued, sweat dripping down his face. Someone who's been blessed like you couldn't possibly understand, can you? I do understand though. But it's true, I have been blessed. Midoriya gritted his teeth as his eyes began to glow. Someone like you who was born with the ideal quirk. Someone who can reach your goal. Shinso was now getting desperate, raising his voice louder. I've been blessed by others. He bit his lips as he activated full cowl. Grasping onto his shoulders, Midoriya began to push him back, irritating Shinso even more. Say something, darn you. The purple-haired teen growled as he quickly balled his fist and slugged Midoriya in the face. The sudden movement was enough to make the teen growl in pain, but he still wasn't going to respond as his entire body began to glow. Full cowling was now active, but not at 3%. But that's why. He merely gave Shinso a glare as he turned his face back. Quote, exclamation mark, quote. Gasping, Midoriya's strength suddenly took its toll on Shinso as he began to get pushed back. Widening his eyes, the brainwash user glanced back to see the boundary lines getting close. This guy. Is he trying to push me out? Pushing his arm out of the way, Shinso growled as he noticed his damaged leg. Kicking his shin, Midoriya cursed in pain as Shinso turned him around and began to push him back towards his own boundary line. You've got to be kidding. He yelled. You get out. As Shinso was about to push him out, he grasped Midoriya's collar. However, it was then that the green-haired teen noticed that he was in the perfect position. So right as he did that, he took hold of Shinso's arm with a tight grip from his left, and quickly skid around on his left foot as he grasped his shirt. No you. Countering Shinso's last move of desperation, Midoriya performed a quick shoulder toss, slamming Shizno down onto the ground and out of bounds. The purple-haired teen coughs as his entire body got swatted onto the hard floor as Midnight raised her hand as an indication that the fight was over. Shinso-kun is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to round 2. The crowd began to cheer loudly. With Midoriya looking down on his opponent, he was beginning to breath heavily as Present Mike's image appeared on the monitors once again. In the finals, the first person to advance to the second round is Midoriya Izuku from Class A. Ooh, that was so stressful. Uraraka gave a hard sigh of relief as she and Asui drooped down into their seats. Yes, but turning the tables around at the last moment. As expected of Midoriya-kun. Iida praised the green head. Kaminari nodded, but turned to Bakugo, who had an unruly face of remembrance. Hey Bakugo, didn't he do that shoulder toss on you before too? Shut it, dunce face. The red-eyed blonde retorted as he glared down at Midoriya. That damn piece of, he was definitely aiming for it. He led that fool right into it. He growled. Using his power on part of his body like at the fitness test, and the shoulder toss from the combat training, rather than calling it the best use of his experience, it was like he was using any experience he had to force the flow of the battle into this favor. Aizawa observed what happened in his own explanation. Yahoo! Now, even though it was kind of a boring first match, we should all pay our condolences and praise them both for a bravely fought match. Give these two fighters a round of applause. And that was the thing that the crowd did as Midoriya and Shinso began to return to the middle of the ring. As expected, Shinso had a look of disappointment on his face as he faced Midoriya, the latter leaning on his left leg to withstand the pressure from using one for all at whatever higher percentage caused him to get out Shinso's brainwash. Midoriya thought of the words that Shinso yelled at him during their match. Shinso thought of him as a person who had been blessed, a person who can actually reach their goal. Shinso-kun. I just want to ask, but why do you want to be a hero? He asked after an awkward pause. This made the purple-haired teen raise his face, widening his eyes slightly for a moment before turning around and retracting himself to his stern expression. Well, you can't help but long for the things you want, can't you? He answered vaguely as he began to step off the ring. Wait, that answer was more than enough however to make the green-haired teen realize everything. That's exactly so. I felt the same way before I inherited One for All. But, I guess no matter what I say right now. Shinso sighed as he drew closer to the exit way, but before he could fully do so, he heard several voices calling out his name from above in the audience. Shinso. Hey man, you were really cool out there. He blinked, looking up to see several of his fellow general studies classmates waving at him with smiles and grins. Good job. One girl called out. I was really surprised man. You almost took out one of the guys who won the entire obstacle race. One guy grinned. You're the star of the general studies students. Another yelled. And besides, take a look behind us. Another then gestured behind themselves. There were a bunch of pro heroes sitting behind where the students were standing. Amongst them was a beastly one who wore a skull helmet, another had turquoise hair and wore an orange bandana. One of them behind that person was a man wearing a sea creature-like helmet and a bodysuit. There were even those who looked robotic in nature that were wearing suits. However, there was one thing that they had in common, and that was they were speaking about Shinso and his performance. That kind of quirk, it could work extremely well against villains. I wish I had it. The beastly one admitted. Yeah, but it seems like UA isn't being very smart if he's being placed in the general studies, right? The bandana user questioned. Well, they have a ton of people applying always, so it can't be helped that some of them have to be placed in there. The darkly armored hero behind her responded. I guess it was the difference in combat experience, huh? One of the robotic-looking heroes asked his partner. Yeah, it ends up making a big difference, especially in competitions like these. The other one nodded. What a waste. Hearing the comments they made, Shinso's classmates grinned down at him. Ya hear that, Shinso? You're amazing man. The man in question stayed silent, but a smile grew on his face as a result. His rough expression turned into a snarky grin as he glances behind his shoulder to look at Midoriya. Depending on our results, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. Remember that. Because even if it didn't work out this time, I definitely won't give up. I'll get into the hero course, get certified, and I'll definitely become a better hero than you guys. He promised. Midoriya's eyes widened, and even he couldn't help but respond. Yeah. And of course, Midoriya got bamboozled by Shinso as the latter activated brainwash on him. Ah crap baskets. Even though the match is over, what's he? Shinso probably noticed the expression behind the now blank look on Midoriya's face, snickering a little. You know, there aren't many people that'll just casually talk to me. They're usually very wary. Releasing his hold, Shinso turned around and gave the mophead another grin. Only someone like you and Tennyson would do something like that, but at this rate, if you keep being susceptible to things like that, someone'll trip you both up in no time. Quote, exclamation mark quote. Midoriya blinked wildly as he got control of his body again. So, at the very least, don't lose in an unseemly way. He asked of him. And of course. Yes, I won't. He got brainwashed again. Doofus. Ah, son of a bitch. Keese. Now in Recovery Girl's temporary infirmary, the nurse activated her quirk on Midoriya, healing his leg to its normal condition. Toshinori was now inside with the two of them as well as Midoriya wiggled his toes around to get the feeling in his feet back. Alright, that should do it. The youthful heroine nodded as she tied a thin layer of bandages around his foot. Just a half an hour or so worths of rest and it should be back to a 100%. I know you said to smile all might, but in that match with Shinso-kun, I couldn't smile at all. Midoriya admits. Well, I suppose that his cries back then hit pretty close to home for you, huh? Toshinori guesses as he scratches the back of his head. Midoriya nods, but looks up at his teacher. Yes, but that didn't mean that I could lose. That's what it means to aim for number one, right? Those funny words made Recovery Girl sigh, knowing that Toshinori probably said something to him again. Oh, you poor thing, Toshinori, you must have placed some kind of weird pressure on him again, did ya? Elbowing his right rib, Toshinori wailed in pain, all while trying to apologize. It was necessary. Oh ow, he chuckled. Wait, speaking of pressure. Midoriya then blinked as the thoughts he had during the match resurfaced. All Might, did you ever have I don't know how to describe it. I had a vision I could say. Huh. The blonde looked up while clenching his aching side. There were 8 or 9 people, I'm not sure how many exactly. But when it felt like my mind was being filled with fog from Shinso-kun's brainwash, that vision appeared, as if to drive away the fog. It felt like I was barely able to move my body for a moment. He tried to explain. Toshinori hummed in interest. Also, there was someone with eyes like you too, All Might. Midoriya also added. Was it the people who had inherited one for all who did it? What the heck? That's scary. Toshinori sweated a little in response, something that Midoriya wasn't expecting to say the least. What? I thought you'd know something about it. The mophead panicked. No. I mean, I also saw that kind of thing before too, back in my younger days. Toshinori clarified. Then. Midoriya asked again as the blonde calmed down. That means that it's a clear sign that you've got a better grasp on one for all as a whole. Toshinori then answered, leaning against Recovery Girl's desk as he folded his arms. What does that mean? Midoriya asked, still a little confused. In my perspective, I'd say it's like a trace of something that all of the people who inherited it left in one for all as a whole. It's not something with intent that can interfere with you, and you yourself can't interfere with them as well. In other words, that vision you had isn't the thing that got rid of young Shinso's brainwash. It was that when you saw the vision that your strong emotions allowed you to overcome its effects, just long enough for you to move your leg, I think. Toshinori fully explained, taking a long breath afterwards. That explanation's not satisfying at all though. Midoriya sighed awkwardly. Oh, come on, don't get too hung up about it. Toshinori barked in response. But more importantly, don't you want to see who'll fight you in the next round? Wait, oh yeah. Midoriya then stood up. Thank you very much. Dashing out the exit, he quickly gave the two a bow before closing the doorway, leaving the two heroes alone as he began to run back towards the stadium. However, as Midoriya's footsteps echoed in their ears, Toshinori gave another heavy sigh as Recovery Girl repeated some of Midoriya's words. He said that you were there too, in that vision of his. She repeated. Yes. That's a good thing. He admitted with a low tone. Gotta hurry. Midoriya muttered to himself as he entered the audience's seating for the students. Several students from Class A could hear his footsteps as they glanced back. Oh, Deku-kun. Uraraka waved out to him. Nice job. We saved a seat for you. Iida gave a thumbs up as he gestured a seat next to himself. Thanks. The mophead smiled. Before he could step down though, he noticed Ojiro giving him a smile. The two exchanged nods as the former went down and joined his fellow students. So, how the hell did you get rid of Shinso's brainwash? Ben asked right away. Well, Midoriya stuttered. I was also wondering about that. Mina leaned over from her seat. He basically took control of your body, right? There would have been no way to regain control either, so how did you do it? Tokiyami asked as well. It's hard to explain. I guess you could say that. My willpower allowed me to subconsciously activate my quirk and force me back to reality. Midoriya nervously answered. Most of the students rose an eyebrow, including Ben, but their time for questioning ceased to bear fruit as the flames of the stadium arena brought their attention back down to the middle. Present Mike's face appeared on screen once again as the crowd began to cheer. Thanks for waiting, everyone. Next up is these two fellas. A moment later, the screen transitioned to show both Shiro and Todoroki's portraits, the tape user on the right and Todoroki on the left. Ben and everyone else then looked down and watched as both students entered through their respective entrances, though not many could tell that Todoroki's expression was anything but normal. Why does he look so irritated? Ben wondered as the two approached the middle of the stage. He's good, but what's with that plainness that he just can't get rid of? From the hero course, Shiro Hanta. Hey, that's pretty mean. Shiro gave Present Mike a sarcastic smile as he began to stretch his arms. Versus. Taking one of the top places in the obstacle course and the cavalry battle. You're way above in the food chain, kiddo. He wasn't admitted into the school through recommendations for nothing. Also, from the hero course, Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki remained silent. And now, for the second match of the first round. I have a feeling I'm not gonna do too hot, but. Shiro grinned nervously as Present Mike began his countdown. Ready. Start. Immediately, right as Present Mike alerted the start of the match, Shiro quickly skid back and released two alarmingly fast strands of tape that ensnared Todoroki. He quickly snips off his left elbow's strand of tape and does a quick 180 in an attempt to throw the half-and-half user out of bounds. I don't feel like losing either, Todoroki. He growled. Oh. A surprise attack aimed to push his opponent out of bounds. Don't you think that was the best choice for this situation? Mike yelled out. Seriously, get him, Shiro. Holy moly. Mineta yelped. Is this how it's gonna end? This is happening way too fast. Sato frowned. I don't care. It's just a flinging of surprising events. Mina squawked. And I like it. Todoroki-kun. Iida yelled out of concern. Oh. Ben blinked as he began to lean down. Ben, Midoriya, Asui, and Momo watched as his body suddenly flashed into heat blast, blinding everyone for a moment. What are doing? Oh. Just wanted to let you know that Todoroki's gonna use a giant ice attack. The fire alien casually said. Kaminari looked down. What do you mean? Sorry. Suddenly, Todoroki stomped his right foot on the ground, spreading ice all over the surrounding area. This caused the momentum from Zero's attack to halt to nothing as the ice trail froze his tape and began to venture off towards the tape user in question. What the hell? With a loud growl, the ice trail suddenly expanded, forming Todoroki's infamous giant ice wall, though this variation was taken to the extreme. It was large enough to shake the entire stadium, and long enough to completely stagger out of the whole building. Luckily for Class A, Heat Blast's presence and a fire blast from said alien managed to melt away the ice that was about to hit them. Holy shit. Midoriya actually cursed as the front row students all huddled behind Heat Blast. Aizawa and Present Mike were shocked beyond belief as well. Everyone's eyes looked down to see Todoroki, now seeming a bit calmer. His right side was pretty much covered in frostbite as he exhaled a cold trail of breath. Grunting, he shattered Zero's now frozen tape as he looked over onto his opponent. Hey, don't ya think that was a bit much? The tape user uttered. His entire body, save for his face and upper chest, was frozen, with the giant ice wall behind him. Midnight was also partially frozen as well, as she was unfortunately standing partway in Todoroki's massive attack. Zero-kun. Can you move? Oh, of course not. Oh, ow. He winced due to the coldness. Zero-kun is immobilized. Todoroki-kun advances to the second round. The crowd was also devastated. Some heroes even started to have a majoring growing of sympathy for Zero to the point that they repeatedly kept calling out, "Don't mind." The phrase echoing through the entire audience as Todoroki began to approach Zero. Sorry about that. I went overboard. He admitted. Placing his left hand on Zero's chest, Todoroki began to activate his left side, heating up Zero's body with an apologetic and sad look. I was angry. Heat Blast quickly began to melt away the rest of the ice in front of the class. Unfortunately, the water that formed as a result began to drip down onto the audience below, but fortunately they didn't really mind all that much. While the rest of the class seemed visibly disturbed by what just happened, Heat Blast chuckled. Ha! Talk about a devastating isolation. Alright everyone. Thanks to some staff and student support, the stage is finally dry. Now then, on to the next match. Present Mike yelled with glee after a couple of minutes later. As the flames of the arena erupted once more, this time, Kaminari and Obara entered. The assassin from Class B. Pretty things have thorns, you know. From the hero course, Shiozaki Obara. Versus. The sparkling killing boy. From the hero course, Kaminari Denki. Obara frowned upon hearing her new nickname as Present Mike continued with the introductions however. Now, we'll have another super flashy battle this time too. Obara then called out. Present Mike looked down. Please excuse the interruption. What do you mean by, assassin? I have only come to find victory in this festival, not to take my opponent's life. She quickly yelled out with a concerned expression. Present Mike actually flinched, realizing he may have said something stupid. I'm sorry. It was just a slip of the tongue. In the first place, I wished to enter UA Academy not for wicked reasons, but for the salvation of others, she continued. That's why I said I'm sorry. My bad, okay. The voice hero sighed. Obara nods, bowing afterwards. I thank you for your understanding. I guess Class B has people like this in there too, huh? Kaminari looked over this scenario with an awkward smile. She's got a pretty face and big eyes, but it looks like she's really strong from what I heard from Ben. So, I've gotta discharge all of my electricity here, huh? But now that I think about it, she's pretty cute. Maybe I should try asking her out sometime. He then thought as he took another look at Obara. Alright. Guess the nickname that the other me gave her wasn't that bad after all. Ben tilted his head in wonder. Achoo. Jiro suddenly sneezed. Oh, Gesundheit. Hagakuri responded. Why do I have this feeling in my chest? Jiro grumbled. It's probably Kaminari's fault. Anyways. Are we ready? Yep. All set. Kaminari nodded. As am I. Obara nodded as well. Ready. Start. So, what say we grab a bite to eat after this is over? Kaminari proposed as he took a few steps back. If you'll let me, that is. Abara blinked. Because this match'll probably be over in a second. The blonde then yelled as his entire body began to spark. Everyone watched as sparks of electricity began to appear around Kaminari's body. Smacking his hands onto the ground, he released his electricity in Abara's direction. Idiot. Ben sighed. Indiscriminate discharge. 1,300,000 volts. Blasting his energy right at Abara, the vine girl however simply turned around. Commanding her vine-like hair to burrow into the ground, she quickly created a shield of vines to block the waves of electricity, making them simply zip past her. Uzawat. Kaminari blurted, now in his dumbified state. While his electricity was still ongoing, the barricades of vines that Abara summoned began to surge under the stage, eventually erupting underneath Kaminari and wrapping themselves around his body in one fell swoop as they took him off his feet. Well folks, this match was decided in an instant. I'll say that once more, an instant. Present Mike announced. Kaminari should have known that grass is a well-known insulator for electricity. Aizawa scolded as Midnight raised her hand at Abara. Shiozaki advances to the second round by the immobilization of Kaminari. Abara sighs with joy as the crowd begins to chant for the student. Oh, I'm glad that I was able to make the most of the opportunity that I was given. All right, Abara. Tetsu roared. Nice work. Those vines are wicked. Mineta yelped. They must be prickly too. Ah, that Dumbo. Jiro sighed. Ooh. A familiar annoying voice came along next to Class A's row. They turned to see Monoma peeking out through the opening, though he seemed to be struggling so. What's that? Didn't he say that he'd settle it in a second? That's so strange, seeing that he was defeated in a second, wasn't he? Class A is supposed to be better than Class B, so isn't that weird? Ha 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 ha. Alright, that's enough, you rascal. Itsuka then came over, knocking him out by chopping his neck. Sorry about that. Nah, it's fine. Ben shrugged, though the rest of his classmates all sweat dropped at Monoma's dialogue. What was that? They all thought. Of course. Now then, time for an explanation. Ben smirks as he stands up. Midoriya's eyes shine as he brings out a tarnished notebook. Please, sensei. He awaited this. Ahem, Shiozaki Abara. Her quirk is named Vines obviously. It grants her controllable thorny vines in place of regular hair. The vines can be manipulated for various purposes, such as binding foes, snatching objects and creating defensive barriers. The vines can also be cut off from her head, albeit Abara still retains control over them. Once Abara cuts off her vines, she becomes bald. To regrow the vines, her head must be soaked with water and bathed with sunlight, similar to an actual plant. Because her vines don't conduct electricity, she has a natural advantage against electricity, as seen by Kaminari's futile attempt. While tough, the vines can be cut however. And though her vines are thorny, the thorns don't seem to do any damage. Alright, how the heck does this guy know about everyone's quirks? Jiro asked around. Ben, seriously. Kaminari's quirk is supposed to be strong, but Shiozaki-san's quirk is the one that granted her 4th place in the entrance exam. So it's called vines. It's very similar to Kamui Woods' own quirk. Binding type of quirks are really strong. I hardly see anyone breaking out, so it'd be impossible to get close while avoiding all those vines, so you'd either have to break them off like Ben said or tear through them, but in order to keep you from doing that she'd probably go after your hands. Oh boy, you just finished your own match, but you're already thinking of countermeasures, huh, Midoriya-chan. Asui smirked. Said teen flinched out of his phase. Oh, no. It's just, this is pretty much my hobby. Hobby? Uraraka asked. It's not every day that I get a chance to observe amazing quirks outside of those in our class. Oh, speaking of which, I've also started to compile a list for Class A as well. He suddenly revealed as he revealed a page compiling a bunch of notes on her. Nice. Ben nodded. Wah. Deku-kun, you've been really amazing since I've met you, but the sports festival is making me think that you're amazing all over again. She admitted. Right. Asui also said. Huh, what do you mean by? Now then, it's time for the 4th match. We're gonna keep rolling along. Reed heads up towards the top. Alright. Now then, it's my turn. Iida smiled as he stood up. Wish me luck. Go get him, Iida. Kirishima grinned. A short while later, Iida emerged, as well as Hatsume, the latter who seemed to be decked out with a new set of equipment. The flames erupted once more as Present Mike introduced the two students. It's like he's the epitome of the middle of the pack. Our speedy menace. From the hero course, Iida Tenya. Versus. Equipped with a plethora of support items, from the support course, Hatsume Mei. He's up against that support course girl, huh? Jiro observed. I wonder how this fight will go out. Asui also wondered. Wait, what's that thing that Iida's putting on? Sato then pointed down to their classmate. Is that a balancer of some sort? Ben cupped his chin as they watched Iida place on some sort of backpack-like equipment, as well as some thinly made exoskeleton equipment down the rest of his body. Iida-kun. That kind of equipment generally is prohibited for those in the hero course. Midnight alerted the engine user. Those who use equipment needed to petition beforehand. Wah, oh no. I forgot about that. Aoyama-kun wore a belt, so I thought it was fine. Iida admitted to his fault. Yes, but he submitted a petition. Midnight answered otherwise. I humbly apologize then. He immediately bowed in apology. However, my heart was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. Even though she is from the support course, she said she wanted to make this an even match since she made it this far. She said she wanted to fight fairly, so she gave me this equipment. I did not think I could ignore her fighting spirit. So youthful. I'll allow it. Wait, so it's fine? Present Mike asked. Well, if they're both agreeing to it, then it's within regulations, I guess. Aizawa answered. Wait, is Hatsume-san really someone who'd say something like that? Midoriya wondered. I think she's going to use him to advertise her stuff. Ben flat out said, making him do a spit take. I was just thinking that. He retorted. Well, since permission's been granted, let's go ahead and start the fourth match. Present Mike decided. Ready. Start. Iida blasts off towards Hatsume, who adjusts a microphone attached to her headset. She even simply stands there in awe of her own invention as he drew closer. Isn't that acceleration just wonderful, Iida-kun? She smiled. Mike. Said teen uttered. Wait, what? Present Mike looked down. Why? She's wearing speakers. Aizawa guessed. Don't you feel that your legs are lighter than usual? Well, that's only to be expected. Those leg parts are helping the wearer's movements along. And just as Iida was about to close the distance, from Hatsume's own equipment, a hydraulic rod extended out from her backpack that caused her to dodge to the side on its own, causing him to trip. Wah! And I can easily evade with my hydraulic attachments as well. While Iida was busying balancing himself, Hatsume's eyes seemed to zoom in on a row of seats high above the regular audience. She seemed to be looking at some individuals who were observing her equipment. The support companies are all looking. Oh, they're also biting the bait. I've got 'em. She grinned. Wait, what's she doing? Momo asked. Like I said, advertising her equipment. To support companies specifically. See her looking around. Ben pointed down. What, does she know who she's looking for or something? Bakugo actually asked. Yep, that's due to her quirk. Ben smiled as he sat up. Allow me to explain once more. Ooh. Midoriya once again opened his notebook to record while several students next to them all sweat dropped. Hatsume Mei. Her quirk is called Zoom. This quirk grants her eyesight that can zoom far away, allowing her to clearly see distant people and objects. By focusing her eyes into a particular spot, Hatsume is capable of seeing up to 5 kilometers. Her eyes also feature unique crosshair-shaped irises, which attribute as a physical feature of the quirk. She mostly uses her quirk to search for people that might be of her interest, like potential investors, but she also can use them to peek into the interiors of her inventions as well. Ben explained once more. Why you? Iida muttered as he recovered and began to turn around. As if by itself, Hatsume's backpack beeped as Iida got into a close proximity, activating once again to dodge the teen. Since I've got sensors in every direction, I can even deal with attacks from behind. And as expected, Iida managed to trip on the hydraulics. However, right as he was about to topple over and fall, the backpack equipment on his back began to activate. Several small devices located on the sides began to spew out air to rebalance his body, forcing him back up to an upright position. Whoa, whoa. He cried out. What are planning? And did you see that? Iida-kun changed course adeptly. It's thanks to the auto balancer that I developed as well. The leg parts detect the wearer's brainwaves to predict movements, so there's no need to worry about time lag. I can't even commentate on this. Present Mike admitted. She's very good at hard selling. Aizawa sighed as Iida attempted, and failed to get Hatsume again. The auto balancer is equipped with a 32-axis gyro sensor, so it will be sure to keep the user from falling unless they have a desire to do so. I thought you were going to fight fairly. Iida barked. As he was about to charge at her for the umpteenth time, it was then that Hatsume's boots glowed. Two gears located at the ankles of both boots began to spin as she then jumped high into the air and began to hover gently. And take a look at this. What do you think of this lightness? These electro shoes use electromagnetic induction on both feet to allow for instant evasive action. Gee grr, I suppose I'll have to get her when she lands. Iida decided as he turned around, aiming for where Hatsume was going to assumingly land at. And she did actually. However, she quickly turned around and twirled a sidearm from a holster on her hip. Blasting out a white circular projectile from its barrel, it opened up to reveal a large, magenta-colored netting that caught and wrapped itself around Iida. What is this? He growled as he struggled to escape. And this here is a capture gun, used to apprehend villains. The capture nets are in cartridges, and you can fire up to 5 of them until you have to reload. And who developed all of these items? It was none other than me, Hatsume Mei. Everyone from the support companies, your choice is clear, Hatsume Mei, Hatsume Mei, Hatsume Mii. What is she, a politician? One of these scouters chuckled. And now, I'll talk about my next support item. There's still more. Another cried out. Hatsume's entire performance took a rough estimate of 10 minutes to get through all of her items, at least the ones that she wanted to at least. A lot of people were shocked to say the least about someone who could speak in such an abrasive way for such a long time, but some people, like Ben for one, were impressed about everything. After getting through her final item, Hatsume gave off a satisfied smile as she walked off stage on her own accord. I presented each and every item that I wanted to show. I have nothing left to say. Midnight blinked several times, before raising her hand. Hatsume-san is out of bounds. Iida-kun advances to the second round. You tricked me. Iida roared out. Yes. I'm sorry. I used you. Hatsume admitted shamelessly as Iida began to sputter out hateful words in her direction. Well, Iida's so earnest, so she probably said some things that sounded good to get him on board. Midoriya guessed. Hatsume-san is also not honest, and she'll use any means to get what she wants. Iida is a gullible person. Ben flat out said again. But those inventions were pretty cool though. Please, I've heard enough technical talk for a lifetime. Momo rolled her eyes. A short while later, the fifth match started, with Mina and Aoyama fighting against one another. And so, we're gonna just continue on with the next match. Present Mike called out as the two students got on board. Even though he's wearing a belt, he's not gonna transform for you all. From the hero course, Aoyama Yuga. Bonjour, everyone. Aoyama smirks across the audience. Versus. Is something gonna come out of those horns of hers? Well. Anyways, it's gonna be a delight of pink. Also, from the hero course, Ishido Mina. This first match is gonna be a piece of cake. Mina snickered joking as she pointed at Aoyama. And I'll return those words right back at you. Aoyama smugly responded. Go for it, Mina-chan. Asui cheered. Aoyama, get her. Mineta suddenly screamed though. Midoriya turned back. Beat her like in those fighting games where their clothes get ripped off. Mineta dared say. Alright, enough with that. Ben sighed as he morphed into Big Chill and shot a beam of ice at Mineta without even turning around, freezing him solid. Let him out when the match is over. That was cold. Kirishima sweat dropped. A match between Aoyama-kun and Ishido-san. Considering their quirks, Aoyama will probably attack from a distance with his naval laser, So, this match will be decided by how well Ishido can slip between her attacks. But there's nothing to use as cover on this stage, Midoriya mumbled. Zero could only chuckle as Present Mic got ready. Now, why don't we get moving along? For the fifth match. Ready. Start. The early bird gets the worm. Aoyama yells as he fires off naval laser at Mina. Oh, sorry. The pink-haired girl grins as she slips by his aim easily. As she landed, she began to run at his side while releasing acid from the soles of her feet. Thankfully, while the sports festival didn't allow students to wear their full hero costumes, they could at least wear part of them. Mina's shoes allowed her quirk to be secreted out without damaging the material, so she essentially began to skate on the ground using her acid.
Aoyama blinked. Since we were on the same team for the combat training, I know all about your quirk, Mina reveals as she continues to dodge laser after laser. Well, same goes for me. The blonde barked back as he continued firing in short bursts. However, there's just one thing that's different. At the fitness test, you carelessly revealed the weakness of your quirk. Mina suddenly yelled as she practically danced out of Aoyama's continued barrage.
Oh, right. He did mention that by accident, didn't he? Ben recalled. Why you're persistent. Aoyama admitted, now realizing his mistake as he began to fire off lasers close to a second long, all while Mina got closer to him. Oh no, my stomach. Now. The moment that the stomach pain started to kick in, Mina saw her chance. As she got within acid throwing distance, it was then that she quickly conjured up an orb of acid and threw it straight at the core of Aoyama's belt, causing it to melt quickly within seconds. Oh no. My precious belt. He cried out as his pants dropped. Oh no. And my pants. My belt can't hold them up. Now distracted by his rising problems, Mina began to create the final acts for this fight. Sliding right underneath him, she gave him a cheerful grin as she rocked her arm back. And now, this'll finish it. She yelled as she gave him a righteous uppercut, knocking him down to the floor and out cold. Booyah. Midnight also grins as she raises her hand to announce the end. Aoyama-kun has fainted. Ishido-san advances to the second round. Aoyama has been KO'd. Ishido's easy victory is nothing but indisputable. Present Mic called out as Mina began grinning with cameras going wild over her. Whoa. Those were some nice moves. Ben nodded. I wonder if I can do that with my own forms. She has really nice form. That's because Mina-chan's great. Asui riveted. Wow. That's the first time I've seen you praise someone that much, Ben. Momo giggled. Yeah, but it's your turn next, Yaoyorozu-san. Ben then gave the creation user a smirk, making her look away slightly with an awkward motion. The match unfolded as I expected, but I misjudged Ishido-san's physical strength in the matter. Midoriya. Ojiro looked at his classmate. Even during the quirk assessment test, she placed 10th out of everyone, including the boys. It wasn't just because of her quirk, she herself has excellent physical abilities. Now then, we've got no time to lose. Let's move on to the sixth match. Present Mic quickly got the crowd out from their cheering. Tokiyami and Momo quickly approached the ring as Aoyama was escorted out with a stretcher. The two exchanged high fives with Mina as they exchanged spots, and they soon quickly filled the ring. Good luck, mistress. Tokiyami's going to a hard pick for you. Ben mused. He's got both offense and defense in one body. The Dark Samurai accompanied by the elusive Dark Shadow. From the hero course, Tokiyami Fumikage. Versus. The mistress of all-purpose creation. She was admitted into UA through recommendations, so her abilities are no doubt to be certified. Also, from the hero course, Yaoyorozu Momo. So, Ben, Midoriya. How do you think this match will play out? Ojiro asked the two. I think time will be the key. Midoriya answered. Time? The blonde asked. Well, it's just like what Present Mic said. Tokiyami has both an omnidirectional sense of offense and defense. In addition, Dark Shadow can be brought out without any time lag whatsoever, so first strikes will go to him. Ben then answered. If I create a simple shield that doesn't take much time and block Tokiyami-san's attack, I might be able to make a weapon in time too. And here we go. The sixth match and halfway of the 12 first rounds. Ready. Start. Go, Dark Shadow. Tokiyami ordered as dark shadow emerged from his body. Got it. It responded as it blasted forward. Oh, forget it. Momo growled as she ran forward. I'll just do what Ben would do. Adapt. As dark shadow came by to attack with its claws, Momo quickly generated 2 shields, one on each of her forearms. She managed to block the first swipe and was pushed back a little, but she managed to dodge the second and began to charge at Tokiyami himself. Dark shadow. Tokiyami called. I won't let you. Momo yelled as she glanced back. From her lower back, her lower top of her PE uniform was torn a little as a dozen or so grenades, no, flashbangs erupted, and they were already pulled. Tokiyami quickly shut his eyes as they exploded, with dark shadow taking the full impact. So bright. It wailed. It didn't last long though. Even though the damage to dark shadow was great, Tokiyami managed to cover his eyes long enough for the effects to waver off. Before Momo could get close, as he opened his eyes, he was barely able to dodge roll in time to avoid a shield bash to his face. Once again, a clever maneuver. Tokiyami complimented her as dark shadow slowly returned to his body. A flashbang. Midoriya and Ojiro cried out. Of course. Yaoyorozu-san usually thinks her way through a fight, but I bet if she's forced to do whatever she has to do to win, she can think of some ideas on the fly. Ben responded with a smug smile. You're defenseless. Momo growled as she threw her shields away, this time replacing them with a shinai. I might have less power without dark shadow, but that doesn't mean I can't fight on my own. Tokiyami took a stance, being weary of Momo's distance from him. This was now turning into a brawl of sorts. Momo slowly sneaked her way little by little towards Tokiyami, but the latter continued to back off, as he was waiting for something to happen. This continued for a little while longer, until Momo noticed that Tokiyami was at the edge of his boundary. Not wanting to waste this opportunity, she striked. Go down. She ordered as she swung her bamboo sword straight down onto his face. Ha! However, surprisingly enough, Tokiyami crouched and caught the blade with his hands before it could strike him. It's not going to be so easy. Grr. The two continued to push against one another, but as time went on, it was then that Momo noticed that a cloud began hovering over the stadium, providing a shadow. Wait, shadow. Oh no. Her eyes widened at the sudden realizing. However, it was too late. Before she could finish the match, Tokiyami suddenly stood up and twisted the shinai of hers into a different direction as Dark Shadow's hand emerged from his chest and grasped her. Dark Shadow. She looked down. I can't move. Sorry, but this is the end. Tokiyami then muttered as his quirk dragged her out of bounds. Midnight raises her hand as Momo sighs, releasing her shinai. Yaoyorozu-san is out of bounds. Tokiyami-kun advances to the second round. Releasing its hold on her, Dark Shadow's arm returned to Tokiyami's body as he gave the creation user a bow. It was a well-fought match. Well, you didn't give me that much time to think. Momo couldn't help but smile. I managed to surprise you though, didn't I? Very much so. Tokiyami nodded as Dark Shadow came out. Just take a look at how timid Dark Shadow is. The light of destruction, it cried out. Dark Shadow was almost as small as a small crow in comparison to its normal form. Hee, sorry about that. Momo giggled as the two gave each other a handshake. They then exited the stage as Present Mike announced the next match. Huh, what did I tell you? Ben gave a satisfied smile. Wow, I thought that Dark Shadow would have an easier time with Yaoyorozu-san. Ojiro admitted. What made you think that she'd do that well? Call it my intuition. Ben simply said. Midoriya and Ojiro glanced at each other, wondering what he meant as Present Mike began to announce the next match. The next round was between Kirishima and Tetsu, and as fate would have it. Next up, the seventh match is between these redundant quirks. Present Mike announced as the fighters' images popped onto the screen, and humorously enough they were both posing in the same manner. With manly and passionate steel. From the hero course, Tetsu. Hell yeah. The steel user roared. Bring it. Versus. With manly and passionate hardening. From the hero course, Kirishima Ejiro. Ah damn it all, even our intros are the same thing. The redhead cried out. Go for it, Tetsu. Itsuka called out. Win like Abara did. Go for it, Kirishima. Sato called out. Win like Midoriya did. Let's start this passionate 7th match. Ready. Start. ORAAAAA. Both Kirishima and Tetsu activated their quirks as they ran at each other, their enhanced fists smashing into each other with equal force. Take this. Kirishima growled as he quickly backed off. Going from underneath, he then gave Tetsu a hard right. That was nothing. The steel man roared as he returned a blow right back at him. Then how about this then? That ain't gonna do crap when I do this. Take a left from me then. Then how about a right from me? A kick. An uppercut. Gutter punch. Lariat. German suplex. Drop kick. ORAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA As Midoriya took a break from his note-taking, it was then that he finally noticed that someone was missing, Uraraka, who was sitting right next to him of all people. Huh. Hey, where's Uraraka-san? He asked around. Well, if you didn't notice during your note-taking phase, Uraraka went out, presumably to wait for her next match. Ben answered. Wait, really? Why would she? Oh. Right. Not even needing to answer him, Midoriya then stood up. I'll go check on her. I'll go with you as well then. Yaoyorozu-san should be heading back as well, and since Iida isn't back, she might be with him. Ben yawned as he got up. Let's go. Su-chan, can you let us know what'll go on with this fight? Go for it. Asui nodded as she watched Kirishima elbow Tetsu in the rib. Oof, a rib attack. Yeah, okay. Ben chuckled. Come on, let's go. Alright, nodding, the two began to trace back to the interior of the building, or more particularly, the player waiting rooms. It took them a minute or two to find the room, and on the way, they encountered Tokiyami and Momo. The latter was actually fine about losing, which was a load of concern lifted from Ben's shoulders. After departing from them, they soon saw the room they were looking for. Ha, I got played. Iida sighed as he entered the door, a minute before Ben and Midoriya would arrive. Unexpectedly, Uraraka was waiting inside the room. Oh, good work, Iida-kun. The brunette congratulated the engine user. Oh, Urarak, What's the matter? Your brow's all wrinkled. He suddenly yelled. My brow. The zero-gravity user questioned, before blinking back to her usual expression as Iida closed the doorway. Oh, it's just my nerves. Must have reached my brow. Ah, that's quite understandable in your case. After all, you're going against that Bakugo-kun. Iida chuckled nervously. You've got a rough time ahead of you. Well, not just that. The brunette sighed a little. But even if I somehow managed to win, I doubt that I could win the upcoming battles. I'm just scared of what's coming up, I guess. From what I could tell before my own performance against Hatsume-kun, the winners so far consisted of Midoriya-kun and Todoroki-kun. Whoever would win between those two will have to face a hard time afterwards. Iida started to remember. Yeah, but you know, after seeing a match like yours, Iida, Uraraka then looked up with a small growing smile. Like mine. All I was doing was being scapegoated into Hatsume-kun's advertising though. The engine user admitted with a little shame. Yeah, but you still gave it your all. Uraraka argued. Before Iida could respond once again, the two heard the door behind them opening, revealing Ben and Midoriya. Uraraka-san. Midoriya called out. Deku-kun. And Ben as well. The zero-gravity user responded with a mildly amused look. Huh. Don't you two want to watch the others' matches? Iida asked the two as they entered the room. To be honest, most of them ended pretty quickly. Kirishima's now facing Tetsu for the 7th round at the moment. Ben explained as he closed the door. No biggie. Then the next is, the brunette tensed up again. It's almost time. But still, I don't even Bakugo-kun would use a full-powered explosion on a girl. Iida tried to protest, though Ben and Midoriya quickly shook their heads. If you think that for a moment that he'd hold back, you'd be surely mistaken, Iida. Ben first said. Yep. He definitely would. Midoriya muttered, which made Iida and Uraraka shake a little. Everyone's trying to become number one in order to make their dreams come true. Even if it's not Kacchan, no one would think about holding back in such a competition like this. So, Ben then nudged Midoriya, who then cleared his throat as he showed her his notebook. What this guy's come up with is. Well, over this semester, you've helped me a bunch, Uraraka-san. That's why I thought that maybe I could help you a little. He offered. A plan to use your quirk against Kachan. It's a bit out of place, but it should help in the long run. You did such a thing. Uraraka-kun, isn't that great? Iida applauded the duo. Well, thanks, Deku, Ben. Uraraka thanked, though she seemed to be a little reluctant. But, it's fine. Both Iida and Midoriya blinked. That's the thing about you three. Deku, you're amazing most of all out of what I've seen so far honestly, and me and the others keep seeing more of those amazing sides. And Uraraka breathed in. During the cavalry battle, I thought that it would be better to team up with friends, but then I learned that instead of just teaming up, I felt now that I must have been just relying on you. That's why, when Iida-kun said that he'd challenge you, it actually made me feel a little embarrassed. She admitted as she stood up. Embarrassed? Ben asked. I didn't know, Uraraka-san. Midoriya was a bit speechless by her honesty, as was Iida. That's why it's fine. The brunette then smiled as she began to walk past the trio of guys. Everyone's facing the future and trying their hardest, so that means we're all rivals, right? So, let's meet in the finals. Girl, you're shaking. Ben gave the brunette a smirk as Uraraka's expression was revealed to be full of anxiety and excitement. Hey. Don't make my all-inspiring speech go to waste. Kirishima-kun and Tetsu-kun are both knocked out cold. In the case of a draw, after they recover, the winner will be determined by a simple contest, like arm wrestling. That was what Midnight said as Ben, Iida, and Midoriya returned out to the audience. They could see Kirishima and Tetsu both with bloody noses and lying unconscious as they were being carried out by stretchers, which served to be a bit amusing if anything to Ben. Their abilities were the same, too. One hero in the audience chuckled. Hey, I like passionate guys like those. They're inspiring. I'd like a sidekick like that, wouldn't you? Another asked one next to him. So, while we wait for Kirishima and Tetsu to recover, let's start the next match. Present mic announced as the monitors flickered to show the next match up. Here we go, Midoriya mumbled as Bakugo's and Uraraka's portraits appeared. This might be the most disturbing match we see yet. Asui said in a low tone. Sheesh, I almost don't want to watch. Jiro admitted as she shook her shoulders. I'm getting goosebumps. So, here we have the 8th match of the 12 of the first round. Let's introduce these fine folks. He was kinda famous in middle school, and hey, this isn't the face of a normal person. From the hero course, Bakugo Katsuki. Versus. This gal is the one that I'm rooting for, our floaty surprise. From the hero course, Uraraka Ochako. Uraraka-kun, Iida gulped. Do your best. Midoriya also gulped as Present Mike started the match. Ready. Start. You're that girl that makes things float, right, round face? Bakugo asked in a seemingly menacing tone. Our round. The brunette's sweat dropped. If you're going to withdraw, you should do it now. The blonde called off. Because if you don't, you're not going to walk away from this with just a simple, ouch, you hear me? This struck Uraraka a little of course, but she instead managed to keep her cool, just sweating a little while maintain a small glare on her opponent. Back on the seat, Ben turned to Midoriya. Hey, Midoriya. What was the plan that you were going to tell Uraraka-san to use against King Explosion Murder? King Explosion Murder. Midoriya was at first confused, but soon realized who he was talking about. Oh, you mean Kachan. Well, it actually wasn't much. What do you mean? Iida wondered. Well, Kachan's strong, no doubt about that. In a real close combat fight, he has almost no openings to exploit. Midoriya started. And the more he moves, the more he sweats. That adds more power to explosion. Ben added. Midoriya nodded. Yeah. And he's pretty creative with his quirk. He can use the blasts from his explosions to move around in the air, but if Uraraka-san manages to touch Kachan and make him float, then she would have the upper hand. That's going to be hard for her though. Ben simply said as they then looked down at the match. Lunging down, Uraraka began to dash at Bakugo from the get-go with her arms ready to slap when she got close. A swift attack. Now that's unexpected. Present Mike yelled. Well, Withdrawing ain't a choice, ya know. Uraraka barked. Yes. Even if it's by accident, if she can touch him, she can make him float. Midoriya smiled nervously. Indeed. Bakugo won't want her to get close to him. Iida agreed. That's why Kacchan won't want to evade. He'll want to counterattack. The mophead then said as Bakugo aimed his palms. If that's how you want to go, then so be it. The blonde then exhaled as he began to swing his right arm back. There. If I can dodge his right then. Before Uraraka could get close however, instead of just sending a blast forward, Bakugo instead swung his arm in a low angle, sending an explosion in an arc that blew her away. Uraraka. Both Iida and Midoriya yelled in concern. You know he can take advantage of different angles and other kinds of attacks, right? Ben retorted. Did he blast her at full throttle? Mineta cringed. Even against a girl, you'll still fight and show no mercy, will you, Bakugo-chan, Asui noted. As the explosion's effect began to die out, Uraraka grumbled as she quickly got up from the shockwave. Grr, even if I knew the timing of his attacks, I couldn't react in time. Come at me if you can. I'll take care of you, Bakugo challenged. Dashing out from the smoke and headed towards the blonde, Bakugo thought he saw Uraraka, so he immediately grabbed whatever came out and pushed it to the ground with an explosion. Don't underestimate me, he roared. As the second wave of smoke cleared out, it was then however that his eyes widened upon feeling what he pushed down. It wasn't Uraraka herself, it was her jacket. Quickly glancing back, Uraraka appeared out of the smoke with her arms ready to strike. Holy! She made her jacket float and used it as a decoy. She did it in an instant as well. Present Mike said with a tinge of surprise. If I can make him float now all. Not good enough. Bakugo however growled as he did a 180, spinning on his foot as he blasted her back with another explosion. The brunette, while suffering from the shockwave, did manage to roll and recover quite quickly as she got back up to her feet within moments. He moved right after she saw her come out. Zero yelled. With that reaction timing of his, even a smokescreen doesn't do jack, Kaminari added with an equal expression on his face. With Uraraka not being able to activate her quirk without touching him directly, she's at a direct disadvantage against his crazy reflexes. Again. Uraraka growled as she dashed again. Too slow. Bakugo however yelled again as he began an explosion. Arcing his hand to swung in an underhand toss-like motion, his explosions dug into the ground for a second, before sending off a powerful shockwave that blasted Uraraka back once more. Oof, Ben had to admit. Where is she? Bakugo muttered to himself as he tried to watch for any more sudden movements in this newly created smoke field. How about this? Yelling as she suddenly appeared at his back again, Bakugo in returned the gesture with another explosion. The crowd was beginning to get a little afraid of Uraraka's safety. Ochako-chan. Asui yelped in concern. Nope. I can't watch this anymore. Jiro covered her face in fear. Bakugo, don't tell me your interest run in that direct. Shut your face, pervert. Ben, now his forearms, punched the midget away as he continued to watch. Just take a look. Everyone watched as Uraraka continued to come close to Bakugo, with the latter continuing to damage her and send her back with heartbreaking explosions. Little by little, the stage was getting destroyed, and the crowd more and more worried. Uraraka keeps attacking without rest, but this, ain't this, even present Mike was getting worried. Hey! A hero barked from the audience as he stood up. How can you say that you want to be a hero if you're being like that? If there's such a huge difference in your abilities, then hurry up and send her out of bounds. Bakugo responded by sending Uraraka back with another timed explosion as more and more heroes began to agree and speak out. Stop bullying and messing with the poor girl. Yeah, stop that. Boo. Don't you have any honor? The audience was even starting to boo the explosion user, something that present Mike began to notice. There's a bunch of booing from the crowd, but, I honestly feel the same wah. Ow. An elbow. What are doing? Hey, was that a pro saying that Bakugo is fooling around? Mike, as well as the crowd, was surprised to hear this teacher calling out to the crowd. How many years have you been a pro? If you're saying that with a straight face, there's no point in you watching anymore, so go home. Go home, and look into changing careers. Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya was shocked to hear him say such things. Ha! This guy gets it. Ben smiles as he leans back on his seat. Just listen to him. Bakugo is being careful because he's acknowledged the strength of his opponent who has made it this far into the competition. It's because he's doing everything he can to win that he can't go easy on her or let his guard down. Round face. Bakugo narrowed his eyes as his most recent smokescreen dispersed, revealing Uraraka. She's still going, she's still not dead. I have to give it to you, Bakugo-kun. Uraraka said in between intakes of air. Her body was all bruised up and littered with smut and dirt, but Bakugo could still see a fierce look in her eyes as she stared back. However, I think, it's about time. She then said, which alerted Bakugo. For what? He dared ask. To thank you. For now letting your guard down, she answered as she began to bring the palms of her fingers together. Huh. He tilted his face. What does she mean by that? Itsuka wondered. In turn, Monoma of all people smiled as he folded his arms. Well, it can't be helped from where Bakugo is, but it's embarrassing for a pro in the stands to start booing without noticing. He started. She kept her body low as she advanced, making Bakugo concentrate attacks onto the stage's ground, storing weapons. Ben added from the other side with Class A. And then, she narrowed his field of vision with relentless attacks, to keep him from noticing the ever-so-growing rain that's right above him. The blonde then looked up, as did his classmates. What the? Mina stuttered. All of those. I'm gonna win this. Pressing her fingers together, Uraraka's expression softened slightly as she released zero gravity. The crowd could only watch with awe on their faces as all the rubble that resulted in Bakugo's explosions began to rain down on the stage right above him. Both Class A and Class B, minus Ben and Monoma, were shocked to see what seemed to be a meteor shower raining down onto the stadium. A meteor shower. Mike yelped. You should have kept notice of what was happening, you idiot. Aizawa scolded. She had that kind of desperate plan up her sleeve. Midoriya exclaimed. Even he was surprised to as to what the zero-gravity user did. Now. Uraraka gritted her teeth as she ran for Bakugo again. With this much debris, whether he's evading or counter-attacking, this time there will be an opening. And in that moment, I'll get close. Activating zero gravity on herself, she pressed her foot on the ground just long enough to give her a pushing start. I'll win. I'll win and be like Deku and the others. That was what she thought was going to happen. However. Sorry. That's a good plan you made together, but it ain't gonna work on me, Pinky. Aiming his left hand into the sky, Bakugo actually gripped his arm with his other one as his entire arm began to pop. Right as Uraraka was about to draw in and secure the kill, Bakugo released what appeared to be his most massive explosion yet. It was so strong that it completely blew Uraraka away. That, and it pretty much decimated all of the incoming debris that was going to rain onto his head. The shockwave that occurred from this explosion was powerful enough to reach all the way to the stands, pushing people back down to their seats, and even some people beginning to fly off from the sheer force of this giant explosion. Landing a few meters away from the boundary lines, Uraraka automatically released zero gravity as she struggled to get up. Panting as she did so, she began to hear Bakugo's footsteps coming forth from the giant smokescreen in front of her. Since you're friends with Deku, I thought that you were up to something. He revealed. With one shot. The brunette uttered with disbelief. Bakugo delivers an alarming explosion. He boldly blasted through Uraraka's secret plan. Present Mike finally recovered from his shock, even if by slightly. But, Bakugo exhaled as his gripped his left arm, which was actually shaking as a result of the explosion's retaliation. That was close. Even so. Uraraka growled as she stumbled to her feet. Even if you weren't fazed by my plan. Good. Good. I'll acknowledge you, Uraraka. Let's get serious. Bakugo grinned with excitement as he began to run at her. Come. If it was what he would do, too. Uraraka began to turn around to meet his gesture with a balled fist, but, after all this time, the fatigue and damage finally got to her as her eyes began to blank out. Bakugo was about to slug her with another explosion in the face, but his eyes quickly noticed when her knees began to give out. Catching her in his arms, he could feel her entire body shaking as she struggled to even move just a little. Oh. Uraraka's down. But Bakugo caught her before she could fall. Such a gentleman after what just happened. Mike whistled. Bakugo looked down at the brunette. No, my body won't do what I want it to, she grunted as she tried to reach her hand towards his face. Uraraka-kun, Iida uttered under his breath. She passed her limited a long time ago, Midoriya noted. And it's finally coming to her now. Ben ended. I can still. I'll become a hero. Bakugo could hear her utter those words as she finally caved in. Her body went limp as her head leaned into his chest, her eyes closing as her body ceased to move. Midnight then stepped to the stage as she took note of this. As she walked over to Bakugo, the blonde kept her up as the hero checked her pulse and condition. Luckily, the hero smiled as she gave him a thumbs to signal that she just fainted. Standing up, Midnight then raised her hand to signal the end of the match. Uraraka-san is out of commission. Bakugo-kun advances to the second round. Unexpectedly enough, the audience began to cheer for the blonde, despite what just happened. Bakugo continued to hold Uraraka in his arms until the stretcher came over, in which he carefully placed her onto. Take her to the old lady. He told Midnight. Of course. She nodded as she sends the stretcher robots out. Geez, that was one heck of an eighth match, oh, right. Bakugo advances, present Mike announced with a sigh. If you're gonna do it properly. Aizawa scolded as he whacked him with another elbow. The last few matches went by pretty quickly as well. Ben himself decided not to watch these few matches, as he pretty much knew who was going to win, which came as a surprise to most of the other students. The Omnitrix wielder simply decided to wait until his match came. The reason being so is because he wanted to see and plan out the match as a whole. That, and the possibility of Monoma and him. Monoma's copy quirk was that, copying the quirks of others. However, assuming that the likes of quirks were between that of evolutionary traits developed by humans over a period of time, they could in turn be in a way similar to how the Omnitrix's alien selections worked. The creatures stored inside its database are basically creatures that develop natural abilities over time, much like the humans in this universe and their quirks here. He couldn't take any chances, but the opportunity to experiment was also just as painstakingly attractive. And so, during which the match came to be, Ben decided to put these thoughts of his into action. Positioning himself in his tunnel way, he waited for the announcement of the 12th round to commence as present Mike and Aizawa began to their commentary once again, the stadium flames erupting at the same time. Okay. We're finally at the 12th and final match of the first round. Are you all excited, everyone? Let's welcome our last two contenders. I better not see him messing around. Aizawa grunted in notion for a certain brunette. I wonder how this will play out. Uraraka smiled. She had not returned to the stands with some bandages on her body. Her eyes were a bit puffy for some reason. I'm curious as well. Ojiro added. We've got a guy who can transform into who knows how many forms, and another one who can copy quirks. So what? Ben's gonna keep swapping forms as the match goes on. Jiro guessed. We can only see. I'm excited though. Hagakure nodded. Exiting the tunnel ways, Ben and Monoma both walked up onto the stage, the latter nodding in recognition. Ben did the same as he began to stretch a little. The winner of both the obstacle course and cavalry battle. The one-man army of the decade, can anyone stop this guy? He's way too strong. From the hero course, Ben Tennyson. Versus. He's caused quite the storm himself. While not as flashy as one would expect, you could say that you've met your equal when you cross this guy. From the hero course, Monoma Nito. So, here's to a good match. Monoma smiled. Likewise. Ben returned the exact same gesture, a fake smile. Ready. Start. Watching from above, the students from both the hero classes witnessed as the two fighters stood still for a moment, noting each other's slight movements as they tried to skid ever so slightly towards one another. The first question from everyone was obviously, what's the first form that Ben will take? Can Monoma even get the opportunity to copy that quirk of his? Needless to say, Ben decided to start things off as he grinned. So, here's a question. He suddenly said as the Omnitrix flashed. Monoma shuttered his eyes for a moment as the audience watched Ben take on a new form. As he opened them, the blonde gave him a stern look. This form was a green alien made of a sludge-like substance. Ben's body contorted into a large figure with a long neck, limbs that sunk onto the floor, and had several whisker-like appendages around his back. He had small, glowing green eyes, with the Omnitrix dial located on his chest as his body grew. What? You're trying to prevent me from touching you by turning into something disturbing. Not like it matters really. Monoma taunted, though everyone could tell he was visibly disgusted by this form. Oh, Sludge Strike is the form I turned into, but what I'm hoping to do is, the transformed Ben grinned as his body began to change once more. Closing his eyes, his form began to curve into a humanoid shape. Not long even after that, Monoma started to notice some familiar traits coming from Sludge Strike as his morphing continued. Wait, what? He frowned. Is he? Momo looked down. Oh no, he's messing around again. A few seconds later, and Aizawa and Present Mike frowned upon seeing Sludge Strike turn into a complete copy of Monoma, features and everything. It was literally like looking into a mirror. Okay, got the voice down. Sludge Strike said in Monoma's voice. Think I got the tone of it too. What the hell? He transformed into a form that turned himself into a copy of Monoma. What is this quirk? The blonde commentator yelled at his partner. Beats me. I've never seen this one before. Aizawa simply said. Well, anyways. Let's get this match started. Hey, you there. Did you enjoy this chapter? This is the last chance to decide what happens to this fight. Let me know whether or not which route I should go through. Regarding the hero killer arc, I want to make Ben a part of it obviously, as the interactions between him and Stain will really make things interesting. Endeavor and Gran Torino will probably see a few things within Ben as well. And for the training camp arc, I'm still thinking about making Bakugo one of the targets for the League to kidnap, but of course Ben will the main target to snatch. The power of a seemingly invincible quirk will no doubt be something that All for One will want to see for hims. Oh right, the man has no eyes. Yes. For the final round, since there's 24 fighters, there's going to be a three-way fight going on. Some of you might not like it, and I understand why, but I see this as an opportunity for Bakugo and Todoroki to learn from this experience. Despite how flashy their quirks might be in regard to Ben and the Omnitrix, I feel like this picture will grant a large learning experience to them both. 741 Chapter 11, The Final 6. Well, I was gonna upload this sooner, but I had to study for midterms. College sucks. Anyways, welcome back to my Omnium Academia. First of all, the poll. Wowza, so many people want to see Monoma get wrecked. Out of 58 users that voted for the tally, here were the results. Q. How should the fight between Ben and Monoma go in my Omnium Academia? Should he be affected by the Omnitrix, or get completely beaten? 1. Allow Monoma to tap into the Omnitrix's powers, possibly either mutating himself or affecting Ben. 11 out of 58, 19%. 2. Wreck that copy boy. 47 out of 58, 81%. And, the results were fairly one-sided, and I pretty much expected that throughout the entire time I was writing out this chapter to begin with. Not to mention with all the factual evidence and reviews that you guys gave me to not give Monoma the chance to become Kevin 11 2.0. Anyways, let's check the reviews and PMs, shall we? 1. Regarding pairings, well, so far, I have the ones that aren't for Ben. Kaminari and Jiro, Ojiro and Hagakure. I feel pretty good about that one. Midoriya and Asui, and possibility for Todoroki and Momo. Now, for Ben, I honestly have no clue whether or not he should have a pair for him. One of the reasons obviously is because of the age difference. Don't want to try and repeat the trend I already made with the Huntsman from the Void, and the way that their personalities might clash with Ben's. My number one picking in my opinion would probably go for Nejire first, Mina second. I think some people are also suggesting Uraraka. Honestly, I think I'll make a poll for this as well. I'm curious to see how it'll go. 2. I feel as though Twice and Toga will act out as a comedy skit with Ben, despite the latter's bloodlust and the former's Deadpool-like personality. It'll be funny to see how they'll interact with one another. 3. I apologize a bit for making this last chapter a bit too canon-like. However, it's like it so because Ben is there to watch the fights happen, giving his own words and commentating on the activities and events shown to him. It's generally like that for all of my Ben 10 crossover stories. Some of you may have noticed this trend in the earlier chapters of the Null Fairy. 4. I am really considering that Ben directly confronts Stain during Midoriya's, Ida's, and Todoroki's internships. Bloodlust of the hero killer versus the bloodlust of the Null Void survivor. I can't wait to get to that arc. Regarding Ben's capture during the training camp arc, I really want his interactions with All for One and the League of Villains something special. 5. Regarding the three-way fight, SB 2,282,490 suggested this scenario. An all-out fight between the three, but as it goes on, Todoroki drops out first due to still being hesitant with his left side's abilities. Bakugo and Ben will have more of a draw out, but perhaps with bringing out a more powerful transformation, Ben might settle the differences and set a scale to the differences between his superior abilities over Bakugo's. Also, this fight will be deemed as sort of a lesson to both Bakugo and Todoroki. I'll get to that when I write that chapter. 6. And yeah, these last few chapters Ben has been a bit of a smarty pants. But this is only because he's using this opportunity to have a bit of fun. Arrogance and stubbornness aside, after this arc, Ben will go back to his usual tendencies. A bit smarter than average, but not straight up nerd-like. So, with all said and done, let's get to the story. I hope you'll enjoy this chapter. And as always, I own nothing related to the subject of Ben 10 nor My Hero Boku no Hero Academia. Please support the official releases, and happy reading to you all. Thank you for over 500 reviews, over 800 follows and favorites, and over 110,000 views. Chapter 11. The Final 6. Monoma certainly expected his opponent to use one of his amazing transformations, but who would have thought that he would have to fight a copy of himself? Sludge Strike undoubtedly got the reaction that he was expecting. Practically everyone in the spectating stalls had their eyes glued to his Lenopen form, and even more so because of the fact he copied Monoma's form. He glanced towards the commentators' building to see Aizawa's beady eyes watching over him like a hawk. Well, I expected as much, he thought, smirking inwardly. Now then, let's get this started. Monoma stared over his opponent with an added dose of interest and caution. So, the power to transform, as well as all those other abilities. You truly are the most unique person here, Tennyson. I'd rather not go into details, but let's make one thing clear. Sludge Strike grinned as he suddenly charged forward while twisting his body, forcing Monoma to block a roundhouse kick. And what's that? The blonde growled, his arms straining from blocking the unexpected blow. Let's see what you can do against yourself. Sludge Strike alleged out. In response to his previous strike, Sludge Strike winded up his body as one of his arms propertied itself the floor, knocking the other side of Monoma's temple with his right foot as he did a kickstand. Oof, right in the temple with a wondrous kick from, that was Tennyson, yeah. Present Mike was already starting to lose track of which blonde was which. Aizawa, more focused on the match than the voice users commentating, simply grunted in response, which was basically saying that it was a yes in his own category. Monoma growled as he fell to the floor, but he soon got up a few seconds later. He rubbed the side of his cheek as he gave his copy a snarky smile. I'm pretty sure that I can't do those kinds of acrobatics, he admitted in between groans of increasing discomfort. At least you admit it. Well, see if you can keep up for a little bit then. Sludge Strike grinned as he rebalanced himself and blasted forth once more at his opponent. Charging at him, Monoma attempted to nail down a counter as Sludge Strike came by, prompting the shapeshifter to stick his tongue out as he flips backwards, landing in a crouch. Monoma proceeds to walk up to Sludge Strike as he stands up, where the two stare at one another for a moment, Monoma with a twitching smile and Ben with an amused grin. This is going to be too much to watch, Itsuka groaned, rubbing her forehead. I can handle one Monoma, but two. Well, we'll see, Ribbit. Asui looks down. It can't be a boring match at least. Ben always seems to bring something new to the table. Back down to the fight, Monoma begins the next part as he tightens his fist, throwing a forward punch towards Sludge Strike's face, which was deflected however as the Lenopen's right arm morphed into a purple tendril, causing him to stumble back. Sludge Strike's arm reverts back into Monoma's as he gestures towards him, making the blonde chuckle darkly. He dashes forwards once more, unleashing a flurry of several punches in the hopes of getting one touch on him, though resetting each time instead of redirecting his blows, as Sludge Strike's body structure allowed him to simply dodge each attack, moving his body swiftly in order to avoid them in a very laid-back, but extremely effective style. With every unsuccessful punch, elbow, and kick, Momona continued moving forward as his last 3 blows bring him to a knee, in which he then attempts a roundhouse kick as Sludge Strike was brought near the border. However, this merely allowed Ben to dodge and deliver a spinning hook kick, knocking him to the ground, as the former's guard was completely open on the left side. What kind of reflexes does he have? Mineta barked. Certain forms allow him to have different sets of bodily movements, I assume, Bakugo muttered to himself, which was a surprise to those around him. Midoriya himself also began to note-take as the fight went on, jotting down anything he could think of during this doppelganger showdown. Asui and Uraraka could see that the expression in his eyes were a bit more frightening than usual, as this was one of the few cases in which he could completely study one of Ben's forms, as with the rest of the audience. Well, this seems promising. Sludge Strike admits out loud. You know, this is really starting to bother me. Monoma growled. While on the ground, the blonde frowns in annoyance, to which Sludge Strike responds by attempting to perform a drop kick. However, Monoma dodges by rolling away, and subsequently springs up to attack once again, allowing his fist to get a good hit on his enemy's cheek. And Monoma finally gets a solid hit. Will he be able to copy Tennyson's quirk? Present Mike stood up. We'll see. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Monoma grinned as Sludge Strike landed on the floor, and was about to try copying his quirk, however, as much as he wanted to, and as much as the crowd wanted him to do so as well. Nothing had happened. Nothing could be copied. What? Monoma looked down at his hands, trying to will his quirk to activate. Why can't I copy it? That's all I needed to hear. Sludge Strike grinned as he stood up. Nani. Monoma was unable to copy Tennyson's quirk. What blasphemy is this? Present Mike stuttered, with Aizawa's eyes widening. I'm beginning to think that this quirk of his might be a special case then, a mutant type. No, does it even belong to one of the 3 categories? He gave his thoughts a good time to collaborate together. As he did so, his eyes glanced over to both Midoriya and Toshinori from the sidelines as Monoma struggled to try and activate his quirk. Why? He roared, before glaring at Ben. What is with your quirk? I can't copy it, Eraserhead can't erase it, just what are you? That's for me to know, Sludge Strike whispered as he approached towards Monoma's side all of a sudden. Throwing a punch in rage, the transformed Lenopen counters through a pull in redirection of force technique, pulling his arm in with his own left arm, and performing a well-executed axe kick to hit Monoma on the chin, before kicking him in the stomach with a side kick. The blonde nearly vomits as he lands with a thud a few meters away, clenching his stomach as his eyes glared back at Ben. And for you to find out. He finished. Is that good enough? You were just experimenting with me. He groaned with detestation in his voice. Ah, you finally found out. Sludge Strike bows gracefully, making him roar in anger as he charges at him. I've never seen Monoma so mad before. Setsuna noted. Guess this is bringing up something unpleasant in his memories, I suppose. Itsuka narrowed her eyes on her classmate. Come on, Nito. Don't get consumed by anger. As Monoma approaches Sludge Strike, the doppelganger smiles, taunting him once again. The blonde growls as he throws a kick, though Ben counters by grabbing it, pushing him back as he charges forward. The two spar briefly, hand to hand, before Monoma grabs Ben's foot, and pulls him closer in an attempt to slug him in the face, only for his opponent's foot to morph back to its original form. With his grip loose, Sludge Strike morphs back to his mud form, grasping Monoma with one of his arms. This was fun. Sludge Strike smirked. No hard feelings. I hate Class A. Monoma grunted as he was thrown out of bounds. That was, present Mike and Aizawa, along with the rest of the crowd could only stay silent as Sludge Strike reverted back to Ben. Midnight was surprised as well. She blinked a few times, before regaining her posture and announcing the winner of the last match of the first round. Monoma-kun is out of bounds. Tennyson-kun is the winner. What was that? Momo pretty much tore Ben's ear off from the devastating beatdown he gave Monoma. I was experimenting. Ben admitted with a chuckle, rubbing his afflicted ear as he did so. Ow. To see if Monoma-kun could copy the powers of the Omnitrix. She asked. He nodded in response. But still, there probably could have been better ways to go at it. After the last round had ended, Ben and Monoma relocated back to their respective classes. Naturally, Ben and Monoma were both swarmed by their classmates, some for questioning, and some for requests of various sorts. Nevertheless though, the blonde did admit that he let his anger suddenly get the better of him, and apologized to the brunette. Well, as best as he could for someone like himself. Monoma was still the faulty person of Class B, as usual. While Ben and Monoma's round ended, the second series of fights could not start until Kirishima and Tetsu settled the score between each other. By the fortune of Kirishima, the latter was able to take advantage of his opponent's fatigue going out during their decided arm wrestling match. To say it was certainly manly was an understatement, and the two even found a sense of camaraderie from their little engagement, as silly as it sounded. Midnight certainly was delighted to see the two going that way. However, after that score ended, the second round finally began to go underway. While the preparations were beginning for Todoroki and Midoriya's fight, Momo took the opportunity to question her butler before things started. As they returned back to the stands, the commotion from Ben's fight had finally died down. Uraraka and Iida were seen sitting with their fellow classmates as the two came back. Midoriya and Todoroki's match hasn't started yet. Ben wondered. Oof, this ought to be good. Tennyson-kun, Yaoyorozu-san. Just in time. Iida called out. Come, join us. Sitting between Tokiyami and Uraraka, Ben and the others watched as the flames of the stadium finally lit up. The tournament bracket flickered to show the current placements, before switching over to the portraits of both Midoriya and Todoroki. Thanks for waiting, everyone. The first match of the second round is going to be a big one. Present Mike announced as the two fighters began to exit out from their respective entrances. Todoroki was the first to enter the grounds, sighing a little as he waiting for his opponent. Unlike the last round, he didn't appear to be having a frustrated look on his face, at least not as bad as before with Zero. Here we go. He mutters to himself. The man who won a rightful place in both the obstacle race and cavalry battle, and one of UA's recommended students. He's some hot stuff, but with a cold exterior to match it. From the hero course, Todoroki Shoto. Versus. On the other hand, while this funny little guy did indeed win the obstacle race, he barely made it through the first round. Will he show us a different fight from before? From the hero course, Midoriya Izuku. Todoroki watched as his green-haired opponent got onto the stage. He narrowed his eyes as Midoriya's sweat dropped. You're finally here. He called out. It's time. Todoroki-kun. Midoriya uttered. Do you still mean what you said before? From the sidelines, Ben tapered his devotion to the fight. Even Bakugo was attentive to this as Iida turned to Tokiyami for questioning. Tokiyami-kun, what do you think of this fight? He asked. In all honesty, I feel as though it'll depend on whether or not Midoriya chooses to jump in on Todoroki. The bird-headed teen answered. That's true. Deku-kun's gonna have to figure out how to get through that ice. Uraraka added. Toshinori and the others seemed to had been observing this upcoming fight as well. Those two have demonstrated some traits of reactive action. 13 noted. Indeed. From what I heard from the USJ incident, those two took charge in handling the situation thrown at them. The blonde surmised. I'm eager to see how this will go, because even though it's a gut feeling, I feel that those two have the same vibes to them. At this year's sports festival, both of these men have shown top-class performances. It's like two great rivals finally having the chance to duke it out with one another. So then, here we go, folks. Midoriya versus Todoroki. As he said that, both fighters took a stance, with Todoroki extending his right foot forward, while Midoriya was first seen clenching his fists as he aimed his fingers at Todoroki. He also seemed to be preparing to do something else as well, but only a few people could figure out what. He's gonna come at me with ice, for sure. Midoriya gulped. But I shouldn't have to waste all of my limbs with this. I have to watch out for that dangerous power of his, a direct hit can be fatal. Todoroki warned himself. Ready. Comma. The moment we start. Comma. Go. The moment that Present Mike announced the start of the match, Todoroki stomped the floor as he activated his right side, forcing a wave of ice towards Midoriya. Knowing that he'd try that however, instead of getting ready to perform a Delaware smash at 100%, Midoriya instead began to surge one for all through his body, using the minuscule amount of enhanced effect to dodge the attack by leaping to the side with a hop. He managed to land on a chunk of ice that remained relatively flat as he breathed in. Toshinori and a few others could now see that Midoriya had activated one for all, full cowling, at 3%, with glowing eyes and sparks of turquoise all around himself. The former was a bit surprised at these actions. He's activated one for all in hopes in using it to escape. Rather than trying to guess and even the scale of young Todoroki's attack, he instead chose to do an action that would save him and give him a guess to what he'll do next. The blonde mentally explained. Midoriya's going to try outlasting the situation by seeing what Todoroki's weaknesses might be, as he doesn't have much data on him. Ben added. And that in turn might provide him opportunities to fight back. Midoriya dodged Todoroki's attack. What reflexes? Present Mike yelled. He chose to dodge. Not what I was expecting. Todoroki narrowed his eyes as he summoned ice behind him. Midoriya breathed in as the effects of full cowling began to take hold in full effect. While he wasn't hurting nearly as much as when he first activated it, he felt a tidbit of discomfort upon activating it. From what I know from my data on Todoroki-kun, he always attacks in an instant. He doesn't really leave openings, so, I need more data. He decided, looking back. And that layer of ice behind himself is probably insurance in the case I'm forced to use one for all at 100%. Todoroki proceeded to launch another wave of ice, this one being significantly larger than the previous, as it basically swallowed the previously existing ice in its entirety. Midoriya glared at the attack as he leapt up into the sky to avoid it, standing a firm distance between the ground and sky. A chance. Todoroki rumbled to himself as he sprung up a rising platform of ice underneath his feet. Launching his body straight at Midoriya, the devastating scale in which Midoriya was facing was making him think. However, as Todoroki drew near him with his right hand nearing his body, Midoriya growled as he leapt back and clenched two of his left fingers, his thumb and ring finger respectively. 50% Delaware smash. He yelled mentally as he snapped those two fingers. Todoroki's eyes widened immensely as his face and the surrounding ice was met with an upsurge of wind pressure, which was so powerful in fact that it blasted him back, as well as destroying the ice he initially created. It seemed to be in the bag for Midoriya, but before Todoroki could fall out of bounds as he landed, he quickly created a wall of ice behind himself to force his skidding to halt. Midoriya gritted his teeth as he landed back at where he started, clenching his ring finger. Managed to secure it, almost. He bruised his finger again, Asui noted with worry. But Todoroki-kun was able to survive that though, incredible. Iida admitted with an amazed tone. What, are you just trying to run away and defend? You're beating your own body just for that. Todoroki muttered as he stood up. Leaning back against his ice, he exhaled a whiff of cold air. However, it was then that Midoriya noticed a small detail, as did Ben. Looking on Todoroki's right side, the green-haired teen noticed that his arm was starting to twitch and tremble. Now you've got it. Ben folded his arms. Is that how it is? Midoriya growled inwardly as Todoroki glanced up towards the crowd. But I have to thank you, Midoriya. Thanks to you, that guy's face is all clouded over. The ice and fire user then said. That guy. Ben's eyes glanced over to another part of the crowd, and widened. Wait, that's. He then noticed the figure that Todoroki mentioned. He was a tall man with a muscular physique. He had short and spiky crimson hair with turquoise eyes, and his beard and mustache appeared to have been made of fire. He wore a navy blue bodysuit with flames streaming across his chest, arms, and most prominently, his shoulders. He used flames as a makeshift domino mask, and his boots appeared to be made of flames that were constantly aflame as well. He sported white bracers styled in a cage pattern and a black belt with a white pouch attached to the side. Endeavor. Ben recognized him. I see. Midoriya himself was observant of the frost building up on Todoroki's arm, but for different reasons. A memory between the two of them flashed in his mind, with the promise from his opponent to never use his left side, his flame side. To win at all costs without using it, to reject everything that his father had done in regard to his very being. Sooner or later, you're not going to be able to fight with those arms of yours. Todoroki noted. It's going to be the end for you, Midoriya. As he said that, Todoroki glared at him as he released a sharp flow of ice towards Midoriya. This one appeared to be even faster than his preceding outbreaks, focusing more on precision and speed than overall quantity. Todoroki keeps on attacking with relentless power. Here comes an extra dangerous ice attack. Present Mike yelled with concern. As it focused onto Midoriya, instead of hearing the green head yell with a bitter grunt, what instead was the opposite, way on the opposite scale, in fact. Where the hell do you think you're looking? Flicking his index finger, Midoriya growled loudly as he let his anger get the better of him. Todoroki's eyes contracted upon seeing his entire wave of ice get obliterated, and even then, everyone else in the audience gasped as he watched the half-and-half user get blown away yet again. Todoroki struggled to push back as he began to continuously use his right side to generate layers upon layers of ice behind him. It was barely enough to take on the force of Midoriya's 100% Delaware smash as he was forced back to the wall of ice he generated earlier, but even, he had to reinforce that one just to stay inbounds. Why, you? Todoroki spat as his body struggled to stand. He glared at Midoriya. You don't care what you do to your body. You just don't get it. Midoriya growled. His right index finger began to twitch erratically due to the strain he placed on it. Do you? Why the hell are you going so far? He dared to ask. Just look at yourself, Todoroki. You're trembling in your own presence. Midoriya simply answered. What? The red and white-haired teen narrowed his eyes. Quirks, they're physical abilities, too. That means that there's a limit to how much your body can take, isn't that right? You could easily overcome that flaw by using the flames on your left side, he began to explain. You dared to say that you'll become number one without using your other half, while everyone else is fighting with all they've got, struggling with all their might to get closer to their dream. Lifting his face, Todoroki nearly gasped upon seeing Midoriya's frightening scowl. You haven't even placed on scratch on me. Come at me with everything you got if you want to be number one. Those words of his were heard throughout the entire stage as Midoriya practically declared war against his opponent, clenching his aching fist as Todoroki began to stand. Young Midoriya, are you trying to do what I think you're doing? Toshinori speculated. Things are going to be rough if it goes that way. Ben noted with an unsure look. Todoroki panted as he leaned against some of his ice, before standing up fully. Midoriya, what are you trying to say? Everything that I've got. What? Did my old man buy you off or something? He yelled, before leaping towards Midoriya. Now I'm mad. However, even as the ice user began to charge at him, it was then that many of the spectators begun to notice something different from Todoroki's maneuverability. His movements. Midoriya was the first to say. They're slowing down. Aizawa then said. Even Bakugo was paying attention as he cupped his mouth. All of that frost that fell onto his body, and the usage of his quirk throughout the match, unlike the limit to my power, half-and-half's case is like having a bar of MP. His limit must have been during the case when he released that giant ice wall against Zero. Ben then thought. As much as Todoroki thought he had this in the bag, Midoriya however simply took a stance as he activated full cowling once more. In close quarters, Midoriya can't do anything to me without inflicting more damage to himself. However, right as he leapt off his right foot, it was then that Midoriya began to lunge low, making the ice user's eyes widen in response. This guy, the moment that lifted and leapt off my right foot. He quirked. Midoriya began to mutter stuff in his mind as he began to surge more of One for All's power into his right fist. Todoroki could only watch as his hand balled into a fist. Imagine the microwave, control the spread. He thought as he felt One for All surging into his right fist. 20% Detroit Smash. Striking Todoroki's stomach with an enhanced right hook, Midoriya slugs his fist into him, sending Todoroki off his feet and careening back. Why? You, Gua. Before he was sent flying away though, Todoroki gritted his teeth as he activated his right side on Midoriya's left arm, freezing it partially. A solid hit. Present Mike alerted the crowd, causing to cheer in excitement. We've finally got some damage being done to someone that's not self-inflicted. Midoriya yelps out in pain as One for All causes backlash towards his fist. However, it wasn't as nearly as bad as when he tried to do so with 100% of its power, leaving his arm partially in pain, but still somewhat controllable. He got a hit on Todoroki, one spectator said with surprise. But look at Midoriya though. He looks way more messed up. I can't believe he started to go on the offensive here. Another barked. Todoroki began to cough loudly as he clenched his stomach. He was starting to sweat quite a bit, though he was more or less focused on trying to alleviate this gnawing pain in his lower torso. He began to pant heavily as Midoriya once again activated full cowling, charging at him with a bit of enhanced speed. Why? He muttered though as he activated his right side. Trying for another freezing move, Midoriya simply slipped past it with his agility, bunny hopping with zigzagging movements. This only caused more irritation to pile up in Todoroki's mind as Midoriya drew closer. Your ice isn't coming as fast, Todoroki-kun. Midoriya yelled as his opponent also came up into his face. Smintos and Midnight watched as the two began to go through a duke out, Midoriya trying to land a solid punch on Todoroki, while the latter was now going on the defensive. Creating as many ice waves as he could, Midoriya however either just plowed through it due to them being weaker, or just outright dodged them and used the ice to maneuver the battleground. This began to worry Smintos, though primarily for Midoriya's case, as his usage of One for All was starting to look a bit dangerous. Should we stop this, Midnight? Midoriya might be thinking that Recovery Girl might be able to heal all of that damage. He asked through his communicator in his ear. That's true, he might not be feeling a whole lot of pain due to the adrenaline he has at the moment, but if he keeps going, then sooner or later his body won't be able to heal up in one go. Midnight looked upon the fight with a bit of worry herself. Even if he wins, he might not be able to go into his next match, Smintos then said as Midoriya then slugged another fist into Todoroki, sending him flying back. You're really being reckless, aren't you, Midoriya? Ben sighed as he ruffled his hair. Guess I have to do the usual. As the ice user landed on his knee, he clenched his gut as he saw Midoriya coming back at him once again. At this point, Midoriya's body was starting to get a little messed up, though it was mostly through his fingers from the repeated Delaware smashes. However, they weren't nearly as damaging as it seemed, as the green-haired teen still made a promise not to totally destroy his body. Ben did say that he didn't want to have to keep reversing the damage, and that he knew that letting Recovery Girl do the healing would strengthen his own body. He just didn't have to damage it to the point that his body couldn't actually recover. Running at Todoroki, the two prepared for another clash as another thought came back to Midoriya. A memory of the two speaking to one another during the break while everyone else was eating lunch. Discussing about how their circumstances brought them here today, and how they were raised set the goals they set upon themselves. Endeavor and Todoroki, All Might and Midoriya. They're wanting to become number one, but with different origins and different motivations driving them on. When it ended, it was then that Midoriya noticed that Todoroki began to launch out one more ice wave, though it appeared that this one rivaled in strength as the ones he previously had before the frost on his body began to inhibit his abilities. Can't risk my entire body. Midoriya growled. He then had a sudden idea, and quickly brought it into play. With the body of his laying low, it was then that Midoriya's eyes widened as he activated full cowling. For a moment, he pushed off the ground with full cowl's effect, and right as the ice was about to come at him, Midoriya begins to twirl his body as he swings his left fist out with One for All at 50%. North Dakota Smash. He roared inwardly. Smashing through the ice like a drill, Todoroki and everyone else could only gasp as the green-haired teen's fist went straight at his face, knocking him back with the jaw-breaking attack. Gah! Letting out a cry of pain, Todoroki was barely able to hold onto his feet as he generated a gigantic wall of ice behind himself. By this point, nearly half of his body was covered in frost as he was blasted back for the umpteenth time. Skidding as he landed, Midoriya's voice cracked as he let a wail. His left arm was now as battered as if he used one for all at 100% of its strength. Ben and the others could see his pained expression as Todoroki is seen visibly shaking. He could barely hang onto his eyes, let alone move. By now, it truly was a question to which if Midoriya or Todoroki would fall first. Either Midoriya would fall to his self-inflicted injuries, or Todoroki would fall to the frostbite. It was looking pretty even. Todoroki himself was panting heavily, as evidenced by all the hazy air around as he browed this face up. Why? Why are you going so far? Why are putting yourself through this? He demanded to know. Because I want to live up to people and all of their expectations. What? He glares at him, now confused at his terminology. I want to be able to respond and do good to them, I want to be able to smile at them. Midoriya yells out as he charges right at Todoroki. To be a cool hero, that's what I wanna be. At that moment, Todoroki suddenly got flashbacks of an old memory. It was him, as a child, and someone close to him that reminded him of the very words that Midoriya uttered to his ears. As that memory came to be, Midoriya roared savagely as he gave the ice user a full-body slam. That's the reason why everyone's giving it their all, Todoroki. He finished. And you should be doing so too. Todoroki growled however as he was brought back to reality. But you know nothing at all. Yes, there's no way I can know what you've gone through, or why you're even here, your own life is so much more different from mine. But for you to become number one, without even giving it all in your full power. Even if you're trying to reject your father. You need to just stop screwing around. Todoroki was greatly shocked by how blunt Midoriya was. Class A and B were certainly shocked to hear this kind of attitude from this adorable cinnamon roll of a classmate. I didn't Midoriya-chan could get so aggressive. Asui admitted. There were some instances though. Ben answered however. From the combat training, and even some parts of the USJ incident, Midoriya sometimes would show irrational behavior when forced to. Certainly. Midoriya's words made their work further down Todoroki's psyche, enough to make him recall some memories, some of which were a bit painful to recall. Please stop. He's only 5 years old. Please. If he can't endure this, he can't hope to face All Might, let alone mere villains. A memory from Todoroki was now flashing back. He was only a child, forced into harsh training by Endeavor. It was so severe in the fact that Todoroki began to vomit, in which a woman came by, inspecting him for his own safety and concern. She was a young woman with straight shoulder-length white hair with rather long bangs over her face, and brown-gray eyes with reasonably long eyelashes. This was his mother, Todoroki Rei. The wife of Todoroki Enji through what was called a quirk marriage. These marriages began to appear after quirks began to manifest in society, during the second and third generation of quirk users. The purpose of these marriages was for the sake of choosing mates for the sole purpose of enhancing a specific quirk to be inherited down the bloodline. Due to Endeavor's abhorrence for All Might and his wanting to become the number one hero, if he couldn't do it himself, he would attempt to make and groom such a person into that. Thus, the case of his son, Shoto, was the reason for his existence in the first place. He's already 5, he can take it. Get out of my way. Endeavor growls, slapping her away. The young Shoto gasps at hearing her collision to the ground. Mother. This, as well as other painful memories started to manifest as Todoroki began to cover nearly his entire right side in anger in the present. He glares at Midoriya as he does so. Shut up. He growls as Midoriya begins to channel his quirk into his fist. However, further memories of his mother made him stop before he could unleash another attack, allowing Midoriya to land another punch to his stomach. But, you want to be a hero too, don't you, honey? Just remember, to be yourself. It's okay for you to be one. As long as you have a future that you can feel strongly about. I will reject that bastard of a father. He continued to argue. However, Midoriya had enough of it. Gritting his teeth, he breathed in, roaring loudly the words that Todoroki would think that he would never hear in his life, and for one final memory to resurface back in his mind. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. Yes. Children do in fact inherit the quirks of their parents, or even develop powers similar to them. In another one of Todoroki's fonder memories, he was seen sitting down with his mother as the two of them watched a TV interview with the number one hero himself. But the most important thing to remember is what you make of it, and your history. It's you who decides your fate. That's why I say, I am here. Only you can decide to become a hero, no one else. He's right, you know. Ray smiles as Shoto's eyes gleam in fascination. Take this to heart, kids. You've got the stuff. All Might then ends the interview with his signature grin, gesturing a thumbs up to the millions of watchers of the show. As young Shoto smiles, Ray places a hand around his shoulder, leaning against him as a memorable set of words from his memory were evoked. Honey, you still want to be a hero, don't you? Just remember, stay true to yourself. I didn't realize just how much I've forgotten. He thought to himself as he feels a shackle being released from himself. You're not a prisoner of your lineage, it's okay for you to use your power, become who you want to be. Oh boy. Ben suddenly felt a shiver as the Omnitrix dial began to glow. He's gonna use it. Huh. What do you? Before Uraraka could ask what he meant, all of a sudden, from down on the stage, the frost from Todoroki's body evaporated in an instant as a torrent of flames began to surge out from his left side. This is, whoa, baby. Present Mike's eyes widened. Ooh goody, the fire's here. Ben, now as Heat Blast, stood in front of everyone to make sure that none of Todoroki's flames started to go out of control. Iida himself had a thought about this. He recalled before the cavalry battle that the white and red-haired teen told him that he would never use his left side, but now, here he was, doing so and contradicting his own words. He forced him to use his left side, he uttered in shock. Young Midoriya, don't tell me you were trying to save young Todoroki this entire time. Toshinori gulped as he looked down at his successor. Midoriya was certainly shocked by the pillar of flames, but the excitement he was currently having from making Todoroki unleash his full potential was giving him a feel of thrill. Todoroki himself was now in a state of calmness, even though he was now engulfed in his flames. Even though you want to win, he first uttered, making Midoriya alert. You fool, even though you want to advance, you're helping your opponent. Midoriya could see that Todoroki was now exerting both flames and ice respectively, with his body being engulfed in both as the flames dimmer down to bodily shapes. Which one of us is screwing around now? As a perfect unison of flames and ice emerge, Todoroki gives Midoriya the biggest grin he's ever made. I want to be one too. I'll be a hero. Grinning in response to Todoroki, Midoriya begins to eye his classmates' dual nature of quirks. However, while he was doing so, it was then that Todoroki's actions finally sparked a smile in his father. Endeavor's flames started to spew out of control as he began to grin immensely, walking down the steps from the stage to get closer to him. Shoto! He yells with glee, his flames spewing out in a joyous manner. Present Mike and a bunch of the other spectators blinked at Endeavor's sudden yelling. Huh. Have you finally accepted yourself for who you are? That's it, good. It all starts here from you. Geez, way to kill the mood, Endeavor. Heat Blast rolls his eyes as the flame hero reaches the railings. With my blood, you'll surpass me, you will fulfill my ambitions. He finished. By now, his eyes were almost that of a serial killer, though not the sake of bloodshed. Present Mike was a bit speechless, but had to commentate regardless. Endeavor sudden shouts words of encouragement. What a doting father. Back with the fight, as Todoroki began to regain his composure, it was then that he noticed the growing smile on his opponent's face. What are you smiling for? He asked, making Midoriya's expression do a 180. With those injuries, and in this hopeless situation, you must be crazy, so, don't blame me for what happens next. Heat Blast yelps. With the flashing of his Omnitrix dial, everyone shudders their eyes as Diamondhead replaces him. What gives? Kirishima suddenly yelled, entering back into the seating rows. Whoa, Todoroki's using his flames. Yeep, and that's why I should probably do this. Diamondhead then said as he slowly rose his arms up. From the grounds from where everyone sat, a thin layer of crystal began to manifest out from the floor, creating a circular barrier that was transparent. Everyone then looks to Diamondhead as he reverts back to Ben. What's going to happen? Ojiro asked, a bit worried. Something big, I guess, Jiro gulped. We should be safe from the incoming blast, I think, Ben chuckled weakly. Blast. Kaminari shuddered as he and everyone looked down. They could tell that this was probably going to be the last confrontation between the two. Todoroki grits his teeth as he begins to charge both of his sides, a gigantic amount of ice rivaling a pillar of flames. Midoriya himself grinned as he began to activate it one for all, though Ben could tell that he was going to use 100%. Activating full cowling around his entire body, he then began to focus 100% of his quirk's power into his legs and right arm. The force from his charging was so powerful that torrents of wind began to circulate his figure, which made Smintas's eyes widen in horror. Midnight. He yelled as he slapped the ground with his hands. If they keep going, it's gonna be bad. As a green glow appeared for a moment, Smintas began to hurriedly mold the cement-based arena. Midnight began to sweat as well as she ripped a part of her costume, releasing a potent cloud of pink gas from her exposed arm. His body won't be able to hold up. The R-rated hero grunts as Todoroki and Midoriya begin their final clash. With his body's temperature at normal levels, Todoroki sends a giant ice wave at Midoriya, which the latter then avoids by using one for all in his legs to jump over it and dive at him. I gotta get close, to give him everything I have. The green-haired teen growls to himself. While he began to get closer, his opponent begins to heat up the air and melts all the ice in preparation for a giant flame attack. As he does so, Midoriya clenches his fist as he activated one for all at 100%. Come at me with all you've got. He yells. Midoriya, Todoroki mutters as he raises his left palm. Right as the two attacks were about to collide, Smintas grunts loudly as he generates walls and walls of cement between the two. However, his interference proved to be null as their attacks broke through his structures like paper mache. Thank you. With the instantaneous heating of the air due to Todoroki's flames, Midoriya and his attacks ended up causing a humongous explosion to occur right in the middle of the stadium, destroying it in its entirety. The shockwaves from their assault hit Midnight and everyone around the vicinity, knocking her and Smintas back. Class A was able to be protected, but nevertheless, they were shocked to AT as the shockwave blasted forth around the rest of the stadium. Midoriya-chan. Asui yells in worry. What the heck happened? Mineta flinches as most of the students instinctively rose their arms in defense to block the incoming debris. Dude, seriously. Kaminari's jaw dropped. A giant shockwave. Momo screamed as the protective wall was barely able to sustain them. A giant screen of steam was seen piling up and away from the center of the arena. Even those outside from the stadium probably heard the loud explosion, as well as all of the residue that came out. Smintas was the first to recover. He sweat drops at the condition of the stadium, a mixture of shock and awe as he stands up. You know, they say that something powerful isn't always something good. But man, this is amazing. He admitted. What just happened? Present Mike croaked. He fell over in shock as Aizawa looked down. Eraser, what the heck is up with your class? The air that was cooled down by Todoroki's ice was thoroughly heated up in an instant by his flames, expanding it in a rapid pace. Aizawa explained in a rhetorical fashion. Is that what created this massive explosion? His fellow commentator quipped. He sat up. Sheesh, just how hot was that? Hey, who won that? Midnight. Down by the stadium itself, Midnight rubbed the back of her head as she got up. Her domino mask was blown off, and she even got a few bruises. Ow. As she recovered, it was then that she noticed two figures standing in the middle of the arena. As the steam started to dissipate from the explosion, what was first seen was a red shoe. Everyone began to look in anticipation as the two figures finally showed a few seconds later. The winner. Midnight blinks as she takes a closer look. This match's winner is. With the steam finally disappearing, Midoriya and Todoroki were seen standing in the middle. Midoriya was just about to land another punch at Todoroki's face, though upon closer inspection, Midnight could see that his eyes were out of it. Todoroki's left side of his jersey was completely burnt off, with him panting heavily as he eyes the fist right in front of him. Before anything else could happen, however, Midoriya's body finally gives in, and he collapses onto the ground. Midnight's eyes snap back upon hearing the teen's body fall, and she raises her whip in Todoroki's direction. Midoriya-kun has fallen unconscious. Todoroki-kun advances to the third round. Damn it, Midoriya. Sorry, the green-haired teen whimpered as he tried to give Ben a cheeky smile. To you too, All Might. You're lucky that recovery girl isn't here yet. Ben sighed. Otherwise I couldn't explain why I'm here for. The two were now inside recovery girl's temporary nursery. The drones had managed to deliver the teen to the room without a problem, but as things would have had it, Toshinori was already there, waiting for Midoriya to be escorted. He wanted to discuss with his successor about the outcome with his battle against Endeavor's son. It was certainly a bit awkward for Ben and the blonde to meet up in person, as Toshinori really didn't tell anyone else of his true identity of his form away from hero work, besides Midoriya and a few of his co-workers. Hey there, young Tennyson, Toshinori rose a hand in awkward greetings. Ben looked at his instructor. Even he was a bit flustered to seeing Toshinori in his scrawny form. What happened to you? You got all thin. Well, it's a bit hard to explain. Toshinori chuckled. Do you want to listen to a short run of it? I suppose, Ben shrugged. Well, long story short, I was injured around 5 years ago, and that began to affect my body as a whole. I was barely able to recover from it, and the injury even limited how long I could last in my normal form. I can only do hero work for around 3 hours before I have to take a breather. He surmised. I see, well, now that I know, you don't mind if I show you something, do you? Ben then asked, walking over to Midoriya. I don't mind at all. What are you going to show though, young Tennyson? Toshinori blinked. Another transformation. Oh, you're going to be amazed, All Might. Midoriya quirked. Cocking a brow, Toshinori looked back at Ben as the Omnitrix flashed. He and Midoriya closed their eyes, only to see clockwork in his place as they opened them back up. Robot. Toshinori was a bit shocked. What does this form do? Well, see for yourself, sir. Clockwork responded as his hands hovered over Midoriya's body. Toshinori's eyes widened as a soft green glow began to gleam out from Clockwork's palms. It didn't take long for him to see the effect it had on Midoriya's body, reverting the injuries that he inflicted to himself. He could see his fingers reverting back from a dark purple coloration, to a reddish bruising. His other parts that were damaged also began to go back, but, not all the way. This continued for a few more seconds, until Clockwork finally backed off. Toshinori stood from his seat, walking over to observe his handiwork. He glanced back and forth between Midoriya's limbs, until he nodded to himself and stood straight. What just? He was astounded. It's chronokinesis, sir. Clockwork explained as he exhaled. I merely manipulated the time around Midoriya's body to the state in which he didn't injure himself too gravely. Why didn't you do it all the way though? The number one hero asked. For 2 reasons. The robotic alien explained, lifting 2 fingers. 1. If I healed him completely, recovery girl would start to get suspicious, as I've already done this a few times. And 2. If I let him recover naturally, it'll actually strengthen his damaged muscles as they're repaired. You get the concept, don't you, All Might? Midoriya grumbled as he sat up, though he whimpered a little as his body twitched. Oh ow, why yeah, like Ben said. If I let recovery girl heal me, my muscles and body will heal up naturally, making them stronger than they were before. Toshinori could only stare at the two. I see. Well, as much as I want to stay here, I think I need to make my exit soon. I suspect that a bunch of people Class A will come over in concern, so I'll retreat back and then enter with them. Clockwork then saluted to Toshinori, the key on his head starting to spin as he said that. Right as the two were about to ask what he was about to do, Midoriya and Toshinori could only see Clockwork's key glow for a split second, before seeing him suddenly disappear from their eyes in an instant. They heard the door was shut down along the way, meaning that the robotic alien had stopped time and proceeded to exit out within a moment's notice. The number one hero and Midoriya glanced at one another, before hearing the door open up a second later. Recovery girl entered, sighing a little before glaring at Toshinori. However, as she turned to Midoriya, she cocked a brow up. She even readjusted her visor as she took a look at Midoriya's body, noting that it wasn't as beat up as it was before the drones brought him in. What happened? How did your injuries lessen? She muttered, suspicious to a large extent. It was just like before as well. Before. Toshinori spoke out, feigning ignorance. Yes. After that little skirmish he had during the combat training, you all saw how Midoriya injured himself by using his quirk, as well as blocking Bakugo's attack. Well, when I went to heal him up, the injury from his explosion was healed up all of a sudden before I even got there. The old heroine explained. That's, Midoriya was a bit worried about her finding out, however, she didn't seem to have a clue to piece together that it was Ben who was the culprit. And not just that, but also from the USJ incident. When he was brought in, his back was torn to shreds, and here when I came back after examining him, and all of a sudden they're gone. She groaned. That is strange, isn't it? Toshinori chuckled nervously. Bah, anyways, onto your injuries. Recovery girl then proceeded to into a drawer to pull out some medical supplies. It didn't take long for her to bandage up the damaged limbs and fingers that Midoriya sacrificed, but she was still mildly annoyed at the result of all the backlash that he had done to himself in the process. After placing on the finishing touches, she sighed as Midoriya laid down on the hospital bed, which was angled a bit to allow him to sit up slightly. You're lucky that your injuries weren't as worse as I expected. She first said. If you had kept going without watching out for your body, I'd need to perform surgery to remove the bone particles that were stuck in your joints. Surgery. Both Midoriya and Toshinori exclaimed in worry. That was the plan if his injuries hadn't suddenly reverted back, but still, Toshinori, you fool. She then elbowed Toshinori, causing him to cough. Oh ow. He whimpered. To push a child and light a fire in him, to make him yearn for a goal so much that he would destroy his own body, I don't like it. You're going too far, you and this boy. You can't keep praising him for this. She shook her head. Toshinori looked down at his pupil. Of course, he felt bad, as he was basically the reason for Midoriya's life goal. He sighed, but as he opened his mouth to speak up, it was that the trio flinched at the sound of the door behind them crashing open. Midoriya-kun. Iida was the first to peek in, with Uraraka, Asui, and even Mineta coming in. Ben was the last, sneaking along with the group. Midoriya-chan, are you alright? The frog girl asked in concern. Oh gosh, that scared me. Toshinori nearly spat out blood. Uraraka walked over to Midoriya, but then noticed Toshinori. She gave him a small nod in greetings. Hello there. Why yeah, Toshinori sweat dropped. He hoped that no one would notice any similarities between his true form and his hero form. Ah, you're all so noisy. Recovery girl rolled her eyes. Midoriya grunted as he looked over to everyone. What's happening? Is the next match going on yet? There will be a brief moment of passing. Iida answered. Since there was a substantial amount of damage to the stadium arena, we are currently on hold until it is repaired. Mineta frowned a little as he pointed at Midoriya in a fearful manner. Midoriya, that match earlier was scary as heck. What pro's gonna want that? Shut it, Mineta-chan. Asui growled, which was a surprising thing to see from her as she slapped his head with her tongue. I don't like the way you're rubbing salt into his wound. But it's true though. The grape-haired teen retorted. That's the first time I've ever seen you react like that, Su-chan. Uraraka blinked a few times. That's so bizarre to see. Well, he put his all into the match, didn't he? You can't reprehend him for that. Asui explained, which made Midoriya blush a little. Thanks, Tsu-chan, he mumbled. Alright everyone, back away now for a little bit. I know you're worried, but I have to get on with the healing. Recovery girl then said, waving her arms around to get everyone to move back. Alright, most of them said. Everyone then watched as Recovery girl then proceeded to activate her quirk, her lips extending out to Midoriya's chest. A moment later, and the room started to light up a bit as a green glow surrounded Midoriya's entire body. Slowly but surely, all of the blistering marks on his fingers and limbs began to heal up, reverting back to their normal state within seconds. The only things left were a bunch of scratches and some bruises. Of course, after the procedure was done, as Recovery girl retracted her lips, Midoriya slowly got up, panting heavily as well as sweating profusely to the same degree. He nearly fell over, but Asui came in time to let him lean on her. Watch yourself. I got you. She reassured him. Why yeah, giving her a small smile, Midoriya slowly got off the bed he was on. He was bit shaky as he tried to stand on his feet, but after several more seconds, he was able to stand on his own. Alright, you're healed up. But quit hurting yourself, or else I'll stop. You got me. Recovery girl huffed. Why yes, ma'am, Midoriya nodded. Come on, the next matches should be starting within a few minutes. Ben gestured over. You should get ready, Iida. Of course. I am going against Shiozaki-kun, after all. The engine user rose an arm. It took Midoriya a few seconds to reach the exit, but when he did, he, along with everyone else, gave Toshinori and Recovery a small bow before exiting. As they exited, it was then that Toshinori let out a hard sigh. He ruffled through his hair, giving his colleague a serious look. Those kids are something else. The nurse admitted. I'm pretty sure that young Midoriya is feeling frustrated about his loss. After all, I gave him some expectations to fulfill, and his conversing with young Todoroki didn't help either. Toshinori first said. But he did accomplish one of my objectives though. Even as he thought that he had to make a presence to make himself known as a hero, he did in fact still act like one. What do you mean? Recovery girl turned to him, to which he gave her a small smile. A hero's job is to meddle in affairs that aren't related to him. Young Midoriya noticed how his opponent's feelings were like, and tried to save him from his lineage. He explained. And he succeeded. Yes, but is it right for him to do so with no repercussion for his own safety? Recovery girl then muttered to herself. A few minutes later, the stadium had finally been restored to its former glory, courtesy of Smintas and his quirk. The next match in the second round was between Iida and Ibara. However, as much as Ibara was gifted with an absurd amount of versatility with her quirk, Vines, going up against a foe whose sheer quirk gave him instant bursts of speed was the worst match for her. The match itself was self-explanatory, and ended just as fast as Ibara's debut fight with Kaminari. The Vine user knew that she'd have a troublesome moment trying to catch a speedster with her quirk, but she still made an attempt to do so. Everyone watched as she clapped her hands together, activating vines and forcing her thorny hair into deep underground, before springing out towards Iida with intent to tangle him up. Ibara had a good idea to attain victory, but alas. Recipro, burst. Iida yelled as he took on a sprinting stance. Overloading the engines and mufflers on his calves, blue flames exploded out from his legs as he made a dash for his opponent, skidding marks seen on the stadium grounds as he appeared behind Ibara in an instant. Wah! The green-haired girl squeaked cutely as her vines were blown away by Iida's rush of speed, making her detach those vines as she tried to glance behind herself. Before she could defend herself however, Ibara blushed a little as she felt her shoulders being grasped from behind. That moment of adorability quickly turned to astonishment as Iida lifted her feet from the ground and proceeded to dash all the way to the borders. Ibara yelped the entire way as her face was plastered with wind, halting once Iida reached the end and let go of her, letting her slide off the stadium and out of bounds. Quick as usual, Iida. Kirishima cheered. It's really hard to counter off something that you can't even see. Kaminari sweat dropped. Shiozaki-san is out of bounds. Iida-kun advances to the third round. The next course of action was the battle between Tokiyami and Bakugo. And truth be told, as much as the acid user was persistent in her efforts to stay in the match, even the most physically fit girl in Class A had trouble dealing with Dark Shadow. Right from the start of the match, things already went onto a full flurry. Tokiyami was the first to attack, sending off his shadowy projectile at Mina. Time to go down, Tanuki eyes. Dark Shadow cackled. Hey, where did you hear that? The pink-haired teen pouted. She quickly crouched down to avoid a swipe from Dark Shadow's arm, letting her avoid a deadly blow out of bounds. Quickly dashing away, the pink-haired teenager clustered orbs of acid in her palms, flinging them in the apparition's direction. To her dismay however, Dark Shadow's ability to move freely and independently proved to be its ace in the hole, as it easily avoided the lugs of burning liquids thrown at itself. Everyone looked at the Tokiyami's quirk with intrigue and slight awe. It wasn't every day you see someone completely made of shadows. In the crowd, Kirishima grinned brightly. He remembered how versatile it could be from all the punishment that it could take from the cavalry battle. Tokiyami-kun's quirk works in pretty much any situation. Ojiro commented. Ishido-san's going to have a hard time trying to directly damage it and Tokiyami himself. Sheesh, how do you counter a quirk that's sentient? Jiro gulped. Suddenly, as Dark Shadow came forth for another devastating strike with its large arms, Mina grunted lowly as she slapped her palms onto the ground, her palms exerting a large amount of acid. It suddenly came up, covering the area in front of him as Dark Shadow began to slow itself down to prevent the acid from burning it. With it distracted, Mina slid off from the side, skating towards Tokiyami while Dark Shadow turned its face around. It gawked at the clever maneuver, smirking in excitement as Mina made her way towards the lonesome Tokiyami. How well do you fare in an actual fist fight though, Tokiyami-kun? Mina asked with a snarky grin. I may not look like it, but I've got some experience in CQC. She, along with the others, were confident that she had a greater amount of physical power. As she arched her fist, she wondered what her opponent would do. Mina got her answer when he was quick to jump back to avoid her attack, letting her fist strike the empty air between them where he had been previously standing. When Tokiyami's feet touched the ground again, he shouted forth. Dark Shadow. He stood in a stance as the line connecting him and Dark Shadow grew shorter, the latter pointing itself at Mina as it drew closer. All of a sudden, Dark Shadow launched its arms out, his forearms stretching out to try and grasp onto her. Mina dodged to the left just in time before the two massive arms blast took hold of her. As Dark Shadow flew into air and hovered in place, it quickly withdrew its arms before firing them off at Tokiyami's adversary. The acid user squeaked, running in a zigzag pattern to dodge his attacks as she slid on her acid. It was then that Tokiyami himself went on the offense as he changed course and charged directly at Mina. Dashing off and clenching his leg muscles, he propelled himself toward her with fists ready to slug away. With her trained reflexes however, she ducked and avoided both of their attacks, albeit with some added difficulty. Still in the air, it was then that Dark Shadow turned its to face her and, shockingly enough, charged straight down at Mina like a bull. Noticing this, Mina quickly blocked a fist from Tokiyami before kicking him away in the chest. She spreads her legs to give herself a wide base and then shoved her hands out in front of herself. With a large amount of acid forming up in her hands, she hoped to spray away Dark Shadow. It was then that Dark Shadow's eyes widened, but at this point, it couldn't stop itself as Mina spewed her acid out. Acid blast. When Tokiyami got up from the ground, he was moderately surprised that Dark Shadow had gone forth. Knowing it would get hit, Dark Shadow clenched its fists and continued its charge forward. Even as the large sphere of acid blasted off against its skin and began to tick away at it, Dark Shadow descended towards the pink head, crossing its arms in an X pattern as it slammed into Mina. The acid instinctively tried to jump back right before Dark Shadow could hit, however, despite her well-placed reaction, Dark Shadow knocked itself into her, causing her to skid back, and eventually, cross out of bounds. Oof. Trying to maintain her balance, as she eyed her feet from the borders, as she tried to tippy-toe and stay within the stadium, she unfortunately fell backwards, landing on her rear with a thud. Smiling at the fight's ending, Midnight snapped her whip in Tokiyami's direction. Ishido-san is out of bounds. Tokiyami-kun advances to the next round. Well, I guess that does it then. Kaminari said. He turned to Mineta with a smug expression as the crowd began to cheer in response to the entertaining fight. Now then, why don't you go ahead and pay up? I was sure that he would win in an instant as well. The purple-haired teen muttered in disbelief. Damn it all. As expected, Dark Shadow is quite useful, Ben jotted down a mental note. Though Tokiyami himself could probably have a lesson in actual fighting. You can't deny that Dark Shadow is amazing though. Asui added, finger on her cheek as usual. Those who rely on medium to close range attacks have a hard time getting to Tokiyami-chan. Understandably enough, Mina did a pretty good job, at least in Ben's mind. She tried to go after the power source for Dark Shadow, which was Tokiyami himself. While the bird-headed teen did display some level of close-quarter combat efficiency with his case of his previous fight with Momo in the last round, This proved that he lacked the ability to properly stand up against someone like Mina, or at least other people with close range or mutant-type quirks. If Tokiyami could learn to not overly rely on his quirk's omnidirectional attack range, or perhaps use Dark Shadow to cover for his own lack of actual attack and defensive capabilities, then perhaps he could grow into quite a powerful hero who could adapt to all sorts of situations. Nevertheless though, the matches continued on. The next skirmish was between that of Kirishima and Bakugo, the former gaining his ticket through winning the arm wrestle tie-breaker with Tetsu. This fight brought upon many revealing factors to both sides of the match. As typically, these two students primarily focused on getting their attacks in through close to medium combat, fist-to-fist being the case for Kirishima especially. The redhead's hardening grew to be quite a counter to the explosion user, in which he actually forced Bakugo to go into a defensive matter for a bit. After taking an explosion to his rib, it revealed to had done practically nothing to Kirishima's hardened body as Bakugo skid away from the force of his attack. As the smoke cleared out, the only thing that got shredded apart was the Kirishima's shirt that he blasted. "Ha ha. That ain't gonna work on me, Bomber Boy," he boasted with a grin as he shrugged off the attack. Clenching his teeth, Bakugo narrowed his eyes as he wipes off a cut of blood from his cheek that he got from barely dodging Kirishima's hardened skin. He's not bulging, seems like there's more to him than just that hardening. From the student seats unexpectedly, Tetsu rose in support from where he sat, hoping to encourage his fellow transformation-type classmate. "Come on, Kirishima. Hit him in the chin. His chin," he yelled out. Juzo glanced over, taking note of the metallic student's change in behavior towards some of Class A's students. Yesterday's enemy is today's friend, huh? Needing time to think of a plan, Bakugo actually started to back off from Kirishima's attacks, dodging his punches left and right. Everyone else in the stands seemed to recognize this unexpected turn of events, as they knew that Bakugo was all about attacking his opponent and not letting his enemy getting a chance to recover and launch back at him. Whoa there. Bakugo's having a hard time fighting back against Kirishima's relentless attacks. Present Mike yelled with a tinge of surprise. Who would have thought? He's on the defensive. Talk about a rarity. Mineta noted. You wouldn't think that guy knew how to dodge. It's because of how simple Kirishima's quirk seems to be. Ben answered, however, he narrowed his eyes once Bakugo started to near the boundary lines. However, because it's so simple, given enough time, one could analyze and see some weaknesses. Uraraka glanced at him, only for her eyes to zip back to the stage upon hearing another explosion coming forth from the stage. After ducking low to avoid another right hook, it was then that Bakugo finally got a plan together after analyzing and figuring out how Kirishima's quirk worked out. As he began to rise up, explosions crackled in his right palm as he swiped his arm out and tore into Kirishima's left ribcage. Oh. Bakugo counters again. But what's this? Present Mike and everyone else noted that Kirishima had a pained expression on his face. Unlike before, Kirishima seems to be taking damage all of a sudden. I've figured it out. Bakugo glanced up with a violent grin. About the weakness of your quirk. Shit. Kirishima growled as Bakugo prepared for his next attack. This whole time, you've been straining yourself to keep your body hardened up and rock hard, right? In that state, if you attack quickly and continuously, eventually you'll begin to lose your grip, and it'll start coming apart. Smacking his hands together, he placed them onto Kirishima's chest, blasting him back with a large explosion. Though he got a direct hit, the redhead managed to block the attack by hardening his body, though it didn't seem to be as effective in nullifying the damage like before. Raising his arms up in a defensive manner, Kirishima cursed to himself as Bakugo dashed up and began to pummel him with explosions. Letting out cries of effort, as Bakugo continued to lug explosions all over Kirishima's body, parts of his PE uniform started to get shredded apart. His lower legs, the side of his shirt, his shins. As Kirishima felt his limit approach to how much he could take, his eyes widened upon seeing that Bakugo was preparing for the final explosion. See crap. You little. The final blow. Giving the redhead a giant uppercut enhanced by a massive explosion, Kirishima was sent off his feet and sent flying ow. Finally releasing his hardening, Scratches could be seen all over the front of Kirishima's body as he landed on his back. He began to pant heavily as Bakugo looked down at him with some slight wheezing of his own. Well, I understand why wouldn't want to go out in a drawn-out match with me though, Kirishima. Bakugo grinned, admitting that well-placed and recently discovered fact. Upon seeing that Kirishima wasn't moving, Midnight called for the end of the match, snapping her whip in Bakugo's direction. And there you have it. Kirishima-kun is immobilized. Bakugo-kun advances to the next round. Tetsu's jaw dropped. No. You idiot, Kirishima. If you had gotten him in the chin, he wouldn't have been able to move. You didn't have enough guts in you. Much to the dismay of the steel user, Kirishima was taken away to Recovery Girl, leaving Bakugo with a satisfied smirk as he began to go off stage. It took a few more minutes for the stage to get fixed up from Bakugo's explosions, but soon enough, the next match went on. This next fight was between two students of Class B, specifically, Subarara and Juzo. To everyone's surprise and excitement, along with the matches being between Class B's students, spectators were on ears when they learned that Juzo was one of the few first-year students that was also introduced into UA Academy through official recommendations, as with Todoroki, Setsuna, and Momo. As Midoriya, Iida, Tokiyami, and Mina returned to their seats, it was then that they all looked downwards towards the two students with their classmates as the next match began. And here we go, folks. The fifth match of the second round. Present Mike alerted everyone. And what do you know? This match is between students from Class A's sister group, Class 1B. Really brings the crowd out, does he? Subarara chuckled. Well, with so many of Class A's students in the top placements, it's a bit understandable for everyone to be excited for a battle between students in Class B. Juzo responded as the two entered the arena. Dense as air and solid as a bone. What will we see from this breathtaking student? From the hero course, Subarara Kosei. Versus the Sinker. A man of great pulling and potential is a student introduced into UA through official recommendations. From the hero course, Honanuki Juzo. As the two students got ready, everyone had their eyes glued to the stage as the flames from the pillars died off. Ready. Start. Immediately, Subarara leapt into the air, breathing in quickly and exhaling out just as fast to create a platform of air to stand on while Juzo stomped on the ground, softening the ground where the brunette once stood. Shoot! The softening user narrowed his eyes. Knew you would try to do that. Subarara grinned. Inhaling more air, he did a standing long jump, blowing down to where would land and creating another platform. Hey! Subarara's avoided the quicksand-like nature of Juzo's quirk by creating platforms to stand on. Present Mike noted out. And once again, Midoriya got out his notebook, jotting down notes on both students as the fight continued. Juzo knew that this would prove to be a troublesome match. Both of their quirks weren't suited for hurting others, they were more likely to incapacitate or capture others instead. Since his quirk focused on softening the bonds of solid structures, even if he tried to softening and go through Subarara's transparent platforms, the teen would be able to create more of them in an instant. And that applied to the former as well. His only chance of winning was staying above ground zero where Juzo couldn't trap him in. However, his quirk really didn't have a way of attacking Juzo, so the two had to rely on physically damaging one of the others to end the fight. Bit by bit, the match did go on however, and eventually, there was a winner. As much as Subarara could create platforms to stand on, as he continued to move through the stage, his stamina slowly began to dwindle down. It inevitably came to who would tire out first, Juzo or Subarara. In the end however, moving around and having to constantly breath in and out tired the latter, resulting in his movements slowing down enough for Juzo to catch him and sink him partially into the ground. As the latter incapacitated his opponent, Midnight finally declared the end of the match, placing Juzo above into the next round. Subarara-kun is immobilized. Honanuki-kun advances to the next round. That was unique. Midoriya admitted. It was like a glorified match of cat and mouse. That's an odd way to phrasing it, ribbit. Asui cocked a brow. Why do you say that? I think it's because of how their quirks worked. They kind of countered each other, or at the very least, weren't made to directly hurt someone else. Iida answered. Their abilities are more capture and environmentally specific. If Juzo was in a more confined space with more areas to use his softening, it would be largely in his favor. In Subarara's case, that would be similar as well. Creating platforms and walls to isolate and traps others inside is better in closed environments. Ben added onto that. Commentating further onto the match's results, eventually, the screen transitioned to the brackets once more, with Juzo advancing up to the third round with Todoroki, Iida, Tokiyami, and Bakugo. Alright. With that breathtaking match sunken down and settling off, it's time for the last match of the second round. This one will complete our final 6 combatants for the ending rounds. Present Mike announced. Standing up, Ben smiled as he began to go for the stairs. Alright. It's go time. As everyone watched him and Itsuka meet up in the arena a minute or two later, the thoughts as to how this match would play out stumbled in everyone's mind. So, Kendo-kun, huh? Iida looked down. I wonder how this will go out. It's more about what kind of form Ben will take on, if anything. Tokiyami went forth with his own thoughts. Will he show us something we've seen before, or something else entirely new? I know it's a little bad for Itsuka-san, but I want to see what Ben will do. Uraraka admitted. Right, Su-chan. Yeah. But here's to hoping that he won't humiliate her like Monoma-chan. The frog girl replied with an unsure expression. Oh. Regarding those two, I'd say they're pretty friendly. Jiro blinked. Right, Ojiro. Ojiro nodded, smiling a little. Yeah. They met all the way back during the entrance exams with us. I'd say this'll be a friendly competition between the two of them, if anything. Monoma-kun just seemed to be an exception. With the two students finally approaching onto the stage, they walked up to one another, exchanging a shake of hands. Unlike most of the students between Class A and Class B, these two could care less about the rivalry between the two groups. Though, in the case of rivalry for this occasion, it was friendly at worst. Here's to a good match. Kendo smiled. Ditto. Ben nodded. And I think you'll like the form I'll take on for this occasion. Here we go then, everyone. The last match of the second round. Present Mike announced with a grin, with portrait images of the two students appearing across all of the showing screens of the stadium. Let's introduce our fighters. Gentle and pristine. The big sister of Class 1B. A helping hand and big contender for greatness. From the hero course, Kendo Itsuka. Versus the green blur. The number one of this competition so far, is there any hope for this guy's defeat? From the hero course, Ben Tennyson. As Kendo took a battle stance, Ben did so as well, though it appeared to be more of a sumo wrestler's one, for some reason. This piqued a sense of curiosity in the orange-haired teen, but nevertheless, she prepared herself for whatever he was going to throw at her. As the flames of the stadium died down, it was then that Mike started the countdown. Okay, let's start it off. Ready. Start. Once Midnight heard Present Mike's announcement, she took a few steps back and raised her hand. Begin. Kendo smirked as she took a few steps back. Watching Ben defeat Monoma effortlessly was entertaining, as much as she didn't want to admit it. However, it left the orange-haired girl wondering how powerful Ben really was. She knew she had only one way to measure Ben's physical strength. Suddenly, she activated her quirk, and within a blink of an eye and with quick reflexes, she willed her hands to enlarge themselves to massive proportions, almost 3 times her own body size if Ben took a quicker look. The brunette's eyes had widened in surprise, but he quickly returned the facial expression as the Omnitrix flashed. His body was once again shrouded in brilliant emerald light. As it died away, standing in Ben's place was a familiarly recognizable white and yellow pill bug alien. Going back to his sumo stance, he pumped his legs back and forth, stomping on the ground a few times as he gave Kendo an amused smile. Everyone looked at the roly-poly alien with intrigue and awe. It wasn't every day you see someone who could turn his body into something completely inhuman-like. In the crowd, Asui and Midoriya's eyes gleamed a little. They remembered Cannonbolt and immediately were reminded of the stunt that he pulled with Midoriya's smash attack back at USJ. Let's see how you fare against Cannonbolt. The Iberian Pellerota challenged. Come at me. I'll show you how a sumo slammer goes about. Sumo slammer. The Class B student cocked a brow. What's that? Let's see, it goes like this. It's slammer time. The white quickly gives off a gallant cry as he lunges out at Kendo, spreading his arms out in an attempt to dive down on top of her. The big fist user only had moments to react, her eyes widening as she yelped. Being unable to move out of the way, Cannonbolt knocked her off her feet and onto her back, though due to her quirk, the two were now in a face-off of who could crush who. Surrendering to pure physical strength was the motto for sumo slammers after all. Kendo grits her teeth as she attempts to push the large alien off of her. After struggling to push him off from the front, she quickly makes up her next move, rolling to the side to off-balance her opponent and push him off. Cannonbolt bounces off the ground a few times, skidding away a few feet before coming to a stop and prompting himself back onto his feet. He grins menacingly as Kendo sweats a little. That's a big transformation, I'll give you that. She admitted. Though it's going to take more than that to drive me out of the park. Hey, you haven't seen anything yet. Cannonbolt replied as the two circled around each other, as if the arena they were in were meant for wrestlers. It was then however when the Iberian Pellerota surprised everyone once he began to curl into himself, his yellow-shelled armor circulating around him as he contorted into his spheroid form. Kendo herself was shocked, her jaw dropping slightly to show so, and even more once she saw that her opponent was beginning to somehow rev himself up like a motorized wheel. Blasting himself right at her, the orange-haired girl immediately brought her hands in front of her, her quirk-enhanced limbs attempting to stop the rolling Cannonbolt from smashing into her. Gay. Grunting a bit, Cannonbolt began to increase his revving, skidding against her palms and even beginning to move her back a little. Plundering back, Kendo glanced behind her, noticing the distance between her and the boundary line shortening bit by bit. As she continued to push against the motorized wheel of death in front of her, she eventually caved into another idea. Breathing in, she ushered a great amount of strength to her arms, swinging them upwards, along with Cannonbolt. The rolling alien certainly didn't expect that, as well as the fact that Kendo proceeded to then slam her hands onto the air to propel herself up, similar to how Ojiro utilized his tail. Rocking her right arm back, she swatted him down like a glorified volleyball onto the stadium grounds, creating a small crater as he smashed down into the floor. As the Iberian collided with the ground hard, his collision threw up dust cloud. The spectators of the match all focused on the smoky spot. For a moment, nothing happened. Suddenly, the billowing cloud was blasted away when Cannonbolt rolled out of the way and unknotted himself back to his standing form. Oof, that's the second time that someone slapped down on my back like that. He chuckled a little. Alright, you can handle this form, so how about this then? As Kendo proceeded to question his words, the Omnitrix dial on Cannonbolt glowed, engulfing him in emerald light once more. By this point, everyone immediately knew that Ben was changing forms. As the light faded away, Mineta cringed upon seeing the form that Ben took. Standing in Cannonbolt's place was everyone's happy-go-violent attituded tiger alien, who gave off a loud growl before grinning at Kendo. Oh god. The midget teen nearly fainted from seeing wrath, something that Kaminari and Zero chuckled too. So, it's that form again, Aizawa actually commentated, his eyes glued on the feisty alien. Cracking his knuckles, Wrath pointed a finger at Kendo, seemingly as a declaration of war. Let me tell you something, Kendo Itsuka, Wrath is not Cannonbolt, but Wrath is gonna make you cannon as a bolt out of here. That made no sense. Present Mike cackled in amusement, earning a growl from the tiger alien. I know. Grinning, Wrath came forth, diving himself straight towards Itsuka. Come on, fight me. This is round 2. That is a detrimental change in his personality. Itsuka couldn't help but make that obvious note, but even then, it nerved her a little bit to see this stereotypical sounding wrestling tiger alien suddenly appearing before her eyes and challenging her to a match. Once again, however, because she was distracted by her thoughts, she didn't notice said alien coming right at her face. She gasped a little once Wrath knocked her off her feet. Quickly picking her up by her waist, he then attempted to nail her down with a headlock. This suddenly turned from a sumo match and into a wrestler's scene. Talk about variety. Present Mike commentated, slapping Aizawa on the back. Hey, All Might doesn't really have any wrestling moves in his attacks, does he? Why would I know for? Aizawa grumbled. Locked in his grab, Itsuka instinctively tried to get out. Thanks to her quirk though, this made that action relatively easy. Grasping the tiger aliens with her big fists, she easily grabbed him by the neck and threw him forward, which surprised everyone to say the least once the orange alien slammed down to the floor, face first of all things. However, it didn't seem to faze Wrath, rather, it made him excited if anything. Quickly back onto his feet, Itsuka reverted her arms back to normal once she saw that he was going for a good old session of hand-to-hand fighting. The Apoplexian throws his fists out, hoping to slug at the teen's face. Itsuka however blocks each of his attacks, however, as Wrath prepares to throw down an axe handle, she brings her arms up, only to see her opponent smile as he instead slugs her in the gut, making her grunt in pain. While she was rubbing her stomach, Wrath spins a few times, his fist hitting up against her chin with an uppercut, and as he spun again, slapping against her cheek with the heel of his left foot. Skidding back, Itsuka quickly shook off the pain, giving the tiger alien a stern look as he gestured her to come towards her. Dashing off, Wrath brings his arms up to block a series of kicks from the orange-haired teen, and once she prepares for a roundhouse kick, as she sends her leg off, Wrath catches it against his rib. Grr! Gritting her teeth, she could only watch as Wrath lifted her up, spun around, and then slammed her down onto her back on the stadium flooring. Present Mike's eyes, as well as everyone else's, were glued onto the fight. Oof. Another slam to the back. This is more physical than quirk fighting. Chuckling, Wrath brings his arms together to slam down onto Itsuka. As the orange-haired teen groaned in discomfort, as she opened her eyes, she gulped upon seeing the shadowing figure above her own. Quickly activating her quirk, her left hand grew as she clenched it. Wrath could only notice from the corner of his eye as she then punched him in the face, sending him careening back to the other side of the stage. Whoa! Tetsu's mouth dropped a little. That was awesome. Haven't you seen her fight before, Tetsu? Setsuna smiled. She's pretty good, right? Well, duh. The metal student nodded. Her fighting style is like me. Up close and personal. I'd say Kendo has more of a grace to her though. Monoma rolled his eyes in a sarcastic manner. Not that it'll do much against Tennyson though, probably. As she got back to her feet, Itsuka was seen panting a bit as Wrath sprung back up, still grinning even as he rubbed his temple. This was going for the third round it seemed. Charging forth, Itsuka activated her quirk and began to slug away at Wrath. Much to her surprise however, as the tiger alien guarded against her first two punches, as she came by for a third, he balled his fist and smacked it away, leaving her surprised as he spun and kicked her in the cheek. Shaking her head dizzily, Wrath came forth behind her, performing a German suplex after grabbing her waistline. Ah! Itsuka could feel her head bursting about, like needles and stones smacking against her skull as she rolled backwards. Unconsciously deactivating her quirk, Itsuka stood still as she got up, groaning a little as she began to stagger a bit in a daze. As Wrath got back up to his feet, he turned around, only to stare at his opponent and see what she would do. Much to his dismay however, Itsuka dropped to her knees, raising a hand up. Oof, I think I've had enough. I give. Upon hearing her words, Midnight blinked, though it was only because that brought her out of her daze. Staggering a bit, she brought out her whip as Wrath went up and helped her onto her feet as he reverted back to Ben. Kendo-san has surrendered. Tennyson-kun wins and advances to the next round. The R-rated heroine announced. With this fascinating fist-to-fist match ending, Tennyson advances to the next third round. This completes the final 6 contenders for the number 1 spot. The voice hero alerted out as the screens around the stadium flicker around to the brackets. That was more action than I thought I would see, Iida was surprised to say the least. Sumo wrestling, regular wrestling. What kind of fighting styles can't he do, seriously? Kaminari ruffled his hair. As long as Wrath stays away from me, I don't care. Mineta frowned. Momo's eyes gleamed at the opportunity for Wrath to act as a guard against Class A's 2 lecherous students. As Itsuka recovered from the ground-breaking German suplex that she was given, she chuckled a little towards Ben. Ah, that was a bit rough, don't you think? Admittedly, Ben had to scratch the back of his head, as he had nothing to counter to that. Ah, well, yeah, I've got nothing for that. Wrath makes me become a little, overly excited for fighting. Well, Not to say it wasn't fun. You actually showed me a lot of very interesting techniques. The orange-haired girl nudged her elbow into his chest. Teach some of the moves next time, yeah. The brunette blinked, surprised to see that she wasn't as angry as he expected, or even annoyed to be certain. Oh. Yeah, sure. With the declaration of the match finally announced, Ben and Itsuka began to rally back to the student seats. Aizawa continued to eye him down, recounting all of the forms that Ben had shown throughout the entire sports festival. Upgrade, Wild Mutt, Blocks, Dragonaut, Wrath, Cannonbolt, Stinkfly, Sludge Strike, Heat Blast, Diamond Head. These were the ones that appeared thus far through these events, not accounting to all of the other forms that Ben had shown through the early school year. I need to dwell deeper into his case. Where did he come from? Who are his parents? What, in God's name, is that quirk? Closing his eyes, he sighed heavily as he continued to give all of these thoughts some consideration. As the two previously fighting students came back, the semi-finals were about to begin. Half and half, engine, explosion, dark shadow, softening, and transformation. Out of all of these students and their respective quirks, everyone's thoughts phased over to a certain brunette as their supposed winner. But who knows? Maybe something might happen. A lucky break perhaps. Or a complete case of devastation. Time will foreshadow this, amidst through while another case is currently happening. Blood, a cruel sense of justice, and a stain upon heroes. So, what did you all think about the chapter? So, let's go over the events of the next couple of arcs. 1. For the internship arc, it'll go as typical. Midoriya further develops full cowling with Gran Torino, but with Ben in the case, the old man might question the ninth user of One for All about the Omnitrix wielder. Asui goes onto the Sea Smuggler destruction cruise. Mineta goes with MT. Lady. Momo and Itsuka become glamour ladies for advertisements. Todoroki goes on an intern with Endeavor. Iida goes balls crazy for Stain's head. Ben will go forth with Ryuko on an internship and educate Stain on what it means to be a hero. Etc. 2. Also, the big three will be making an early appearance. Expect increasing groans of discomfort towards Ben's stomach. 3. Instead of Bakugo being captured during the training camp arc, it'll be Ben. How that will happen, I'll leave to you guys' imagination for that. 4. In the introduction to All for One, this fight'll go a bit differently as to compared to how it went out in canon. Since All Might didn't have his hero form's duration diminished down to only an hour or so due to not fighting against Nomu in the USJ arc, All Might will have more time and strength to fight against his nemesis. 5. The other quirks of the previous users of One for All. I can't wait to see what other quirks that Midoriya will get. Black Whip is pretty much like Spider-Man or Venom's web abilities, right?